fool the rest, but you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool me. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't fool. You can't fool me. You can fool the rest, but you can't.
Good morning, everyone. This is Pops. I'm trying something different today. I'm going to do some kind of I don't know, maybe I'm going to do a marathon, like a 10-hour stream. I see a lot of these people are doing marathon streams. I figured I'd give it a shot, go over a lot of news and things like that, see what's going on. I'm sure everyone, I don't know if everyone, but some people seen that presidential, whatever you want to call it, last night. I thought it was a clown act. Everything he talked about that he wants to improve is actually everything they're doing against us. So I don't get what they're trying to get out there. Are they trying to tell us one thing and do the opposite just to annoy us? I don't know. If you listen to Biden last night, it sounded like a clown act. Then you got, I don't know what's up with Pelosi. You know, what's wrong with that lady? I'm watching her. There's something wrong with her. It looks like she's doing, I don't know, what is she doing? Drugs? Is she just old and crazy? She's sitting there going like this, and she's doing all these crazy faces. I mean, and then Harris is sitting in the corner. She looks like a zombie. I don't know what's going on with these people. I'll be honest. You look at it, it's kind of so crazy that I can't understand it. And JB, thank you for coming down to show that support. I get you. Who else we got? Trash Can. Hey, Trash Can. Man, you and me could probably stay on this channel all day and talk about, about what's going on out there, because it's so insane. This is like one big Hollywood script, Trash Can. I put a link on there in case you wanted to jump on anyway, because I don't know. There's just too much craziness going on in the world. I just said, you know what, I'm going to just do a all-day news flash here, because I'm looking at different newspapers, I'll look at the right, I'll look at the left, I'll even try to look at stuff that's in the middle. And it's just, it's crazy. It's really crazy. I'm going to actually put the link. I got to put the link in YouTube, right? So let me do that too. I'll put it in private chat, but let me just throw that link in YouTube. So let me just do that right now before we get going here. Yep. I'm going to tell you one thing. For you guys listening, listen, Trash Can, Jimmy, I'm telling you, YouTube. I don't know. The government's like watching us through YouTube. I'm a little guy, right? So here, I'll give you an example. So I made a video. It was about an hour long, but I took it down because I kind of annoyed me. I said some things that I thought were going to happen. They didn't. I was fooled a little bit, even though you can't fool Pops. I even got a little sucked into the narrative. I thought Putin was actually doing things that he wasn't doing. So anyway, make a long story short. So I'm making fun of this Fox announcer. And I'm saying, look at him. He has this blue donkey helmet on. He looks like a cartoon character, right? And I'm abusing Fox. Then Fox has like 3 of these people in New York studio, and they're all smiling, talking about the war, right? And I'm like, could you imagine there's a war going on and they're all smiling? They're not even serious. So I'm blasting Fox, right? Now I'm a little nobody, right? The next day, the guy took off the helmet from Fox. He never wore the helmet. And they showed a thing with the 3 people again, and they all were like serious looking. So like when they were actually watching me and heard what I was saying, because it's too obvious that I talked about the helmet And I talked about how they were smiling during a war crisis, and then the next day, everything flipped the other way. I'm like, holy shit. They're spying on even little guys like us. Maybe they want the little guy's opinion. So they're kind of like, you know, looking at guys like me, you know, because they're thinking, okay, well, these are the average people. Let's see what these people are saying. Because it was crazy the next day that everything I said, they actually did. Like, I was like, that guy shouldn't be wearing that stupid helmet. You know, they shouldn't be smiling. All of a sudden, they did everything I said. It was like weird, man. I was like, holy shit. You know? So, anyway, let's get to some news. Let's get to some news right now. So I'm looking at, like, I look at different things. Like, if you guys want some right side news, go to Gateway Pundit. If you want super to the left, go to the Washington Post. Go to Microsoft, you know, on Windows Edge. You know, you'll get a lot of liberal, you know, stuff. So we're over here, and, you know, I think more the right side, even though maybe right, far right, they're telling the truth more. I mean, they come with the receipts, where the left just makes speculations. So they're talking about Wisconsin now is calling for a decertification of the election 2020. How many fucking times are we going to hear all these decertification things? You know, in Arizona, Wisconsin, but nothing ever happens. So why are you even bringing this shit out? Are you just trying to annoy the people that are, you know, on the right side, the patriots and stuff? What are they trying to accomplish? Because nothing ever gets done. They caught them red-handed in, you know, Detroit and Arizona and Georgia. They got videos. They got everything, but nothing gets done. So why are they putting this stuff on the news and telling us all, you know, basically we're doing this, we're investigating, we're doing that, we're doing it. So what? Nobody's going to jail. Nobody's getting indicted. They're not overturning anything. Yeah, they'll overturn the election 3 years and like 364 days from now, you know. That's when they'll overturn it, when there's 1 day left. So I'm looking at that. Then we have a thing saying the Republicans are holding a historical lead over Democrats on the 2022 ballot. Of course, we're under tyranny. This ain't Democrats. These are pirates. They're looting us. They're looting America. They're telling you one thing and doing the opposite. That's the thing that bothers me the most. If they would just shut up and not talk about it. But when you're sitting here telling me, you know, about freedom, this, like they announced now, the Corano's kind of over and you could take off your diaper. We're going to allow you to take off your diaper. You know, they want to give you the permission. See, this is all about control, people. They want to, they are in control. Let's face reality. 90% of Americans, not all, 10% are still renegade minds, like people, you know, right now on this show, Trash Can, I know is a renegade. JB's kind of a renegade, you know, he does his thing. But, you know, we got renegade minds, about 10% of us. The other 90% are just going with the flow, whether you're a sheep or you're a follower or whatever you want to call yourself. They're just going with the flow. Half the people, I think, figured it out that, you know, you can't do anything, we're powerless, and the other half are just sheep. So they're showing that. Big deal. We got a historical lead. Does that mean anything? I think Trump had an historical lead in 2020. Did that mean anything? Then they got Laura Bobbitt called out Biden's failure in Afghanistan. I don't know if people realized how much equipment we actually dropped. You know, we're talking like, how about this? $80 billion worth of equipment we left there. And I think they offered Ukraine $5 billion worth of equipment. You know, I mean, they basically, nobody, these guys can all sit here and talk the talk. They're not going in. Russia, you know, if you even think Russia may be right about what's going on, you're considered now a white supremacist. They don't want you talking about this stuff. They don't want you talking about how there was an agreement. I don't know who's right or wrong, but here's what I know. Ukraine has 250,000 military troops, trained troops, okay? They got a lot of equipment. They got tanks. They got everything, okay? Russia's coming in there with all their tanks and stuff, but they're not bringing everything they got. So if Russia's bringing in, Russia got 4 times the strength of Ukraine, let's say. So if Russia's bringing in 25% of their strength, Ukraine has 100% full strength, which would be equal to Russia's 25%. So why is there no resistance from Ukraine's military? See, I'm watching TV and all they're showing us are civilians with Molotov cocktails, people with no, gear on, just with a gun like a regular civilian. They're giving them the women. I mean, like, so where are all your soldiers? If they have 250,000 soldiers, how come I'm not seeing like 5,000, like a platoon of soldiers from Ukraine resisting Russia? Like, why am I looking at civilians? Is Ukraine putting their civilians in the front line to get pity from everyone? Are they really putting people in harm's way? Like they said, children got killed. How did the children get killed? Did you ever hear bomb shelters or go in the subway? They got subways. I seen it, underground stuff. Why are the children in harm's way? You're being invaded. Russia's dropping stuff. Okay. And where are their soldiers? I want to see 20,000 Ukraine soldiers geared up to the T fighting Russia, not 100 civilians with AK-40, whatever you want to, I don't know, AK-49, 47s, whatever you call that Russian gun. I don't even pay attention to the names anymore. AK-47, I think. So why are you showing me videos of civilians? Where is your military? Are they hiding in the woods? What are they doing? I haven't seen like 1,000 Ukrainian soldiers with 20 tanks fighting Russia. Where is their military? So this is what's going on. This is like a big Hollywood production on a major league scale. Supposedly Putin, there was an agreement with this land like Taiwan with China. And he was supposedly, this is hearsay, I don't know. They're saying that he was trying to make a deal because he wanted some of the territory back because the border treaty was over. They didn't reapply for borders, Ukraine. So he was coming in there and he wanted a couple of the cities that were basically Russians. They wanted to leave Ukraine. There was like two cities. And supposedly they were being mistreated, these Russian people. And Putin just basically had enough with the peacekeepers, with the UN. And what the UN wanted to do was they wanted to make Ukraine, part of their thing. Putin said, no, you're not going to surround me with the UN. Basically, do you want China surrounding the US? Do you want Russia surrounding the US? No. So this is what Putin did. Whether he's right or wrong, I'm not, I'm neutral here because I don't really know the whole story. But supposedly, Putin said, no way. If you go into NATO, I'm going in. And they kept pushing Putin, pushing him. And he said, I had enough. And he went in. And if you're a Russian, you may not blame the guy, but the problem is the Russian people are going to suffer. So now here's what we got to think about. Is Putin part of the New World Order? That's my big question, because I seen a video of him with that guy Schwab there, whatever his name is, that New World Order guru. And he was bragging about Putin, how a great leader he was. This is like back in 2014 at a summit. And then he bragged about Trudeau and how he bought more than half of Trudeau's cabinet. They're under his wing. So I have the video too. I showed people on one of my shows. So is Putin actually rebelling against, NATO and the deep states or the cabals or whatever you want to call it? Or is he actually with them? We don't know. Is this war planned? It just looks like a Hollywood movie script. But it looks like Ukraine is doing a lot of cowardly stuff, because if they show me like 10,000 Ukrainian soldiers fighting Russia and getting, hit with stuff and dying, I would feel a little, worse for Ukraine. But when you're throwing civilians in the front line and you're throwing children in the front line and you're giving them Molotov cocktails, but you have 200, Google this. Ukraine's ranked 22nd largest army in the world. You'll see how many. They got a lot of tanks. They got a lot of artillery. They got a lot of shit. Okay, they don't have as much as Russia, but they got 25% of what Russia has. So, and they're modernized. They got. I seen they had Abram tanks and everything, like American tanks. So, why is it I don't see 20 Ukraine tanks lined up with a whole brigade of soldiers fighting Russia. All we see is civilians fighting with Molotov cocktails and AK-47s, whatever. I think it's an AK-47 or AK-49. I don't know what they are. But anyway, not important. So this is the stuff. So I'm looking at the news. So Taylor Greene, you know, that Republican, I like her. She's a rebel. She's out there. And when Biden was doing his speech and he was talking about the soldiers in Afghanistan, and, you know, she says she's screaming out, 13 of them died because of you. And then he goes at well, one of them was my son. No, one of them wasn't your fucking son. Your son got killed way back. He didn't get killed just recently. So this is the shit that we got to deal with. All these lies, and then they claim he's senile, and they're praising him. The left side tyranny news, I want to call it. You know, then they started chanting the Republicans build a wall. I mean, it was entertainment. If you wanted to be entertained, you should have watched the Biden's address. And then they're showing, like, I don't even think it was the real Congress hall, because it looked weird. It wasn't as big as the normal one. And then they had everybody spread out 6 feet apart, wearing masks. I mean, like, it looked ridiculous. Like the last one we seen, the address of the nation with Trump, it was like packed. People were screaming, and, you know, this thing looked like a clown show again, as usual. It really did. It looked spooky again. You know, everything looks spooky with these people. Everything looks a little slight evil, you know, a little demonic when you look at it. They just their attitudes. But Pelosi, I think, is the biggest clown, man. When you look at her, oh, it's an AK-47. Okay. Hey, I wasn't sure. I don't even pay attention to, you know, the name of the guns and all that shit. All I know is they got some crazy shit. But yeah, AK-47 is supposedly a good gun, though, I heard. It doesn't jam up. It's more reliable than most guns, I heard. So you can, like, stick that thing in a river and pull it out, and it'll still work. But, I mean, can they answer that? I would like that answer. Why is it I don't see Ukrainian, you know, platoons and stuff fighting Russia? Why is it they're showing you only civilians? Don't you think there's something strange with that? I mean, you got 250,000 armed personnel, 250,000 reserves, okay? And you're using people with Molotov cocktails in the front lines. I mean, is that president a clown of Ukraine? I heard that guy's that guy was put into power. They got rid of the other guy. The other guy was going after Biden, the president before this guy. He basically was going after the cabal and all that, and they got rid of him real as fast as they could, you know, because he had a warrant out for not Biden's son, but actually for Joe Biden's arrest. And you could look that up. Ukraine had a warrant out for his arrest. The actual president. This is right before he got in. They put this out there, and then he became president. It was funny, you know. So has anybody got any questions? Let me know. I'm just going over some of the crazy news. And Biden's war cry, you know, he's blocking airspace to Russian flights. He's saying they're going to confiscate their yachts, their riches, the Russian oligarchs, and they're going to provide arms to Ukraine. You think Putin really gives a shit? Really? But it's still, I don't know if this stuff is staged or it's actually Putin rebelling against the cabal, because it's really the cabal. Ukraine, I think, was one of the real strongholds of that, you know, cabal, you know, and people don't know what the cabal is. Go do some homework. I don't have to say. I'm going to actually do a strong show on the rise of the cabal. Yeah, I'm going to do a lot of content and stuff and show you how it started and where it got to, because the cabal is an interesting subject. It's basically, I think they should call it the devil's playground, because I think the devil runs the cabal. You know, let's see what else we got in the news today. More shit on the Arizona election. Another bunch of crock of shit. Nothing ever happens. Yeah. Saying Biden got a little sleepy before his bedtime with his address. He had to cut it short. Mexico's president saying he won't impose sanctions to Russia. So they're tied in with Russia. But so are we. We're getting oil from Russia still. So they're all full of shit. And then here's the best one. There's a video. Pelosi is claiming that we're ignorant if we have a a low opinion of Joe Biden. Is she fucking real or what? I have a low opinion of you too, Mrs. Pelosi. I think I don't know what it is with you. There's something wrong with you. I think you're on a lot of pharmaceuticals. Because half the time I see you, you look like you're tweaking. Or she's got, and you ever see, I think she's got, I don't know, something up with her teeth. Is her whole mouth full of dentures? Because she's always like doing all these mouth movements. I mean, either that or she's doing a lot of blow or something because she's tweaking all the time. And then Biden's rallying lawmakers to end cancer. Like, what the fuck is that all about? You gotta rally lawmakers to end cancer? Like, shouldn't we just want to get rid of cancer? I mean, this is the shit we're dealing with. Republicans saying U.S. Senate Republicans stand with Ukraine. Then we got something with Pennsylvania getting corrupted again. Supreme Court overturned the judge's order, upholds Act 77, reinstates voting by mail. Of course they want voting by mail. Let's get real. Then if you want to really hear, like, you think these people are educated? Kamala Harris was on a show called The Hustle or some shit, and she's talking. She sounds like a total fucking idiot. Like, she don't even sound like she's educated. It's weird. Like, you got a lady here that supposedly went to all these big colleges, was an attorney, a lawyer. She's vice president, and she speaks like she has no education. Like, she doesn't even sound smart at all. Like, she sounds worse than me. Because I don't give a shit, So, that's where we're at. I got a lot more stuff. Let's go to the right side of the news here. Let's see what the right side's talking about. Let's see the Washington Post, okay? Because they're as far as right as you can get. They're owned by Bezos, and everybody keeps supporting Amazon. The guy that keeps taking your money and stabbing you with it. But I mean, look, I'm not going to sit here and say I never bought anything on Amazon. When I'm desperate for something and I can't get it or whatever, at convenience of I'll use Amazon a little bit, but I try my best not to buy shit from them. As much money as I could take out of their pocket makes me happy. Yeah, so they're showing, they're saying Moscow is intensifying attacks on Ukraine. They're showing civilians, the Washington Post. Again, showing you little children. They'll show you a little kid that got killed by an explosion, which is basically the president of Ukraine's fault. Listen, if you put your people in harm's way, shame on you. They should all those people in those cities should be somewhere safe, and their military should be fighting the Russians, not civilians. Where is Ukraine's military on the front lines? That's what I really would like to know. So the Washington Post, basically the headline is Biden condemns Russia, right? Seeks unity beyond war. Why don't you get unity in America? Because all you keep pushing is all your bullshit. Biden's pushing all this, stuff. I mean, look, there's always going to be racism in the world. You're never going to stop that. I think America was on the right track. And then they brought all this extreme shit to piss off white people and to piss off the black people to make us actually go against each other again. I think racism now is at an all-time high because the government actually orchestrated this. People were ignoring a lot of bullshit. They weren't letting it get to them. Everybody was getting along better. And then you got these people here putting all this bullshit in our faces, getting us all to go against each other. And we have to realize that it's not, black and white people against each other. And when I say black, it could be brown, Spanish people or Indian. It's not about that. It should be about us against them. The big guys, the oligarchs, okay? We are the people, okay? We all bleed red. So I think we have to concentrate on that more. There are things that should be straightened out, but I think they've made it so to the point of sensitivity, of every little thing people say now, and it blows up. People get canceled for anything. You know, I've seen a lot of stuff on there trying to cancel a lot of these actors now. They're saying they're homophobic and trannyphobic or whatever. Like a guy like Sam Elliott. So all the alphas and stuff they're trying to cancel. You know, so this is the way that they're going, the route. But I find the Washington Post a clown act. After Russia, the biggest important thing to them was dogs chased a Yellowstone mountain lion into a tree. I mean, this is what's important to them. You know, they're trying to. Then they're putting a guide to the pandemic. They're showing the cases, their statistics, how things are getting better, which is total crock of shit to begin with from the beginning. It was all about control. They don't want to tell you that. Then they're showing you armed patrol in Ukraine making homemade, what you would call it. Yeah, let me see if I can share this. So they're showing these people in Ukraine, and they made their own like little hole in the ground to fight back. But like these are civilians. Where is Ukraine's army? Where is Ukraine's army? This is what I want to know. You know, this is what I would like to know. Yeah, this is what's important to Washington Post. This is like their second story about mountain lions. I mean, you know, we got nothing better to do than talk about a mountain lion, you know? So this is the far left side, you know, Washington Post talking about all this shit. Then the EU membership fighter jets to Ukraine. They're sending fighter jets, Poland. They don't even got a fucking airport. They're saying for the fighter jets, so they're sending them fighter jets that they can't even use. This is what a clown show we're at. Welcome to the Most High. Still, I'm jealous of that name. I always told you that. I love that name. Pat Robson says Putin was compelled by God to invade Ukraine to fulfill Armageddon prophecy. Because that isn't part of the prophecy, the Gog. I mean, are these elites trying to play the Bible on us? Like, you know, the movie script of the Bible to get everybody scared that we're in the end game? Or is it really we are in the end game? We're in the prelude to Revelation. You know, if you believe in the Almighty, I don't think there's anything they can do to stop it. All right, so now they're saying, see, California has one of its worst droughts, so they're going to try to justify raising our food prices. I mean, they're setting us all up with all these seeds. There's a drought in California, but yet they can get water. I forgot from where, but they're cutting it off. They're not letting the water in. They're actually dumping their fresh water into the ocean. They're doing all this shit, and then they're saying they got a drought. All right, so now Exxon is saying its latest thing is they're announcing their exit from Russia over Ukraine crisis. So you really believe that Exxon gives a shit about the Ukraine crisis? Now, they only care about their bottom line profit. So what they do is they're making a political statement, right? Now they're going to raise the oil prices. So they're going to sell less oil and make more money. That's what they really want to do. You know, I got friends in the car business. I used to sell cars, and they're telling me they're kicking ass now. They're selling half of what they used to sell, and they're making double the profit because there's a shortage on these computer chips. So they can't even, it's hard to make new cars. And this is what they're trying to do. They're going to sell less and make more. They don't care about the inflation because, look, it's like this. If you worked 40 hours a week, okay, and you made, let's say, $1,000 a week. Now I tell you, you only got to work 20 hours a week, and you're going to make $1,200 a week. Which one would you choose? That's what they're doing with all this inflation. They're making even more profit than they made before, selling half of what they used to sell. They don't care if we have, you know, a food shortage eventually. We haven't seen it yet. It hasn't really hit America hard yet. The shelves are starting to get a little empty. I go to the store now, I see certain things they ran out of, which they never used to run out of stuff. You know, you go to these big supermarkets, Walmart, Aldi's, or they never used to run out of anything. The shelves were packed. Okay, now all of a sudden, you see a few things missing. And then maybe a month from now, you're going to see 25% of the stuff missing. And now you see the prices, they're going up like crazy. I mean, people don't realize if you paid 99 cents for, I'm just saying, for a loaf of bread, and Aldi's. They got pretty cheap price. Now you're paying $1.49. That's 50%. Now you're looking at it, $1.49 ain't that, no big deal. You probably didn't even pay attention that you were paying 99 cents. But this is the shit we're going through. Now there's Russian vodka boycotts, but this is the funniest shit. So I buy this expensive vodka from Russia, right? They got pretty good vodka. And now I see people, they're dumping it out. What are you dumping it out for? At least drink it, then don't buy it again. The people are dumping out. Is that really you're winning the protest? Because now what you got to go do is buy more vodka from somebody else. I don't care who makes it. I like Grey Goose anyway. That's my favorite vodka. So D.C. drops outdoor mask mandate to schools. Indoor requirement remains. So they're trying to give you a little bit of permission. They want to let you know we're still in control, but we're going to, do this. Now, despite Ukraine invasion, NASA continues in its deep space partnership. Okay, there it is with Russia. So they want you still to believe that NASA narrative, all the earth is round and all that shit. Well, I don't want to get into it today. Rocket Lab is expanding its pressure to launch its neutron rocket, which I have no clue what they're talking about. So nobody in baseball cares deeply enough to save the game from the people who run it. Baseball is definitely on the decline. NFL is still doing well. People just, no matter how much you don't want to watch the NFL, which I don't, people still do watch it. But you got a lot of people that, they're kind of addicted to it. I'm here. So Most High saying that's programming. Waste of money, something to toss in the trash. Yep. I agree. I'm watching, let's go to the far right now, see what else they're talking about. So this is what you got to do, people. You got to look far right, far left, and then try to find even a newspaper in the middle. I find the far right, though, comes with more receipts than the far left. I find the far left is more speculation. I don't support Netflix there, or I'll never spend a cent on a subscription. I really, I don't watch Netflix. I'll be honest, I haven't watched Netflix in years. There's streaming sites that you could go and you can watch the stuff that they make anyway for free. So that's what I'll do, even though I hate Netflix, I'll still watch some of the movies they make because I like some of the stuff, sci-fi shit and all that. But you don't have to basically pay them money. You can stream this stuff for free. Okay. So St. Louis is welcome the truck convoy, but they won't tell you that. The far left will tell you that, domestic terrorist if you're protesting for your freedom. So they're saying body cam footage is showing executive from Dominion got arrested. It shows how he drove a truck into a bar and then fled the scene. But he won't go to jail or nothing, because he has so much shit on them that they're going to have to, this will disappear from the media and he'll be let out. That's what the way they work. Now, when the world is coming to unglued, here's one of the best places to go to prepare for the worst. Probably one of the best places you could go is in the Ozarks. I was up there. Most of your a lot of your real smart military personnel have actually moved up into the Ozarks. They know where the safest place is on the, in the United States, basically, when the shit hits the fan. If it does hit the fan, maybe this could be just all a game and an act that they're putting on us. Let me see if I could, I think I did put my, did I put a link up there for anybody if they want to join? Let me do it again. Invite, yep, in case anybody wants to join. I'm going to put it in there again. It's in the chat. So we got that. Let's see what else we got going on. We got Facebook, Twitter, Google, TikTok, Netflix, block content from all Russian media outlets. So why are they blocking all the content from Russia? I mean, is this the type of country we want to live in? That these oligarchs could do whatever the fuck they want? I mean, we got to put an end to this bullshit. And basically what? You don't want people to see the other side of the story? There's always two sides of a story, right? I mean, you know, no matter what happens, there's always two sides to the story. So why can't we hear the other side? I'm interested in the other side also, so I can make a really educated decision of what's really going on. You actually got there's actually a Russian Google. It begins with a Y. Let me tell you the name of it. I use that once in a while. So I'll Google a Russian Google and you'll get different stuff, you know. So Russian Google is called, Russian Google name. Let's see the name of it. They're probably hiding that too. They don't even want you to find that. I mean, I used to just put it in. Yeah, so they're hiding the name of the Russian Google site. They used to just put it in Google and it would give it to you. It's called like Yazek or something. So they're hiding, you know, they hide so much shit on us. They're hiding me. I mean, I've been doing this quite a while and I got like 100 subscribers. Give me a fucking break already. I see people out there that are clowns and they got, you know, 2,000 subscribers. There's one person, I mean, they're out there and they just basically show videos of like their kid playing in their yard and they got more subscribers. They don't talk about any content. They don't got people live streams and nothing. I mean, so it's all a clown act, you know. This is what we got to live with these people. It's amazing how we got to be controlled by these demons, you know. It's all there. I believe most of them are demons. The yellow and black logo. One man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. I believe that. I've seen it before, too. I agree with you. Then I'm watching Gateway Pundit, so they're showing people in Wisconsin. They're going into these old age homes, and they're interviewing these old people, and they're really, like, deliriously senile. They can't even, like, basically look at anything or read it or anything, and yet these people voted, and they're asking them, and they have no clue. So, you know, that was another whole bullshit. You know, here, look at this one. I'm going to share this with the screen. All right, so we gave 85,600,000 weapons to the Taliban. All right, 75,000 vehicles, 200 aircraft. And we're giving basically like 5 billion to Ukraine right now. So does that make any sense? You know, there's something weird with this whole Ukraine-Russia thing, you know. Nobody's coming to the forefront to fight Russia because, you know, I think deep down they know maybe he is justified of what he's doing. I don't agree with children are getting killed and stuff like that. But I blame Ukraine's president more than I blame Putin. Why are those people on the front lines? Why are their children in harm's way? And where is Ukraine's military? Like, I'll say this 1,000 times. Where is their military? If you got 250,000 soldiers, you're telling me, where is 10,000 soldiers with tanks and weapons fighting Russia? Where is that video? Because I don't see it. All they're showing me is people with, like, AK-47s and Molotov cocktails, civilians, fighting Russia. Well, did they lie? Did they really have no army? I mean, is this what you're telling me? Like, Ukraine didn't have an armored divisions and things like that? What are they, all hiding in the woods? They're scared? I mean, did their whole military revolt and ran away and dropped their guns and just said, that's it, we're not fighting? What is going on? These are the real questions we should be asking. See, we're not asking that question. Nobody's asking, where is the Ukrainian military? Why aren't we seeing any of them fighting in videos? Where are their platoons and squads and stuff? Where is their tanks? Where is this stuff? Because I haven't seen really that many videos. Maybe I've seen a video with one or two, maybe one Ukrainian tank fighting. That's just entertaining. Where is the real fight going on? You know, Ukraine's claiming they're shooting down Russian planes. Well, where are those guys? Show me them guys. Show me something. All they keep doing is showing you civilians. There's a reason why they're showing you civilians. They want you to feel bad for Ukraine. Okay? They're playing this game. You know, Ukraine, oh, poor Ukraine, they're getting nuked. But that's the president's fault of Ukraine. Why would you put your people in harm's way? Why aren't your military in harm's way? Isn't the soldiers supposed to be in the front line, not the civilians? The trained soldiers with tanks and weapons. Where are those guys? Got no clue. If anybody, we got to get rid of and block this guy. I don't know why. This guy, Tony Soprano, keeps hawking me about some shit, but I don't care. Anyway, yeah, this guy said I used the N-word or some shit. Listen, I ain't going to sit here and act like I've never said an N-word in my life. I've said it when I was a kid, you know, in jokes. I said guinea. I said everything. But who cares? I don't call people that name. I don't even associate people by any type of racial slur. Even Italian people, I don't even call guineas, and they're my friends. So I can give two shits what people say. I know who I am, and you got to worry about who you are. Anyway, to get off subject from trolls that come on your sites, and all they do is try to harass people. Anyway, I'm with Putin, JB. Right to defend his borders. He doesn't want NATO setting up shop in Ukraine. I'm agreeing 100% with you, JB. You know? Definitely. That's what I think, too. I think they're twisting this narrative. You know, imagine America had, let's say China had us surrounded on our borders with all kinds of, you know, stuff. Will we allow that? No. So you can't blame somebody defending their country, but we don't know the whole story. My biggest problem is Ukraine's defense. See, that's my problem. Because if you had your soldiers in the front lines, which they should be, then why am I only seeing pictures of civilians? You know? Look, if I knew a city was going to get targeted, I'm taking all my people out of harm's way, and I'm putting my military in there. I'm not putting little kids and leaving them in buildings and all this bullshit. I mean, it's stupidity. It's all an act, I think, most of it anyway. You know, we can't let it get to us too much. They've been, listen, they lie about so much stuff. Well, you're basically, with the media, it's like the boy who cried wolf, you know. This is the problem. We don't believe them, and they keep crying, the wolf is here, you know, and we don't believe them. And then one day, they're going to be telling us the truth, and we're still not going to believe them. That is the biggest problem. So we have to figure a way to see if they're telling the truth or not. Well, figure out how much truth is in what they're saying. Maybe only 50% of what they're saying is truthful, and 50% ain't. This is becoming a problem. Even me, I see through a lot of stuff, but I'm getting to the point where I'm like all over the place. Like, okay, is that the truth? Then I got to go do some homework, dig down another rabbit hole, look for this, look for that. I mean, I got to do like investigative reporting to just find out the truth, you know, on some things. Some things is just so obvious, you know. It's saying, you know, Biden and his kid is getting, they're being persecuted. Yeah, okay. These guys got hundreds of millions of dollars stashed, and, you know, they were worth nothing, and they're not corrupt, you know. And they're saying Justice Michael Gableman will release results of the Wisconsin election. They're saying the findings are explosive. Yeah, well, what happened to Arizona's findings? They were explosive. Shit, nothing ever happened. Even this, it don't matter. Look, it's to the point where they could basically, these far left people could shoot somebody in the head with a gun on video and then say, we didn't do it, and get away with it. I mean, that's basically what they're doing in America, no matter what we say or catch. But I don't know. Are they just doing this to annoy us? I mean, these oligarchs and everything, they must be sitting up there going, look, we're in total control. And these people got no power whatsoever, and let's just show them how much control we really got. And they're really showing us, and people are just bowing down and bending the knee and submitting and following, and and that's the way it's going. And then we're getting basically canceled, and they're basically watching what we say. They're programming us. Yeah, that's what I say. It's what this is. Here we go. And there we go. No one cares. I agree. I could care less too. Good morning, Princess. People in this world got nothing better to do with their life. You know what I mean? All righty. Now. And good morning. And here we go. So, went over a lot of this stuff. Let's see what else we got in the news today. So a lot of Republicans, they're saying they're going to be winning elections and stuff, but are they rhino Republicans anyway? I don't trust any of these government officials. I think they're all against us, the people. So when I say us, I mean we, the people. Putin to the Ukrainian army, do you not let these blah, blah, blahs use you as human shields? So Putin's even saying it. The Ukrainians are using their civilians as human shields, but where is their military fighting? Their military should be in the front lines, not civilians with AK-47s and children that they're leaving in buildings. So, they could kind of start telling people, oh, look at us, they're killing our people, the civilians are getting all. That's all a big game that the Ukrainian president's playing, because if the guy really cared about his people, children wouldn't be getting killed. They'd be out of harm's way, and his military should be in the front. What is the Ukraine president? Is he in like a camp somewhere in the mountain with all the soldiers surrounding him? Because I don't see any Ukrainian trained soldiers fighting. I see his civilians. That'd be equivalent to like if China invaded the U.S. and they would have a hard time because we are armed. All right, so civilians here a little. We're ready a little bit, but and our military just abandoned us and went and hid somewhere. I mean, this is what's going on in Ukraine, it looks like. And Putin's calling them out. He's telling them, you're like cowards. What are you doing? Fight me. So they got high school assistant principal in Michigan is able to return to work while awaiting trial for first-degree child sex assault. So is this true? I mean, this is in the news. Here it is. I mean, are they? I mean, I'm sure that you can't put up fake stuff like this, or you'll get really sued for, that's amazing. Yeah, let's put it in here. I'll show you. So, high school assistant principal in Michigan is able to return to work while awaiting trial for first-degree child sex assault. So, I mean, if this is true, I mean, that's insane, right? How are you letting somebody like that, go back to work? And so the video's unavailable. See? The full report, unavailable, being censored again. If you have nothing to hide, why is it unavailable? So here we go. I don't know if this is more stuff to annoy us, but this is what we're going through, We're going through all the bullshit. All right, so here we go. They don't want to show you this stuff is coming. Here we go. Let's share the screen again. Looks like we got 6 or more trucker convoys plan on merging with the People Convoy when it reaches Indianapolis. Organizers expect over 10,000 vehicles to join the already 3,000 strong group. So America's basically doing a convoy. Now, is this convoy going to benefit us? I hope it sparks Americans, but is this going to cause food to go up and inflation? And they're going to blame, the food supply and these strikes? Because I think that could be part of the plan. Sometimes I think the oligarchs make this stuff happen. They sponsor it. They want it to happen. They organize it so they could do stuff. They're very witty and smart at what they do. I don't know if I hope that's not the case with that. The New World Order trade, a piece of blah. Wow, dirty Nevada governor confronted in Vegas restaurant by bitter constitute. No big deal. Yeah, Russian convoy saying it's 40,000, 40 miles of trucks and stuff like that. There it is. It's like a convoy of the Russian vehicles. That's another thing they've been talking about. So now we got in Arizona, they're suing the Secretary of State to ban unconstitutional drop boxes, mail-in boxes. Why do we need mail-in boxes? Why do we need that? Especially if they're telling us, this thing is over. You don't got to wear your diaper on your face anymore. Why is that happening? And let's see. I want to check the chat a little bit. Dirty white boy. How's it going, Pops? What's going on, white boy? Ba-da-ba. Just chilling. And, yep. So, here we go. And NASA's pledging to put a woman of color on the moon in 2025. White men may not apply. I mean, can you make this shit up? Are they just trying to annoy us and put this stuff out there? Like, I don't care who they send up there. So let them send a woman up there. So what? Big deal. It's not a big deal. I think you should. I think, what are they making a big? And then they have to make it of color to make us get more aggravated against each other. See, I could care less if they put a woman of color to go to the moon, so you don't have to advertise it to me. But to me, I don't even look at it. I don't give a shit. Like, so what? It's an astronaut. They're going up. Trade them. I don't have to worry about who's going up. They're making you worry about like every little thing now. Oh, who's going up? Oh, there's a white guy. Oh, there's a Chinese guy going. Oh, there's a Spanish guy. They don't like it. Who cares? Why are they making big deals out of everything? I think they shouldn't make big deals out of this shit, and we won't look at it that way. They're making us look at it that way. See? I mean, look. You're going to have people of all different races and, colors and genders doing things in this world. Whether it be astronauts, pilots, or why do you got to, make it sound like it's something like people are against or whatever? Yeah, this is what Biden's saying now. Biden's saying, here we go. Let's share the screen. And let me see if I can. Yep, here we go. So Biden's claiming Republicans are trying to ban black votes from even counting. Really? How about the Democrats are trying to ban everybody's vote from counting? I mean, they stopped counting 11 o'clock at night in like 5 states. Was that a coincidence? Everybody had a water main break? They said, I think it was Atlanta had a water main break. They had to stop. And they found out it was a toilet bowl that was overflowing in the bathroom. So you would stop a whole election over a toilet bowl being clogged. Come on now. All right, so that's what they're saying there. Let's see what else we got going on. Here we go. There's something with Zuckerberg now going down. I think this is a funny thing. He's got a flag. It's like one of his it's like what do you call that? They made a shit. They got made one of Zuckerberg with a flag. They're saying that he's gone. They're investigating because he did a lot of bribery with all the different laws and stuff like that. And let's go to let's see what else. Let's go to let's go check out the New York Post. I think the New York Post is kind of like in between. They're not as biased. I think it's one of the few places you may be able to get real news. But I'm not sure about even the New York Post if they've been compromised. So here's a New York Post headline. Let's see. And let's see. Stark raving Vlad. Putin's regime ready for, see how they put the word regime? Ready for peace talks while warning World War III would include nukes. I mean, look at Pelosi, man. I can't say enough about how crazy it is that this clown, look at her with her hands. Like, what is wrong with this lady? Well, look at her. I mean, like, is she basically just there to make people hate her? Like, I don't know if I despise anybody more than her in government. She's just so old and so arrogant and such, like, just a total evil person. Look at her. What is that? What does she do? Can anybody explain to me what this lady is doing with her hands? Like, what is she trying to start a fire? Like, what is that? Like, I don't understand what that is. Like, what is that? What is that all about? Cold-blooded, con, the lies, the affairs, Putin, the world's richest man. Now they're making him he's got all these women and he's the world's richest man, Putin. Could be. And let's see what else the New York Post is talking about. They're talking about Bing Crosby's home. I think the Post is almost going a little left too. Here we go. Here's I don't know. This is your Mardi Gras. Post is, let's see, in New Orleans. I mean, I guess they're getting the message out there, right? Look at that. Rainbows. Everything's a rainbow. You know, there's a total agenda for everything. Look, see, here you go. You don't have to decide what, you know, you want to be in life. Because I identify as a pizza sometimes, you know. So, New York Post, nothing interesting. Waste of time with that. Let's see what else we got. So we got a guy that was arrested over 20 times, they're saying, in New York. And he got arrested for, like, it's in the Bronx, smearing a human feces on a woman's face. So this guy took a shit and then he wiped it on the woman's face. I mean, this is the news. This is what they got to talk about. All right. Let me see if I can find anything more interesting. And it's a secret symbol. Why did she have her hands like that? Weird. Yeah. That, you know what, Princess Kate? That was a good evaluation. It's some kind of secret message. You're right. I didn't think about that. That's a good one. I got to get Princess K on this show, man. She's pretty good with that. Yeah. Oh, you even heard that, right? The toilet was clogged. I mean, this is they're really basically. I really feel they're doing this stuff on purpose. Here's what I really feel. I feel these rich people got nothing better to do with their life, right? So they're basically looking at us like we're a video game. It's like The Sims, right? So they're going, you know, they must have a meeting like with each other and go, what else can we do to them before they fight back? Like, how much more can we push this? And they just keep pushing it a little more, a little more, a little more, a little more. And they're like, okay, let's give them some kind of like senile person as the head of their country. See if they can deal with that. Clowns up there, you know? And you got Pelosi's going, like, hey. So I think they're just doing all this stuff as much as they can to see how much will we tolerate. And so far, no matter what they've thrown at us, we've tolerated it and let them get away with it. All right, you know what? Let's put satanic statues in the courthouses. And let's have little baby Satan on Christmas in Chicago, Illinois. And let's see if the people deal with that. And guess what? Everybody dealt with it. Let me tell you something. I'm telling you, if they put a statue near me and they put a little baby Satan and they're doing like a Christmas thing with little baby Satan and saying, I'm going there with a sledgehammer and I'm taking out that statue and I'll go to jail for it. I will definitely destroy a satanic statue. And if they want to go, let them get a jury that's going to put me in prison for that. Let them find one. Because they probably won't even have a jury. The judge will just be like, he'll be a satanic worshiper that they got leverage on. They'll just put you in jail for it for like, you'll go to jail for like 5 years for destroying a satanic statue. Yeah, this is what they do. But I'd be willing to take that shot, man. You're going to put a satanic statue in my courthouse? Come on now. It's ridiculous. We got to wreck the Satan statues regardless of the BS holidays. Regardless of if a lot of people start going in and just put, breaking these statues, they're going to at least, get the hint that we ain't putting up with it. Yeah. I mean, they got satanic after school hour in some schools, unless that's a lie and they just did that to annoy us. But they have a booklet, like an after school program. Come hang out with Satan, but this is the best thing. They're starting to push this narrative, and you're going to hear more of it. Okay? They're making Satan out to be like the good guy. They're saying, well, Satan revolted against the Almighty because he was too strict. He's a tyrant. And he's really sticking up for the people. As far as women's rights, these rights, those rights. If you read the Bible, the Almighty, basically he's a male chauvinist up to a point. And that's the way he is. I mean, I'm not here to question him. He don't mistreat, he's not saying mistreat women or anything, but he just made a power structure. Basically him, his son, men, and then women, and then children. And he made this some type of power structure. And they're starting to say the devil is like, he's the liberator, he's the one that's sticking up for everybody, and he's the light bringer. I mean, this is the new narrative that's starting to go out there. I've heard a lot of people saying this lately. I mean, this is insane what they're pushing. So this is what they're doing, And brew what? What does that mean? Brew what, men? Got to explain a little better. So this is what they're pushing. Lucifer now is like, he's the liberator for mankind. He's the one who's sticking up for our rights against the Almighty. Is like, they're trying to make like the Almighty's a tyrant. He's your father. He made you. He's got rules. If you don't want to obey his rules, no problem. When judgment day comes, you could have the conversation. The guy made me. He's got the juice. He can make me live forever. He can do... he can make me, I find that more people are happy that basically follow his ways than Satan's ways. Satan's ways is just evil, The wildest thing I heard this week was Satan is good. Satan is our friend. It's barely Wednesday. Yeah, I don't know. This is like some kind of new narrative they're putting out there. They're starting to push it like a doctrine. Satan's being the good guy is classic Gnostic doctrine. Yep. Is a slang for a brother, bro. Bruh. Oh. I got you. Well, I got to learn these slang words, princess. I'm not a bruh. In my day, you know what we used to call people? Like people use bro. We used to call everybody Mo. Yo, Mo, where you going over there? Mo, come here, Mo. I actually, my sister and her son and I, they call me Uncle Mo because I say Mo so many times. At work, they were calling me Mo. They wouldn't even call me by my name because I'd be like, yo, Mo, come here. Yo, Mo. I would use Mo, You guys use bro. And yeah, I know it's all good. I'm with you. Let's look at some more crazy news. Come again, Ukrainian parliament tells Fox News, we not only fight for Ukraine, we fight for the New World Order. So she's saying they fight for the New World Order? Like, I don't want to fight for New World Order. Yeah, there it is. Come again, Ukrainian parliament tells Fox News, we not only fight for Ukraine, we fight. So is really Ukraine the New World Order and Putin's trying to break it up? I don't know. I'm confused. I was told that this was a conspiracy theory. We not only fight for Ukraine, we fight for this New World Order. Watch it on Twitter. I don't like to play videos. They kind of, YouTube will invent the strike against you. That's what they do. They're professionals at it. I put a religious rap video and they told me it was medical disinformation, they claimed. A religious rap video. They don't even want you really talking about the Almighty God. If I put a rap video about Satan, it'd be number one on the charts. This is what we're up against. It's telling people you got to start to wake up and realize a big thing about all of what's going on. It's basically the world is acting so strange to all of us. Like everything is like upside down. And that's what Satan does. The symbols is upside down. Everything he wants to do, the upside down version of what the Almighty did. So we have to realize that it's almost out of reach for, mankind, womankind, you want to say. It's basically out of our reach now. We need the Almighty to come step in because they're dug in too well. I mean, they got all these corporations locked up. I mean, all these big corporations are all tied to Satan somehow. The owners, the CEOs, they're blackmailed, leveraged, Satan worship. I mean, there's just all kinds of stuff. If you think about this, if you could control the top 500 corporations in the world, you basically control the world 100%. I don't even think you need the top 500. I think probably the top 10 would give you enough power. But let's say the top 100 for sure, you could control the planet in almost every way. And Rebel Watts, good brother. Yeah, well, we better start getting some renegade minds going on out here. That's my new line, man. You need to have a renegade mind. You got to be willing to say no. You got to almost think no before you think yes. Like, when I was a kid, the first words that usually would come out of our mouth when somebody was talking, nope. It wasn't yes. Now the first words coming out of usually people's mouths are yes. Yes. So that's where it is. And does anybody want to come on? It stinks. Your room smells like ass. Yeah. Go clean your room. I'm talking to my nephew. Room smells like ass. I told him yesterday, and he started cleaning it. So, where are we at next? Who has a subject they would like to talk about? I could do more news, but let's see if somebody's got a little bit of an idea here. Or if I basically have just listeners, not thinkers. I like thinkers. Let me look for some more news. Let's see what Microsoft is pushing in these days. All right. Assassination plot against Zelensky was failed. They're bringing up an assassination plot now. Let's see what else. Israel's Holocaust Museum is so dependent on Russian oligarch that it wants to protect it from sanctions. Let's see what else they're talking about. They're saying is Vladimir Putin committing war crimes. This is Microsoft feed. So, that they're trying to put a narrative now, like he's a warmonger criminal, and it is possible, but they're definitely planting the seed that they want you to believe that. Yeah, here's another one. I put money into oil. So if you want to make, now it's a little too late. I bought oil when it was real cheap, and I basically almost doubled my money. But oil is going to be $110. It's $110 a barrel now. It's going up to probably about $150. I told people you're going to pay $7 a gallon by the end of the year. You may be paying $7 a gallon by the end of the month. Here it is, $110 a barrel. All right. When Trump was in, I think it was 40 or 50 a barrel. Then it doubled. It went up to 100. Now it's 110. I would say it's going to hit 150, and I wouldn't be surprised if it hits 200 eventually. So that is where we're going to go. More inflation. You have to realize that once oil goes up, everything is going to go up. Food's going to go through the roof between the transportation, fertilizers made with petroleum. Then your electric bill is going to go up. Your gas bill is going to go up. Everything's going through the roof. Okay. And that's what's going to happen. They're going to cause this inflation to be crazy. The Ukrainian newspaper docks 120,000 soldiers. So this is what they're talking about. They're showing you Russian tanks. They're not, but like I said again, you don't see any Ukrainian forces fighting, right? Where are the Ukrainian soldiers? Where are they? They're nowhere to be found. Russian nuclear submarines, most missile drills at Putin's order. So more fear mongering. Here we go. This is Microsoft. They want to make you fear. They want to put you into fear. That's Mr. Gates' news, So even if it's true or not, you don't need to jump the gun and start to make everybody, be a fear monger, because that's what they want. They want you in fear so they have more control. This is all Microsoft. Space junk on a 5,800 mile per hour collision course with the moon. I don't know. Something's going to hit the moon now. This is what they're worried about. Bill O'Reilly blasts Fox News. He's saying that it's a disservice what Fox is presenting. I agree. I think Fox is actually become the clown this time around. Usually Fox was more on point. Something happened with them. They became a clown act over there. UAE cancels visa-free regime for Ukrainians. I don't know. 5 professors from top Chinese universities wrote an open letter condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine, marking the departure. So we're supposed to have respect for what China says, like as Americans, like we're supposed to actually think that, China is like such a great place. They got all these slaves that they're abusing. These, I think it's the Muslim people that I forgot what they're called. And they're treating, and they're making iPhones for us and stuff like that. And you still buy your Apple iPhone because you're a hypocrite. I won't buy an Apple iPhone if you paid me. I'm not buying it. They're supporting slave labor. So if you're somebody that's against slavery, then why are you buying an Apple iPhone? A lot of hypocrites out there. I'm telling you now, a lot of us are hypocrites. Even me myself. Once in a while, I catch myself being a hypocrite, but I try to narrow it to the least I can be a hypocrite. Look, I'm not perfect. I could say things that I didn't mean. I could do things that I didn't mean. But in general, 90% of me is whole and true. We all make mistakes. I'm not perfect. And if anybody wants to sit here and say they're perfect, then you should be in heaven already. The Almighty would have pulled you up there already. They're setting you up for all kinds of stuff, though. What the UK sanctions are going to mean on Russia will mean to us. So everything is going to revolve around their excuse. Have you noticed people that people aren't talking about a lot of things now because of this Russia thing? It took your mind off of everything. It took your mind off of getting this. It took your mind off of the face diaper. It took your mind off of what they're doing to our country. It took your mind off of inflation. And then it gave them excuses to, basically, inflation was happening way before we even went to this war started. I don't know if it's a make-believe, designed, or I don't know what it is, a ploy. I have no idea what's really going on there. I wish I did. I have a few ideas, but, this is the things Microsoft's talking about. Gorillas meet Zookeeper's baby for the first time in adorable videos. So the world is upside down, and we're talking about, these are like the headlines. They're talking about fucking zoos. This is what this is the shit that we got to put up with. This is what Microsoft, $1 million bounty on Putin offered by Russian businessmen. So what is this all about? You're telling me a Russian put a bounty on Putin's head? I think that guy will not be around too long. This guy, Putin ain't playing no games. I mean, he is OG. There's no in between. This guy, he's, whoever that is, that businessman that put that bounty on his head, I don't believe it. I mean, that's like committing suicide, if you ask me. So, putting $1 million. Yeah, clown act again. Physicists create bizarre quantum domain walls and new experiment. Yeah, they're opening up portals for demons to come in. That's what they're doing. Yeah, look. They're saying they're doing these quantum experiments. Yeah, they're probably doing satanic rituals, opening up portals. That's what I think they're doing. It's evil people that we deal with in life. So, if you look at this, though, look at it, sit back in your chair and just look at everything that's going on. And it's almost like a movie. It's like there's so much action going on in the world that you don't even got to watch Netflix no more. Just turn on the news. It's almost more entertaining at points. I mean, what the hell's going on out there is almost more entertaining than Netflix could ever put out. I mean, I think that's why all these Hollywood ratings are going down. We have reality shows all over the planet right now going on. Yeah. A teenager that tracked Elon Musk's jet is now tracking Russian oligarchs. Now, do you really believe that? Do you really believe that there is somebody, a teenager especially, not even like military surveillance, is able to track Russian oligarchs and track it? Come on. I don't know what else they're going to kind of say out there. I mean, like, what else do you want to say? Yeah, so there's another thing. Psaki, that secretary for Biden, they basically said she was like tongue frozen when they asked her about importing Russian gas. Why we're still importing it if we're boycotting them? And she was like, oh, and she brought up a total other shit. Like she went away from it. That's what she does. She's very good at that girl. That's why I think they chose her. She's so arrogant about it, too. Then she's saying that the mass guidance was released ahead of Biden's address, had nothing to do with the timing of the State of the Union. Who cares? I mean, that's ridiculous. So Soros is saying, see, this is how you know there's a problem. This guy basically hates people. He wants, if it was up to him, the whole entire planet would be under one regime, this Soros. I mean, when did he ever become somebody that I look up to? And he's saying that we must back Ukraine whatever possible. So if this guy's back in Ukraine, I have to almost be scared that Ukraine is not evil. I really do. Because if this guy's back in Ukraine, I don't know what he's trying to, bring up. But I mean, if you got some guy like that extremist bringing up, we got to back Ukraine, I'm going the opposite. I mean, it's real scary. Yeah. Man smears human feces on. There's a video actually. I'm gonna look at this video, see if he actually does smear it. And we'll put it on. Yeah, this guy does it. Yeah, all this. So here, let's put this on. I see if I could blow it up. Boom. Mm-hmm. All right. So here, we're gonna play this video. So he's got the shit in the bag. He pulls it out and smears it on the lady's face. I mean, could you imagine somebody doing that to you? Like, really? Like, is that crazy or what? I mean, is that real crazy? Somebody smearing NYPD crime. They had it on video. That's some crazy shit. You're sitting there and a guy comes and smears shit in your face. That guy, I don't know. Me and him be doing it right there, but it was a lady he did it. So they're saying Biden introduced Kamala Harris as the president of the United States video. You can watch that another time. To lift vaccine mandate for New York City to lift vaccine mandate for indoor businesses, dining and events. So they're starting to loosen the grip on us, right? They're starting to loosen the grip. And then, they'll let 3 months go by, 2 months, 6 months. Or maybe they're loosening the grip because we're going to go to war. I mean, and they want to get us patriotic. Because I noticed that's another thing. I'm watching, you got Netflix right now. I don't really watch Netflix. What my nephew does, so he had it, and I just clicked on it to see if there's any new shows, and I could stream them. And I see all these patriotic movies on Netflix like crazy. They're flooding it. And the reason why they're doing it, they're getting us ready, the Americans, for something. They're starting to get, people pumped up, getting patriotic. So, they're lifting all these things. Are they trying to make us feel like we're America again? And are they going to step on our necks 3 months from now and show us that they got the power? Yeah. So Snuggle says, I worship Netflix. Netflix possessed me. 1 million here. 1 million bounty. But Rebel sunk to 1 million man is packed with Starburst and cup holder. So Snuggle says, nothing wrong with that. I have to go in order with these things. I don't go in order sometimes. And imagine for a TV channel. And she says, Netflix never possessed me. I worship Netflix. Well, I'm not saying when Netflix possesses anyone. What I'm saying is they put agendas out there. The real turnoff to me with Netflix is when they push that cuties thing. They were trying to push the satanic people. They're trying to figure out a way to get pedophilia into the mainstream where it's kind of like accepted. They're trying to make this shit. No, we're going to start to accept it. So they're going to, they're going to put a show like Cuties out there to test market it and to see. And right away, the people just, boom, they smashed Netflix. Everybody. People were like, I'm not going to. So Netflix took it off the air and everything because they realized that this shit was too severe for people. Hold on 1 second. I want to see where my dog is. Here we go. So we got Wim saying, definitely not. Bada bing. I agree. They are corrupted. I think a lot of these companies were normal companies when they first started, and they are bought out by satanic people that own bigger companies, or they get some of these CEOs in these companies, and they'll bring them to. Listen, Epstein's Island isn't the only island. Okay, that was just the one they want to throw us at. There's more of them. There's ones that we don't even know about. Okay, so they bring them to one of these islands, drug them up, a CEO, put them in a room, then start throwing little kids in there or even young teenagers, and then videotape it. And now we got leverage on you, and you're going to do whatever we say. If not, we're going to put this on the news, and you're going to go to jail for pedophilia. You ever notice a lot of important people are going to jail for pedophilia? Now, are some of them actually into that shit? Yes. But usually the ones that they're showing you, they either have them set up, leveraged, and they basically weren't going along with the show, so they use that against them. I think the real ones are the ones that they're not showing us, the real heavy-duty pedophiles out there. They don't get caught, see? they're the ones actually blaming a lot on other people. I mean, they say some of these movie stars are really bad with it, but who knows? We don't know. Let's look at some more news. So, they're saying a New York City cop, January 6th, is basically going to lose his job. He's being tried for his crime was befriending Roger Stone. So, massive explosion in Ukraine. They're showing more of that. Another House Democrat retirement spells trouble for Pelosi. So a lot of these Democrats are retiring, but I don't know. Does it really matter? Does it really matter? Because the Republicans, half of them are just as bad. I mean, they're all so many rhinos. You can't trust them. Here's another thing. So you got this president of Ukraine, right? Now, is this guy really, am I supposed to really respect the guy like he's the president? I mean, look at this picture of him. He's in like a sweatsuit. I mean, is that how a president acts? I mean, I even got more brains than that. I'm a president of a country. You're never going to see me without a tie and a jacket. I mean, this isn't the first time. I've seen this guy in T-shirts. I mean, is he trying to say I'm one of the guys? I'm one of the regular people? I mean, what is the message you're trying to get here? Yeah, look, they're in like velour. It's in like I don't know, weird jacket on here. What? Look at this. So this is how the president of a country drives. Ukraine's got like 40 million people in it. It's not a little country either. So when your president dresses like that, like, are you serious? Like, that's my president? That's how a president could dress? I mean, is this the way they're basically representing themselves? You want people to take you serious. Start acting serious. Start acting like a president. You're acting like that's like a gangster would walk around like that. Like the old Italian, they wear the velour. The old Italian gangsters, Russian gangsters, like that. That's how they dress. This guy's dressing like he's a gangster. He's not dressing like a president. So, state-run comedy, Saturday Night Live, back. They're talking about all this BS that they're doing. Yeah, definitely, I think Saturday Night Live has been definitely converted. Definitely. All righty. So, let's see what else we got going on. Something about Pennsylvania voting machines. If the election wasn't rigged, America would right now continue to have record low gas prices. Yeah. But, like I've always said, look, I voted for Trump, but I'm not sure if he's not in on the game, too. Lop, where you been, man? I haven't seen you. I thought you went off the face of the planet. Yeah, I don't know where you been, Lop. Where you been, buddy? The people in this suit and ties are the most evil and not to be trusted. Look, I'm not going to disagree with you about that. But a president isn't supposed to dress up in a sweatsuit. I'm sorry. You're the president of a country. Even when presidents or even when people go back 100 years ago, before all this corruption was really bad. I mean, presidents always dressed like a president. You have to dress. You have to act according. You have to act professional. You're not, to me, I'm not going to say that's cool. You're wearing a terry cloth sweatsuit and you're the president of your country. I mean, I could see Jeff Bezos walking around in a sweatsuit. He owns a company. He doesn't represent anything but his company image, right? But you're the president of a country and you're talking to a lot of all these leaders. You got to fit with the club. You can't just go in there and look like you're the average street guy and you want people to take you serious. It's not going to work. I think even you, Lop, if you were the president, even though I know you're a little, you don't care, I think you would even wear a suit. Come on now. You go for a job interview, Lop. You don't wear a shirt and a tie if you want to get the job. All right? So let's stop making... The problem is people are trying to make excuses for everything now. Like Trump. Look, I voted for him. He was the better of the two poisons, or whatever you want to consider it. I'm a conservative. This guy, basically, he did do a lot of good stuff, but still, he's recommending this. I don't agree with that. Okay, and that's what really woke me up to, Trump was when he started recommending that. A lot of people now are looking at him a little more leery. I know he's a Mason, and I know he's a high-level Mason. He does all the Masonic stuff. He did a lot of the devil signs. He stopped doing it. He used to get on, and he used to do this with both hands like this when he was talking. That's the sign of 3 6s. Okay, let's be real. I got my phone's going off. Hold on, I'll be right there. All right, I shut that phone. And let's see what else we got going on. Hold on. I'm muted. Look at that. So I was talking about Donald Trump, making all these signs and stuff, and people are making excuses for him. I don't make excuses for nobody. Even like Ted Cruz, who I thought was sticking up for us. I was listening to some senators and go, all right, this guy sounds like he's not corrupted, right? And then I find pictures on the internet. He's doing all Masonic stuff. I almost think you have to be in that type of, you have to be a Mason almost to be in politics now. I mean, I would say 95% of them are all Masons and involved in something. Whether, maybe some of the main devil worshippers, the lower level ones, but the high level ones, they all get into that devil and satanic shit. So they could say anything they want, make excuses. I called it, you're busted. They're busted. Pops busted them. They want to keep sticking up for him. Basically, you got demons on both sides of the table, so pick the demons that are less evil, I guess. That's what it boils down to now. Now we're just picking out which guy is going to do less damage to us, This guy's going to let me eat. This guy's going to try to not make me eat, This guy, my life is going to really suck, and this guy, my life's going to be a lot better, but it's still going to suck, but a lot better. So we have to almost pick our poison. This is what we're doing now. It's at the point of we're not even picking the good guy. We're just picking the bad guy that ain't as bad. Because they're all evil, but I don't know who's more evil. The guy that actually lets you know, I worship the devil, right? Or the guy that says, I worship the Almighty, but really worships the devil. Who's more evil? It's like you're getting stabbed in the back, you don't even know it, or you're going to get stabbed in the back and know you're getting stabbed in the back. Which person's more evil to me? I think the guy that acts like he worships the Almighty and really worships the devil, I think that person's more evil. But it seems to be right now we have to pick our poison. This is what we're stuck with. You got Satan worshiper A and Satan worshiper B. Which one do you want? Well, the reason why people vote LOP is because they still rather have the lesser two evils. The guy who worships Netflix is more evil. I agree, man. Well, I don't know how you can worship anything really other than the Almighty. I mean, there's nothing else to worship no more. People worship stupid shit now. You know, prisoner Biden regime, desperately plea. Whatever. That January thing or deal, they're putting those people supposedly. I mean, you don't see any pictures. You don't hear anything. Is that all lies? They're saying these people are in jail for 6 months, a year, 5 years. They're getting mistreated. I mean, I don't know. So, what does Hydro say? I choose Satan itself. Maybe you could give us a little more information about what you mean. Hello, Hydro. Honestly, I worship the Undertaker, then God second. Interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. And let me put a link on YouTube again. I can't believe actually nobody wants to join. I guess you people love hearing me. You don't need to hear anybody else, huh? Let's see. Invite. I got to copy it. All right, I'm going to put this in YouTube. If anybody wants to join. Now, let's see. Do we have any questions? Do we have any questions from the audience? Why don't we do that? Hydro hose. Well, hydro hose, what does that mean? While you at it, read the Shama. Don't get that one, but I get it. And NATO Rapid Response Unit created after Russia's 2014 of Ukraine is being activated. So, all right, so where are, but like I said 100 times, where are the Ukrainian soldiers? So we're going to send NATO soldiers in to help Ukraine, and they don't even want to send their own soldiers. I mean, where are the Ukrainian soldiers? Seems like there is no Ukrainian army. It's only civilians. Were they lying when they said they actually have 250,000 soldiers and 250,000 soldiers in reserve? Did they really have no soldiers? Is that what it really is? They were lying to us? Because it seems to be that the only people you see on the news are civilians with Molotov cocktails and AK-47s. You know, so this is what they're saying. And why hasn't Russia mobilized its air power against Ukraine? How the hell do I know? They're saying Russia's army stumbling. Come on. You're telling me that Russia's army can't even beat civilians with no real weapons? I mean, really? Really? Are we supposed to believe that? Are we supposed to believe that? So now they're trying to see, this is where Microsoft goes. You know, they're trying to say that Chris Christie takes a shot at Trump for calling Putin a genius. He didn't call him a genius, basically. He said he's just smarter than our president, which is 100%. Anybody. I think a 5-year-old smarter than that guy. You guys senile, right? So Trump is saying, basically, you people are dumb running this country right now. You let this shit happen. It would have never happened with me, and I believe that. You know? So that's the way it is. I just saw a man from Ukraine removing a bomb from underneath a bridge while a cigarette was in his mouth. I love that, Princess K. That's some funny shit. Is there like a picture of that or something? Definitely show us. I would love to see that. Hey, Pops in chat. Welcome. So that's pretty funny. Definitely pretty funny, man. That is funny. And everybody, I don't know. YouTube keeps taking subscribe. Every time I hit like 100, I had like 105 the other day. Now I'm down to 99 again. I'm laughing. I'm going, these clowns won't even let me hit 100. Forget about letting me hit 1,000. There's one girl. Somebody was bringing it up to my attention yesterday. She has like 950,000 subscribers for the last 2 years, and they won't let her hit 1 million. It just won't let her hit 1 million. It's control. They just like, for you to hit 1 million, I guess you gotta, join the cabal. You gotta make the deal with the devil. You gotta sell your soul to get 1 million YouTube subscribers. I guess I'll never have 1 million. I almost want somebody to like join them, but they'll kill you. That's the problem. And like find out all their secrets, and then they should make a movie about a guy. This is what the movie should be. I should write this script. So what I do is, I become a little famous. Or I join the Masons, and I move all the way up the ladder, and I become the 33-degree Mason, right? And they teach me all the satanic stuff, and I play along with it. And then, once I got it all down pat, and I know who's in charge, who the big guys are, I start taking them out. Boom, one at a time. They should make a movie about that. I will go to the movie theater tomorrow to see that movie. And this guy just starts taking out the whole cabal because he knows who all of them, all these bloodline fam, everything. This guy's like a professional assassin. He starts whacking all of them. That should be a movie. That would be #1 in the box office. I got to write that script. How's that movie sound? Anybody got any comment on that? Would you go see that movie? I love that movie. I'm not selling my soul for anything. I hear you. But would you like that movie? That's a great movie. Princess Eastern Europe, breakfast from coffee and cigarettes. Yeah, guy's taking a bomb out with a cigarette in his mouth. You think they got smoking regulations over there? You could smoke with a cigarette in your mouth while you're pulling a bomb out. You think you could go in a restaurant and have a cigarette? You think they actually care? Probably I would imagine this is how crazy this world is. You're allowed to go near a bomb with a cigarette in your mouth, but you're not allowed to go and have a cigarette when you're having a cup of coffee in a cafe. That's the type of world. That's the type of crazy world that they're making us believe we live in. We live in this kind of matrix shit, man. This is like the Truman Show. The Truman Show? This is real. We live in the Truman Show right now. These people, I mean, I don't believe in aliens at all, right? So I believe in the fallen are actually the aliens. And they must be sitting back, watching television, cracking up at all the shit we're doing, all these fallen angels. Going, look at these clowns. Would you sell 49% of your what? Would you send? What is this? Would you sell 49% of your LIC to the devil? I don't know. I would be split. What does he mean? What? I don't know. I'm a little confused there for a second. I'm everywhere. Sometimes I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone. No, you're in the Satanic Zone. That's what you're in, man. You got to understand, Satan, think about this. He does everything the opposite. Nothing by nature right now, makes any kind of logical sense anymore. This is all to twist you, everything is the opposite of what's really supposed to be. There's no more normal, laws anymore. Nothing's normal. And it was mine, so he can smoke next to it. These guys saying that bomb was his. And he smoked much when he was younger. People in Europe smoke so much, it's crazy. But here's a fun fact for you. People in Europe, a lot of these countries, smoke twice as much as of Americans. Okay? Per capita. So you got twice as many people smoking twice as much. And yet, they have 50% less lung cancer rate than Americans. And the main reason is the way they cure their tobacco. So in Europe, they cure their tobacco. They put some chemicals in it. Some places, some don't even put chemicals, but they don't put as much. In America, they have every chemical in the creation in that cigarette. Chemicals that make you get more addicted, chemicals that do kill you. All kind. They got so many chemicals. They call them carcinogens in our cigarettes. That's what gives you the cancer. Because in Europe, they don't have half as much as the stuff, and they have a lot less cancer. So it's not really the tobacco, even though tobacco probably could give you cancer. The Indians, though, smoke tobacco every day. I didn't hear of no Indians dying of cancer, Then again, I don't have no statistics. I don't think they had statistics then. But still, I mean, natural tobacco has got to be way better than smoking tobacco with all these chemicals. It makes perfect sense. I can't confirm. Hey, people smoke so much here. Dude, it's insane. Many people that smoke 80 cigarettes per day. I mean, that's 4 packs. And they don't got lung cancer. Hey, Bonnie. It's real talk. So, let's put a invite again. We're in. Hey, it's the Pop Show, and I've been talking for an hour and 47 minutes straight. My tongue is starting to hurt. I gotta see if I could find something else we could talk about. Let's see what else we could talk about. Well, Ukraine president agrees to meet with Russian delegation. This Pelosi's got me crazy. I can't look at her no more. Every time I see Pelosi, I just go, this is so crazy that this woman is actually like the head of Congress. It's like crazy. South Beach, new law limits alcohol sales during spring break to avoid last year's mayhem. So what do they mean? Limits alcohol sales. So what are they talking about in Florida? I know Florida's a pretty free state, but like, how are you going to limit that? What are you going to tell people? Like, you get only a certain amount of drinks? I don't know. I'll go to a different bar if I want, I mean, come on now. I don't get it. I don't get it. And all right. So, does anybody have any questions? Yeah. So, let's see. You pass recognizable geometry relatively fast, considering look at back, it won't happen in a flash. Yeah, I mean, look about how life has changed. Like if you go back 3 years ago, before, whatever you want to call it, hit us, the plague or whatever you want to call it. Look at how life was then and look at how different life is now. And this is like, 3 years have gone by? I mean, look at last month compared to this month. I mean, so life's changing at a rapid course. The reason why I believe is the devil's running out of time. There's a clock. There's a clock. There's a countdown. I actually seen Crowder. He made a video about his speech. I didn't watch it. I'm gonna watch it. But I think he was, basically bringing up a lot of good points about, who. Now, if I did something like that and I put his speech and I was talking in the background, probably YouTube would take it off or give me a strike. Crowder's got millions of subscribers. I don't think they mess with him too much because if Crowder pulls off YouTube, they're going to lose a lot of money. So when you do get to a certain level, here's what they're getting you ready. They are getting you ready, and they're going to blame Putin. So here you go. Show you oil prices. What is that? 590, 585, probably in California. The former Navy secretary, the addiction to fossil fuels empowers Putin. I mean, this is what these people talk about. They're getting you ready, man. They're getting you ready for, I believe it's going to be $10 a gallon, but I said it'll be $7 a gallon by the end of the year. Well, I guess it's by the end of the month. All right, so now they're trying to tell you that Ukraine has killed, here you go, 6,000 Russians have been killed in the first days of the invasion. Now, so you want to tell me that civilians have been killing these Russians? Because I don't see any videos of Ukrainian people fighting. And if you look at this armored vehicle, I got to show you this again. It looks so damn old that I think they pulled it out of a museum. Doesn't even look like a modern day vehicle at all. It looks so old. I mean, it's got like a turret on top. I don't know. Where's the cannon for the tank? Did they blow it off? I don't know. It's crazy shit, you know. But you really believe the civilians killed 6,000 Russian soldiers? What, with Molotov cocktails? Because obviously Ukrainians' army ran. They're hiding in the woods somewhere because I don't see any of them fighting. All I see is civilians, you know. So that's what we got there. And you're saying, more, you know, all you're hearing on the news is Putin's people are getting, his soldiers are getting killed, and Ukrainians are like Superman, you know. Their civilians are like superheroes, beating the army with Molotov cocktails and AK-47s, you know. And Ukraine really doesn't have a military. Supposedly, it's civilians only, because I don't see any, like I said, I'll say this 100 times. Where is Ukrainians' military? Where are they? They're nowhere to be found. You can watch 100 videos. You won't see a squad of like 100 Ukrainian professional soldiers, you know, in real gear. They'll show you a little picture of like 2 or 3 of them with one tank. No, where's like a platoon of Ukrainian soldiers with tanks and, you know, artillery, and they're fighting Russia? Where are those people? They're not there. Where are they? In another country? Where are they? In Poland hanging out? What are they doing? Like, where are these Ukrainian military forces? Where are they? And here is the biggest thing. Why is it you'll never hear anything in the news about the biolabs in Ukraine? Supposedly there's 8 of them. Supposedly the U.S. is funding them. This is supposedly hearsay. They'll say it's conspiracy theories, but here's a map. I don't know. Did somebody just wake up in the morning and draw a map? Here it is. So here is a map of 8 specific locations in Ukraine that are labs. Okay, these are biolabs. There's another article, U.S. laboratories in Ukraine dealing for threat for population. And, you know, you could see all this stuff, what's going on. You'll never hear about this in the news. They just hide everything. They don't care. They're even telling you, since 2014, it seems like only Americans work there and the Pentagon finances on them. This is an article I found. Is it hearsay? Is it lies? Is it true? You go do your own homework. I'm just showing you what I've seen. I don't think somebody woke up in the morning and decided they wanted to basically, you know, lie about that. But how come you don't hear anything about it? So this is how how Biden's going to fight the war against, you know, Russia or whatever. This is how he fights the war. Here, let's see. Biden says the U.S. will seize yachts and luxury apartments from Russian oligarchs and well parked in the country. We are coming for all your illegal begotten gains. Oh, you know, we're going to go after the rich. Yeah, right. Please stop insulting the American people. Why is it that these guys feel they must insult us always? They're going to go after these people. Come on now. Really. I don't know. How much more of a clown act can we put up with? You know? How much more? You know, I don't know. And here we're going into, so let's go into some sci-fi shit. Two monster black holes are headed toward a collision that will rock the fabric of space-time. You know, this is what they want you to believe in, all this space shit, you know. Here you go. You know, they want you to believe it because they're going to set up. I think the Hail Mary card is, so people don't say Pops never told you so. The Hail Mary for the cabal or the oligarchs, basically they're going to try to get this new world order put in place. But when they lose every battle, and they have nothing left to lose because they still can't get this new world order going, they're going to use the last card. It's the Hail Mary to me. It's the alien card. They're going to fake the alien invasion. We do have ships that look like spaceships. I've actually seen footage of triangular spaceships that we have made already that work off of some kind of magnetic pulse shit. And they look just like UFOs. They're triangles with lights. They got stuff. All right. So they're going to probably fake some type of alien. That's the last thing. That's the Hail Mary. That's when they fail at everything. Finally, you'll have your fake alien invasion. And, I believe that the aliens actually do exist, but they're not aliens. These grays, they are the fallen demons. Not the fallen themselves, but the demons that were created. And even the that devil worshiper there, the head priest, I forgot his name. Will come to my head later. He basically made a picture of what they look like. That he summoned a demon through a portal, and I may have the picture somewhere. I gotta look for it. So basically, he drew a picture of it. He's of a demon that came through the portal, and it looks like a gray. I don't know if I could find it now. I think his name was Crowley or something like that. So he drew this picture of it. I can't find, but anyway, it looked like a gray. You could look Aleister Crowley, or you could Google it. So I think that's their Hail Mary. I think their Hail Mary card is definitely going to be the alien invasion. I can't see anything else they could possibly do that would make any sense to me other than that. Alien invasion. Here it is. I just hope they don't do some crazy shit like they blow up a couple of buildings or something. I mean, I could see them definitely sacrificing a couple of buildings with, people in them just to get their, agenda through. I mean, they want you to believe ET. They've been pumping this shit into us for a long time. And let's see what else. American civilians can kill 6,000 Russian troops. Yeah, it depends. If they go up into Missouri, well, all those people up there got hunting rifles. It's possible, but a bald eagle solos Russia. And here we go. How much is the gas? Oh, so Vigo's asking. It's about $4 a gallon, give or take. And let's see what else we got. China's invading Taiwan next, and we won't be able to stop it. Of course, China's going to jump on the bandwagon now. Because think about it. We're busy with Russia. Now China could go in through the back door and get China, they could go Taiwan. So it will make perfect sense. If I was China, I'd be almost making my move already. I think they almost made the plan together. Maybe Putin said, yeah, I'll go in first and you come in. They'll be so busy. They won't be able to, they can't stop both of us at the same time. Labs are boring unless it has meth in it. That's why we don't hear about it. Snuggles from one. Yeah, Project Blue Beam, alien invasion. Well, what they're going to do with the Blue Beam, I mean, they'll put images in the sky of ships, but they're going to have a couple of real ones. They're going to have to actually blow shit up a little bit, They got to do some kind of, people aren't going to buy. They're going to have a ship come down and land okay? And it's going to look like an alien craft, and you're going to see the fallen, these demonic angels, they're going to come out of the ship and look like aliens, and they're going to make believe they're here to save us, Like you want to watch a good TV series, but they make it like they're lizards with human skin, but you can't tell. There's a show called V. They got one that was old, and then they got a newer one that was made I forgot what year it was made, in the 2000s. But the newer one I like better because the special effects are way better. Watch that TV series. You'll get an idea. And, believe E.T. I don't believe in E.T. Yeah, so here we go. Into many years, it does look like it's coming to that. Yep. Yeah, I know what you mean. Crowley painting. And let's see. I fear that they will hit a town with the bomb because we have a giant John Deere in Tyson's. If it goes down, I don't think we can get bombed because we have sea remand of the defenses. Well, if an alien, if there really was such thing as aliens, they got technology that's out of control. I mean, I'm sure they could come down here and do it. Now, that Project Bluebeam, we'll get on to that. I think a lot of that is those fake, you see these images of alien ships that you ever notice with all the technology we got, all the great cameras we got, my iPhone could take a better picture or video of all these UFO stuff they keep showing us, right? But everything's always blurry. Nothing is ever clear. There's no details of the ship. Everything's blurry. Why is that? Why is it that everything is blurry? Do we have technology from 1910 still that we can't get a clear picture? Come on. We got cameras that could slow down the resolutions and basically show you something that's moving 1,000 miles an hour, and we could show a bullet flying through, okay? And we can't get good pictures and videos of these UFOs because it's all bullshit. They don't want you to. They want everything to be a blur, so you can't prove it. They want everything to be like, is it real? A mystery, Well, it's the fallen. They're coming down. They're going to make believe. This is their Hail Mary. This is if things don't work out. I think that's the last card that the whatever you want to say, the cabal, the Illuminati, the Masons. I don't know. Whoever's controlling the show, devil worshippers. That's their last card, the Hail Mary card, the alien invasion. And they know people are going to not believe it. They're going to have to really prove their point. Supposedly, then they're going to make another thing they could do too. Maybe they're setting us up. So let's just say the Almighty's coming down. Supposedly Jesus with his angels on a white horse or whatever, a chariot. And now they're all coming down to destroy all these demons on this planet. Now we're going to start launching bombs at the Almighty God, thinking it's aliens. I mean, who knows what their crazy plan is? I don't know. All I know is they got all this shit in their playbook, and we know it. I think these New World Order oligarchs and all that didn't believe that we were going to find out all this shit. And I think the internet actually it worked against them. So that's probably what happened. Anybody got any questions out there? Shoot them up. Let's get it. So Ukraine says almost 6,000 Russians have been killed in the first year. So civilians killed 6,000 Russians. Yeah, okay, I believe that. Not their military that you never see. So now they're saying, here are the scenarios where Putin might use a nuke. Here it is. Look, this is what they're trying to sell you. Fear porn, more and more and more and more free porn. And yeah, if they cornered Putin, I'm sure he had no choice, but they're trying to make you think like this guy is totally out of his mind. He's going to use all this stuff. They're trying to make you think Russia's losing the war. I don't understand, like I said, who's destroying all these tanks and killing all these Russian soldiers? Civilians with Molotov cocktails? Because still, I haven't seen a video with a whole platoon of Ukrainian professional soldiers with tanks and, artillery fighting the Russians, or planes, even Ukrainian planes, which they don't probably exist because Russians dominating that airspace. There's no way in the world Ukraine can even compete with Russia in the air. I mean, it's like not even a comparison. I don't even think Ukraine has any planes left. They're saying Poland sent them planes. But one guy says, well, even if Poland sends them planes, where are they going to take off at it? Because Russia took out all their airports already. But here, look at this picture. So they're showing you, this looks like, first of all, I don't know if that's a Russian tank. It looks like an Abrams tank, but it could be a Russian. I'm not a tank genius. It's saying smoke rises from Russian tank destroyed by Ukraine forces on the side of the road. So where are those forces? Like, I never seen them. Did 10 civilians run out with Molotov cocktails and threw it at the tanks and took it down? I mean, this is what they're trying to show you. They're trying to show you, like, Russia's not even, like, winning the war. Really. Civilians, I guess, you don't need an army. I guess America should not fund the military no more. What America should do is not fund it, to get rid of all the military spending, okay, which would be hundreds of billions of dollars, and just give every American an M10 and say, if they come in, you protect the country because you're better than our soldiers. Because it seems like Ukrainian civilians are fighting better than their army because you don't see one video of like I said, like a platoon of Ukrainian professional soldiers. Where are they? Where are they rolling up with like 1,000 men and 10 tanks and artillery going? Where are these Ukrainian soldiers? Where are they? And that Russian tank got taken out by who? Maybe the tank fell into the hole and they're making like, I put some fake smoke back there. You don't even know what to believe anymore, I just want to see the real deal. I want to see that Ukrainian army, not civilians. Why do you need civilians in the first line of defense? They're the last resort. If they told me they wiped out Ukrainians' army and now the civilians are gearing up because they're not giving in, I'll go along with that. But the first line of defense is your people, civilians with not even, no real good weapons, no training, not your Ukrainian military, that you have 250,000 soldiers and none of them are to be found. They'll show you maybe 2 soldiers. Give me a break. Ukrainian army has entered the chat. You would see it on TikTok. Laugh out loud. Yeah. So who are you guys bullshitting? Oh, Vigo wants to know if I had breakfast. Yeah, I ate something as soon as I woke up before the show. I actually, believe it or not, I had like a cheesesteak sandwich. I had cheesesteak from last night, so I woke up in the morning and I was like, I'll have some cheesesteak again. Yep. Great Britain used civilians in Operation Dynamo. Dead civilians push the MSM narrative. Help. Yeah, but it's bullshit. Because if you're really if you're a real true president, you don't put your civilians in harm's way. You send your military in first, And okay, so you're sending your civilians, you're hiding your military, right? So you're telling me the civilians are actually taking out all these Russian tanks and all this shit? Come on. Yeah, maybe they're shooting down the plane. They said they shot down like 18 Russian jet fighters already, which is total bullshit. Maybe they shot down 1 or 2. They're saying they got these missiles. Well, I don't really see them. I seen one missile launcher that they showed, a defense missile launcher. But all right, let's just say that's believable, right? But where is their military? Where are they? What are they all hiding in mountains or something like? And they're making the civilians protect the cities? Like, come on. It's bullshit. That's what it is. Total bullshit, man. Total bullshit. So that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with total bullshit. Don't know what to believe, what not to believe. That's what they want. They want us all second-guessing ourselves. And if not second-guessing ourselves, then they want us to be idiots and go along with their bullshit. So let's see what this one is. I mean, I'm on Microsoft News right now, and I'm telling you, every minute there's another article coming out about the Ukraine and Russia. Man, that's all they want people to be talking about. Like right now, that's all we've been talking about all morning, right? It's because this is what they want. We're so distracted that right now, who knows, the Senate and Congress are passing all kinds of laws that we're all going to be in FEMA camp soon or something. Like, who knows what they're doing? Because obviously, they got us so wound up in this shit. Now, this is nothing. Okay, this is like a war with just Russia and Ukraine. Imagine like some shit goes down with like the United States. Is that real war with somebody? Whoa, it's gonna be real news, man. People will be just. People won't even be able to think anymore. They won't even be able to drive their cars. They'll be so worried. Oh my God, we're at war. Oh, people in America, they can't. They got no stomach for blood. Majority, not everybody. Listen, there's some definite patriot warriors out there, you know, but the majority of Americans they can't stomach blood. They won't be able to handle it. They just can't handle it. So they're saying Putin ally repeats call for Russia to use more brutal tactics in Ukraine. Yeah. Let me see this video on Twitter. This shit's on Twitter. So this is what they're showing us. Showing us Russian vehicles shot and destroyed. And you know what? It's possible. I don't doubt that Ukraine has defenses that they could fight Russia off up to a point. But don't make me think civilians are doing it. I mean, you know, civilians ain't, you know, hitting these tanks with missiles and stuff. They, you know, even if they gave Ukrainian civilians like bazookas and stuff, they wouldn't even know how to shoot them. So they're showing us videos on Twitter. You're gonna have to go on Twitter and look. There's some stuff they're showing. Basically, tanks and stuff. Russian stuff has been hit and blown up. Maybe it was a plane or something that blew them up with a couple of bombs. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if Ukraine, you know, is actually doing some damage. It's just that they're kind of not showing us like how they're doing it. You know, it's kind of like everything's a secret. You know, even war is a secret now. The media hides what's really going on in wars. This is what we're up against. You can't even find out what's going on. The only way you're going to get any type of truth is somebody with like a cell phone or something over there. Put it on, like somebody said, TikTok or some shit. Yeah. So Koof and lockdowns didn't work. So here comes Boogeyman 2.0. Yeah, this is the next card in their playbook. But they really want to kill the economy and get the digital currency. That's the real. Once that happens, man, it is super game over. Yo. If it ever gets to the point that we're under one currency and the dollar goes down, you might as well just go really build your bunker and get ready, because there's nothing going to stop it at that point. You won't be able, you better have to start growing your own food and everything at that point, because you're not going to be able to get food and nothing once it's one currency. They're going to tell you, go get that right chip put in your hand. Now, you know, we got to have, you know, it's so important. You know, that Stevie Nicks gives her opinion of entry to Putin hoping hell turn to dust. The ghosts are coming. Stevie Nicks. Like, I really give a shit about what Stevie Nicks thinks. Like, really. Let me just double check this for a second. Yeah, so Stevie Nicks, a singer. Like, your fucking opinion matters to me, Stevie Nicks. Like, really, I give a shit about, like, what are you, some kind of politician, military guru or something? Like, I really give a shit about what Stevie Nicks says? I mean, that's even news. Music legends now become politicians? Like, come on now. Give me a break. Yeah, well, we'll see. So saying Russian oligarch yachts are heading for Maldives as sanctions levy. So all these oligarchs are taking their boats and stuff. I mean, this is, here's a Russian oligarch boat they're showing you. Look at that thing, huh? I think I'd rather live in that than my apartment that I'm living in now, wouldn't you? Shit. You want to make me jealous or something? Is that what you're trying to do? Showing off? Yeah, this is what they're doing. And they're saying they're putting pressure on Putin. He looks bloated in new photos. What has being bloated got to do with anything? I don't know. Like, well, look. Yeah, hold on. Let's go back. Let's look at some of these pictures. Here. He's looking bloated. He looks nervous. Does that man look like he gives two shits about anything? That man looks like he's in total control. That's what he looks like to me. All right? They ain't worried about shit. They're running the show. This is all... Here, look, the shelves here. Look, no food. Oh, we got to, the Ukrainian people are going to be starving. And they probably are. It's all planned. Look, yeah. Pretty soon in America, you may be lining up for a loaf of bread. And people will. People will be happy. That's what that guy said. What's his name? Klaus there, whatever, says you will own nothing and you will be happy. Look at the supermarket shelves. Empty, right? Maybe this is gonna be America soon if we don't watch out, right? I don't think it's gonna be easy to do in America because we got a lot of domestic farmers and things like that, but they bought a lot of the farms. So we can't really supply because, only patriotic farmers didn't sell their land. They actually offered farmers in America like 3 times the value of it for their land than it's worth. And a lot of these guys sold it. They're multimillionaires now and they don't care. They just went off into the pasture. And they did it on purpose because they want to control as many as the domestic farms they can. Now, what is this all about? So you got Ukrainian people waiting for food in lines, and you got to have a bag, no more plastic. Is that an agenda? Think about that, people. That's a green, go green agenda. Like, that was so important to show me. So, you got 43 million people living in Ukraine, and they're showing you the panic. They're showing you the food shelves. People are lined up. Is these all signs of what is to come here, maybe? Or to get us nervous thinking about it? And the lights are lighting up for Ukraine, making them the underdog. It's like a Rocky movie. This is what they do. Sydney's punting. The best is here. You want to hear the best? Here is the best of what I've seen so far. You got a delegate from Australia who right now is basically Australia's under some real serious tyranny. Supposedly they got camps. They're taking people to camps. I don't know if it's lies, fear porn. But you got a delegate from Australia, okay, which has a prime minister that basically is like, it's total dictatorship over there right now. And this guy's talking about freedom loving and Ukraine, we got to help the people. And they're persecuting their own people in Australia over bullshit. Oh, if you don't go get this, you got to go into the camp. Like, are you serious? You fucking hypocritical Australian delegate that was in the UN. You know what? The Almighty should have struck you down right there. Like, people like that super disgust me. Like, you have the guts and set to get up there and tell some total bullshit, and you're doing the opposite in your own country. I know people in Australia from going on YouTube, and for some reason they've all disappeared. Like, I don't see them online anymore. I don't know. Did they flip the switch over there and cut off the internet? I don't hear a lot of shit going on in Australia anymore. Like, what's going on? I used to have friends that lived there, and they used to get on and tell me. I had a doctor that was a friend of mine, and I don't see him online anymore. Like, did he just stop? Did they all just stop talking? You know? Now, I don't know. Maybe Australia passed a law. Maybe they just passed a law in Australia, like they were trying to pass some type of law in the U.S. They're working on it. They threw it out there to see what the reaction was. That basically they want to pass a law kind of says that if you talk against the government in this country, okay, you're considered a terrorist. And they could come, basically, when you're considered a terrorist, the domestic, they could just come arrest you, put you in a cell. You have no rights, no lawyers. Nobody can know where you are. They could put you in a camp. So if they could pass a law like that, that means like I would have been in jail already, you know? You would, maybe they pass something like that in Australia. Now everybody's scared to go online and even say boo. Even if you were on a show and somebody passed a comment, who knows? Maybe they'll come arrest you anyway with your, the RICO Act. They'll RICO Act you. If you don't know what a RICO Act is basically what they invented to take down the Italian mafia because they couldn't get them. They couldn't get these guys. These guys would, they wouldn't talk in rooms. They wouldn't talk on the phone. They would basically walk around different blocks and whisper in each other's ears so they couldn't get, wiretapped. So the Italians were smart to it. But then they made it, well, if we get one of you, we can get all of you and say you're all together. RICO Act them. How about we RICO Act our government? How about we RICO Act the Senate, Congress, all of them? You're all RICO acted. You're all going to jail. Because if one of you is corrupt, then you're all corrupt. I mean, we should do that too, right? Why don't we do that? Let's RICO Act all of them. That only applies for you, the people, the peons, us, the field hands. We have to obey our lords of the realm. Listen, there's more here. Here's a fact. There is more slavery today, okay, than during the Civil War. 10 times more slavery. Like, there's 50 million slaves in this world. And indentured servants, which, if you didn't know what that means, like, you're going to have to work off your debt for like 7 years and then you're free. So there's more slavery now ever. Yet we're ignoring that. We're talking about shit from 100 years ago. What about right now? What about right now? Are we forgetting right now? No, they don't want you thinking about right now. They only want you thinking about shit that's irrelevant right now. They want you thinking about other stuff. They don't want you thinking about what's going on now because that's too scary for them. And then they're asking their opinion. Why didn't Putin invade under Trump? So let's see what they're saying. So they're saying Putin was planning this for years. After all, 4 years of Donald Trump presidency will able the tide of American and influence. So they're saying Trump very rarely went out to antagonize Putin. Well, aren't you supposed to try to get along with leaders from other countries? Like, nobody ever visited North Korea. Trump jumped on a plane, went over there, and all this nuclear testing stopped from North Korea. He probably went there and said, hey, listen, if you don't stop, we're going to fucking send our military in and take you out, so you're going to lose everything, like Saddam Hussein didn't want to cooperate, right? Now, that's probably what happened. He probably went there and actually had the balls to tell the guy, hey, this is the deal. Either you stop or we're coming. But no other president had the guts to go do that, So that's what I think happened, So they're trying to make it like, no, maybe Putin, two different things. They're all in on it together. This is all a game anyway. Or Putin knew that Trump, when he said something, he was serious about it. There was no bullshit in between his lips, He probably would have said, you go in there, I'm sending 100,000 troops in there. Let's see if you can fight us too. I mean, that could be possible. I don't think Trump would have sent soldiers in harm's way, but if he was going to make that threat, I'm sure whatever he said, he stood behind his word. I mean, everything he promised, he did. He told you he'd build a wall, he built a wall. He told you he was going to do this, he did it, So you got to respect the man, at least part of what he says he does, That's the only reason why I would even vote for him, because I said you have to pick your poison. You know, they're all evil, but I'll pick the lesser of two evils. You know, they all got agendas. You know, so this is what the new Microsoft News cares about how rich stars are from Seinfeld. I guess that's important that you know that. You know, here, I guess this is very important. You should know this stuff. How rich they are, how Jerry Seinfeld's worth like 500 million and he makes 20, 30 million just on reruns. Do you think he made a deal with the devil? Oregon liquor stores are pulling Russian vodka from the shelves. Oh, wow. You bought it. Now you're going to get stuck with it. That's that's a real genius business, man. You know, I got $10,000 worth of liquor, and I'm not going to sell it to make a what? What are you making, a statement? The best is I seen regular people pouring out their vodka. Now you got to go buy more vodka. I would have drank it at least, you know. Shit, you're buying shit from Amazon. They're stabbing you in the back 500 different ways. You're going to worry about if you drank a little vodka? You know? Yeah, here are all the major U.S. companies pulling out of Russia. Let's look at this. Hold on, this is a good one. So, here are all the major U.S. European pulling out of Russia following the invasion of Ukraine. Major companies, decades of business with Russia following Putin's invasion. The latest brands in the country include Shell, British Petroleum, Apple. Oh, wait a minute. Doesn't Apple have slave camps of labor in China? Don't they have that? Oh, wow. They're pulling out of Russia? Ooh. I should be worried about that. Oh, my God. You know. And General Motors. Here are all the Western companies that are devastated from Russia or halted sales to the country. So they're making like all these really, Russia's worried about Shell and British Petroleum? They got more oil than... I think they got more oil than the Saudis. You think they're really worried about oil? Russia? Come on, guy. That's what I want to tell them. Come on, guy. Really. This is the shit they're selling us, man. They're selling us a crock of shit. Put more seeds in people's minds, you know? Yeah. Showing you a picture of Jimmy Carter's repulsive home. And they show you Jimmy Carter with a black eye on the left side. Did you ever know the Black Eye Club? You could Google that. It seems to be all these movie stars all got a black eye. It's usually the left eye, too, I think. And they all get black eyes somewhere, you know. I think when you get to the highest level, 33 degree, I think you have to get a black eye for some reason in the Masons. I don't know what it is. Because I've noticed that at one point, you'll see all these big people with black eyes. Like, do they have like a problem? Like, I've had quite a bit of fights in my lifetime. Maybe I got one black eye. I mean, what's the coincidence? Every single one of these Hollywood stars are all getting black eyes. They're cowards, most of them anyway. They won't even fight anyone. So how are they getting all these black eyes? You know. This is what we need to see. Kim Kardashian spent over $100,000 painting her luxury cars to match her house. So this is what, you know, they're basically the highest ranking witches in Satan's cult there. And, you know, they got to show us this girl that had made a porn and became a billionaire. You know, that makes sense too, you know. Such a talented girl. All right, so Russian missteps open door for Biden to wage secret drone war. So now they're saying like we're going to have a secret drone war? Look at that. So what are we doing? We're actually fighting Russia with our drones? Are we the ones destroying all those tanks for the Ukrainian people? Or is it really the Ukrainian military? I mean, we're secretly got drones there and we're helping them out? Like, come on. Really. So hackers changed the call sign of the Putin-linked super yacht to FCK Putin and set the ship's destination as hell. So we're worried about Putin, but our great leaders here sticking it to us every way they can, but you won't hear about that. You won't hear to get that. Stevie Nicks here, another article she's doing. All of a sudden, she's the political guru. We have to respect what she, listen, whatever Stevie Nicks says, man, if she tells me to vote for someone, I'm doing it, man. Stevie Nicks, boy, I really respect her. It's all a clown show, I believe. So Vigo wants to know, do you feel good being back in Jersey? Do you feel more in your element? Yeah, more in my element, but the people here are so, I hate to say it, like most of the people here are just such cowards in a way where they just submit to all the rules and regulations. I mean, I don't see too many rebels over here at all. I mean, I come to Jersey and I was saying Missouri, and everywhere I went, I seen flags all over the place. I come here and once in a blue moon, I'll see an American flag. It seems like everybody here is like Switzerland. They're staying neutral. They don't want to rock the boat, But, where I live in Jersey, this accent's from New York, Staten Island, New York, Staten Island, New York is like Brooklyn. With grass, when I was younger, all the Italians lived in Brooklyn, and then they decided they didn't like to live in, have a backyard that was just concrete. So a lot of Italians and a lot of Irish moved to Staten Island back in the 60s when the bridge went up. And to me, Staten Island's like Little Italy. Half of it's Italian and probably 30-40% of it's Irish, and then the rest is mixed, And Lop is saying Stevie Nicks is the shit. What happened to Minaj there, whatever her name is, Nicki Minaj, that you're in love with, Lop? The one with the big butt. So I'm waiting for a good question. Who got a good question? When I become rich, I can't wait to be leveled, evil, selfish, elite, devil, Illuminati, higher power. Well, listen, Snuggles. It's very simple to become rich. Just make the deal. Sell your book. What's up?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
What's up, guy?
What's going on?
Same shit, different toilet.
I just made a breakfast with Pops show. I think I'm gonna try to do like a marathon show.
You gonna do a marathon?
Yeah, I'll do like I see everybody's doing it, and they, I guess the way to grow is just be on 24 hours a day. I mean,
Yo, if you do like 8-hour streams and shit, you get like double the views of your normal joints.
Yeah.
And it's just like a metric.
And I figured, why not go over all the different news articles?
So, yo, here's something I found out. Right, when you put up a show, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't set it up on a schedule 2 hours prior to when you're gonna do it, it's not even searchable on YouTube. So if you set up a show 2 hours before you're ready to do it, it'll be searchable by the time you're on the thing. Now, if you just go randomly live, no one could even search your show for 2 hours.
Oh, wow. Now, after 2 hours, I guess they're searching.
And then there's times to, like, if you're going to post content, right? You want to post your content, right, 2 hours before, like, 5 p.m. Eastern time, because that's when people get out of work. So you want people to be able to find it, you know what I'm saying, in the newest part of the feed.
Yeah, they say like at 3:00, post your show to go live at like say 5 or whatever.
And the best days,
I'm sure there's a lot of YouTube tricks. What was that?
Sunday and Wednesday are the best days to post it.
Oh,
because like Friday, people just like a lot of people just go out. You know what I'm saying? And then Saturday, they're all screwed up from going out, and then Sunday, they're going to work the next day, so they're just sitting home chilling out, and that's when they watch the YouTubes. Like the majority.
Yeah, there's definitely tricks to YouTube for sure. I definitely agree with that. What do you think about Russia and all this bullshit that everybody's so wound up in? They forgot about everything else that's going on, like what they did to us, and what they're doing to us. It seems like this is the only thing people are talking about.
I mean, you got people out here that are ringing the bells of the end times, saying it's the end of the world. The Messiah's coming back soon because Russia's gonna start World War III and all this shit. I mean, I don't see World War III happening right now.
No, I think maybe it could be the prelude to Revelation, or they're actually acting out the Bible prophecies to scare everybody. Just, these oligarchs are very smart. They want us to think it's the end of the world, so people panic. There's
a lot of crazy deception out there right now.
Yeah.
And we got hella false prophets out there. You know what I'm saying? Like it said in the book, there's going to be tons of false prophets, and that's what you're seeing.
Yep.
Now, I'm not saying it's not going to be the end of the world. I just don't know. We can't be making bold claims like that.
I don't think it's end of the world. I think maybe we could be in the prelude to Revelation now. When Revelation starts, I don't know. But I do see shit just ain't right. The reason why I think something's really weird is because nothing makes sense anymore. If a lot of shit still made sense, I would be like, but like everything they do now in our government alone is so upside down that it doesn't make sense. Why are they doing all this shit? So that's the only thing got me thinking.
I just noticed there's a lot of stuff that has to still come true in Revelation. Mm-hmm. And people just want to skip around and just read from wherever the fuck they want to read from. Mm-hmm. And say, oh, look, this is coming true. It's like, well, what about all the other shit that didn't come true?
Right.
I think they also think it's bad right now, right? Because they don't really know what bad is.
This is nothing. You still go to the stores. There's food on this shit.
People lost a little bit of their first world comfort, you know what I'm saying? And now they got first world problems, and they think it's the end of the world. You know what I'm saying? It's been this bad for people in third world countries forever.
If you did something as simple as, let's say they shut down Netflix, not even shut down the internet, just shut down Netflix, millions of people will be in a panic. Oh my God, there's no Netflix. What do I do? This is how crazy of society we live in.
Yo, I'm not going to lie. The other day they cut the power. They cut the internet first, and then they cut the power over here. And I was like, here goes. And I just started shining my guns up. Yeah, I mean,
you're like, it's going down. I'm getting ready.
Started breaking out the rifles and making sure they work,
Yeah. I mean, there's so much bullshit. Like here, I'm looking at an article. This Twitter bot tracks the movements of Russian oligarchs and their private jets. Now, are we really supposed to believe that Russian oligarchs are getting tracked by Twitter? Like, really? Like, these Russian oligarchs can't, like, go invisible from Twitter. Like, Twitter's like, what is Twitter? The CIA now?
Well, yo, I'll tell you one thing. All right, they're hitting them in Russia with such mean sanctions. I don't know if you noticed, but like the value of the Russian money, the ruble, dropped 33% like yesterday. That's 1/3.
Yeah,
you feel me? So in one day, they lost 1/3 of their currency's value, and if it continues, they're really not going to have any other option but to just wild out and start bombing people because they're going to be broke.
Well, I think it's either two things. I got to look at this on two sides. First one is Putin's in on it with the New World Order. He's doing this to destroy his country's economy, so they go to a big war, okay, to create bigger wars. Or Putin rebelled against the cabal, like against all these, against the deep states or whatever you want to call these people, that like NATO. And he rebelled against it. He did stop. Putin did stop all the central banking in his country. All right, which is tied into, let's say, the Rothschild. So what he did is he basically threw them out of his country, and he's grabbing a lot of gold to back his money up. Like Libya, he tried to do it, but he was too small of a country. The president of Russia, if he does it, it's not that easy to go and fight Russia, and America's not going to just like try to kill Putin. They ain't getting away.
What they're trying to do? they're trying to rally everybody behind. They're trying to rally everyone together against Russia because they're saying that he's committing war crimes.
Right.
They're claiming this, right? And they're like, oh, he's bombing. He's bombing orphanages and schools. Like they're trying to say he's just targeting kids, right?
Right.
And I mean, I don't doubt that he is bombing these locations they're claiming, but at the same time, I don't think there's anybody in them, and I think he's trying to blow up their smuggling networks where they, you know what I'm saying, the orphanages and the schools where they're like smuggling kids, bro.
Yeah, pedophilia shit. I said that from the beginning. There's
He's
more.
hitting them shits with like bunker busters to smash up their tunnels and shit. You know what I mean?
I think there's a lot more behind the curtain. And
you remember when Putin was showing all his tanks and shit leaving and stuff? And this is before when he was running like special op missions. Right. I think he was pulling kids out of these places, and I think he brought them out the country, and now he's blowing up the infrastructure of their network.
There's something behind the curtain that we don't know. And when you see everybody trying to rally against Putin, there's a problem, especially the evil organizations right now declaring tyranny on their own people, like Australia. Even here, you're basically declaring they're the boss of us and they're going to do whatever they want. We have no rights anymore. We basically don't have a constitution, even though people still believe we do. But we don't, because they do what they want when they want. They want to make you still believe that we have a constitution and we have some type of, what power do the people here really have? They do what they want. They cheated us, supposedly having an election. You know, they've done anything they feel like. They boarded up the District of Columbia like a fortress. Nobody's allowed to go in there anymore. So what really, what's the real game here? What's going on, you know? It's either part of the New World Order plan or it's Russia, basically Putin rebelling against the New World Order. It's one of the two. We just have to sit here and try to figure it out. If I had to guess, he is rebelling against the New World Order.
I try not to get too crazy with like what's going on in the media. You know what I mean?
No, you can't. But Putin did make a claim that there will be no New World Order in my country. So I did hear that claim. So we'll see what happens. I mean, if he's fighting the New World Order, he's almost got to be a hero. But they're making him the boogeyman, you know?
Well, yeah, they're sanctioning the shit out of him right now.
And I don't really know if he is the boogeyman or not. But the way when everybody's basically saying all on one side of the page, I believe it's the opposite. Because, like I said, look at what Australia's got the balls. Their delegates got the balls to talk about freedom. And look at what they're doing to their people in their own country. So you're a bunch of hypocrites when you're doing shit like that, you know? It's just like Trudeau. If Trudeau could get up there and talk about freedom, what the fuck is he talking about? What he's doing is like crazy over there. If you don't agree with us, we come arrest you. We come freeze your bank accounts. We do all this shit to you.
It's all bullshit.
That's not tyranny?
It's all bullshit, bro.
Bullshit or not bullshit, they're putting on a show, what I'm trying to say. And you got to try to read you got to read between the lines. There's too much behind the curtain to figure this out.
You got Canada arresting people, but at the same time, like, the country's all fucked up. You know what I mean? Like, what are they going to do? Nobody wants to deal with Trudeau. It don't matter. Like, the damage is done.
Yeah.
People just on some shit out there right now.
Well, I think their major plan is major chaos. They want the world in chaos. And basically, it's starting. I mean, you know, we didn't have a war a month ago, right? We just had this crazy plague. Now, you know, they're releasing some of the mandates, but now we're getting into part 2, World War, you know, and more chaos. More rumors of war, more wars. And didn't Jesus say that? You're going to hear a lot of rumors of war. You're going to have war. So, and the industrial complex loves this shit, man. They're going to just keep making money selling bombs, you know?
I just, like, here's the thing where I can't see world war, right? If there is world war, right, at some point now in this time, I don't think World War is fought with soldiers and shit no more. It's just that like World War is when nukes start flying.
Right.
So like if we see World War, we'll know it. Like because like the whole fucking world will be on fire.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And if that's the case, then it doesn't even matter.
Did you figure out yet what this? Now you look at all the Russian vehicles, right? And they got the letter Z, and everybody's trying to figure out what does this Z mean? Why is there Z on all their armored vehicles?
It's for Zorro, bro.
No, but really, what is the symbol of the Z? What is that? What does Z mean?
It's the last letter of the alphabet.
Yeah.
But what does it mean in Russian? That's what we got to find out. Because I don't think Russians speak English like that. You know what I mean?
Right,
Let's find out what a Z is.
Yeah, well, what is Z? You know, I don't does Z mean go fuck yourself, NATO? I mean, is that what that means? I don't know.
I don't even think there is a Z in the Russian alphabet. That
No,
looks
but
like
what is the word letter Z? Why are they? Look at it. Every vehicle has the letter Z.
I feel you. I know they have the letter Z.
Is that like the zombie apocalypse coming to a place near you? What is the Z? That's what I love to know.
It to be honest, I think it's just a way that they're indicating. You know what I mean? They're indicating their vehicles.
Could be. Like if you see a Z, don't blow it up. So Ukraine should start painting Z's on their tanks.
I seen a Ukrainian dude that had a pocket full of Russian patches, and he was like swapping them out if he had to, bro.
No, but the best is I was talking about this before. So Ukrainians' defenses put your civilians with no real gear other than an AK-47 and Molotov cocktail bombs, and still keep all the children in the buildings as human shields, and go to war with Russia's army. Not their 250,000 strong. You don't see a platoon of Ukrainian soldiers with tanks fighting Russia. They're only showing us people with like, I've even heard that they're making cutouts of guns, like cardboard cutouts to look like they have guns in their hands. I mean, like what's going on?
Nah, the gun cutouts, bro. That was all right. So they were training people, like they were giving civilians like a crash course on how to, you know what I mean, use guns.
Right.
And so they had these like cardboard guns so they could show them how to maneuver the guns around. You know what I'm saying? Before they gave them a real gun.
Right.
You know what I mean? They didn't just want people like not knowing how to use a gun at all and not understand like a simple concept. Like you don't flag people with a gun. Like you don't walk around and like run the barrel across your friends and shit. You know what I'm saying? It's called flagging them. Also,
Right,
they
so
would
training them with that.
Finger off the trigger, keep it on the guard so you don't accidentally blow your neighbor's head off and shit. But yeah, the cardboard guns was so they could learn how to use a gun, the fundamentals of gun handling, before they gave them the gun.
Well, my problem is why do you need to train your civilians how to use a gun when you have 250,000 trained soldiers and another 250,000 in reserve, and they got thousands of tanks, Ukraine. They got a lot of stuff, but yet you don't see any of it. Are they all hidden like in the mountains somewhere? Like what? Where in
No,
where
bro. It's look, they got a big country and 250,000 people is not really a lot. You know what I'm saying?
But if Russia's coming in from, let's say, 2 or 3 fronts, you could send 50,000 soldiers to each front to protect your people.
They're not showing you what they're doing, but they're fighting guerrilla warfare. You know what I mean? Like I seen a video of some Ukraine platoon, bro. They were running around with RPGs just blowing tanks up and shit. It was amazing.
But I seen that too. But I think those were civilians doing it. They didn't have army gear on.
No, they were military.
Really good.
Yeah. A lot of their military was already positioned on the front lines. They were already in the trenches.
So why would you keep your civilians in harm's way when you don't have to?
What do you mean? What do you mean civilians?
In these cities, they got civilians with AK-47s and Molotov cocktail bombs fighting the Russians.
Well, what they did was they have their army doing their own stuff, right? And what they did was they armed the civilians to be like neighborhood watch. Like if Russia comes into your neighborhood, you have the means to defend yourself. The army's not able to defend every city, every town. The army's doing their own thing, and they arm the civilians to only protect their own area. They're not part of the military. You know what I'm saying?
But if I'm running Ukraine, I'm taking all my civilians out of harm's way and putting them in other cities. Fall back, and let my army fight in those other cities. Abandon
They did
the
that.
city.
They've already evacuated like 500,000 people out of Ukraine. Since the war started, they're evacuating people who want to evacuate, and the people who the civilians want to fight. You get what I'm saying? They want to fight. They're out in the street in mass numbers making Molotov cocktails.
Yeah. Do you think that could happen? Do you think that would happen in America, or would Americans go hide?
Bro, I'm telling you straight up, bro. They wouldn't have to arm America. No. America's so pissed off and ready to kill somebody.
Well, especially in the middle of the country. I agree with that.
All these kids come out of their house, bro, playing Call of Duty in real life, bro. They wouldn't even care. This country is damaged in the brain. This ain't Russia or Ukraine, bro. This country's out of control.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
I'm telling you, you can't wage war on American soil. It's not possible. They just logistically they cannot get enough people here to fight us in an infantry war. They have to nuke us. They can't actually fight us.
Yeah, they have to hit us from the air.
They cannot. I mean, that's why we have America. That's why they set up here, is because this country is water on all sides basically, except for Canada. So you can't get your troops here without getting smoked. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's a lot harder logistically anyway to get troops from another country to America. It's not like Mexico or Canada can get their troops here, pretty quick. But you're not going to be able to get 100,000 Russian soldiers in the U.S. logistically that fast. It would take months to get them here.
Bro, you think Mexico even has a real army, bro?
No.
Come on.
So what I'm trying to say is, though, Ukraine invasion makes perfect sense because you're right next door. You could get your army there quick.
Exactly. It's like go to war down the block.
Right, but you're not able to get your war. Our biggest threat, America, is our own government. They're the biggest threat to us. I'm not worried about foreign invasion. I'm more worried about domestic invasion.
Oh, here's another crazy thing. I don't know if you heard about this, but you got people from other countries now going to Ukraine as civilians and signing up to fight their war.
Yeah.
And I don't even believe it's real civilians. I honestly believe that other countries are sending in their own military special force units and calling them civilians and having them fight Ukraine wars.
I believe actually they hired with money, like how America has
Blackwater.
Yeah, Blackwater. And so these are private companies that basically are American military, but they're under disguise of a private corporation.
Pops, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I've heard a lot of that's going on.
Good morning. What's up, Mike?
What's up, Woody? How's it going?
All right. So I wanted to add just couple things to this discussion, right? That Ukraine was established, I think, in the 1990s, somewhere around that time. Mm-hmm. And this war, it's not war, like the independence of Ukraine was very heavily influenced by U.S., right? And that's kind of out there now. People digged up the info on it. So Ukraine, like they considered before, is a breadbasket of Europe, right? And even right now, it has a lot of resources. So separating Ukraine from Russia was because of making Russia weaker. Now, Putin realized that. I think he let it play out or whatever happened. And his decision right now is to obviously acquire more power, because on the world stage, Russia is in a way threat to U.S. And U.S. doesn't like any competition, right? They want to be the biggest dog. So that's why he's trying to being has least lethal, basically, he's trying to take over in the most possible calm way he can, without much, death or bombing or whatever. Yes, they're arming the civilians, right? And there's there is a fight going on over there, and there's still going to be a lot of propaganda because all of mainstream media is supporting Ukraine. U.S. does a lot of business. I mean, we know our president's, son was in one of the energy companies in Ukraine. That's how close they are, right? So there is a lot of money to be made in Ukraine because they're independents. Even their president is is like Trudeau. He's like some actor or whatever. There's a video came out of him playing the piano with a dildo, and he was wearing like heels and stuff. That video is out too. So the puppet president they have, whoever helped place that president on the top, he obviously doesn't want to be under Putin. Putin wants full control of that country because, and also Russia is mostly, you can't really do anything on the most of Russia land. It's only a little bit of land that most of the people live in Russia, right? So it's wilderness. It's
Right.
nothing to be made of other than lumber, which also is one of the biggest exports of Russia. But yes, there's a lot of forest and wood to and I think metal too is also a big part of Russia's economy. But that's the point that obviously there's five head countries, five, they say the five eyes. It's like Australia, England, US, Canada, and one other country, I think Germany. These are the five intelligence eyes of the world as of now. And other we have other allies, and obviously in Russia, Putin doesn't want to join the NATO because NATO is also, in a way, run by U.S. NATO is nothing without U.S. Right? We
Right.
we pay we pay for all the bills, all the fighting, all the military, all our boys dying in the wars and whatever. That's just what it is.
But do
So
you
so I
know,
see it as a
Woody?
power grab.
Do you know there's 5 countries in NATO that have the veto, and that's it. The rest can't veto anything. Do you know what 5 countries
Yeah,
they are?
are those the ones that I just named?
There, there's 5 countries that can actually veto anything in the United Nations. So, do you know who they are?
No.
All right. So you got the U.S.,
Okay.
China, Russia, England, and here's the fifth one, which I was like, whoa, they're really that powerful too, then, right? You're like, all right,
It,
who's the fifth country? France.
okay.
France has the veto power. Now, France has got a really high-tech military too, but I couldn't believe France. I knew England, China, I knew
Yeah.
Russia would be like, but France threw me off because, like, wow.
France is a
France,
wealthy country too.
yeah, but
Germany,
they're
I think, is the
heavy.
wealthiest country in Europe.
Yep, they are.
Hmm.
Actually, the only reason why the euro don't, Germany controls the euro. Here's the deal with
Yeah.
Germany. They're in the best situation with the euro, and here's the reason. When their
Mm.
president goes to talk, like at these UN things, if you've noticed, like France's president shuts up. He don't say 2 words. And the reason why is he can't open his mouth because they're in debt. They owe a lot of money. So he just goes there and shuts up. But Germany has the get the fuck out of Euro card. Okay. So the president of Germany, that lady, that Merkel, could go in there and say whatever she wants. And if they fuck with Germany, Germany goes, you know what? We're out. Fuck you. Now your euro goes to zero. So Germany has all the power with the euro because they got the magic card. Okay, it's fuck you, we're out of here card. Don't fuck with us. We run this shit. Germany's running this shit right now in Europe. Okay, that's why
Yeah.
England pulled out. England couldn't deal with. They had no power with the euro, so they got out of it. They were like, "No, we're not dealing with this shit." Because England's another whole devil, corrupted, country. I mean,
I
But
I
anyway,
think England was a powerful player too because England is pretty wealthy too,
England
right?
is powerful.
And for whatever decision they made, I guess EU is they're still going through this conflict. I don't even know if EU separated fully because that was going on. This has been going on for past 8 years of separation. So I don't even know what really happened.
Well, they don't
But
want the reason why England pulled out. They don't. Germany has all the power in the euro. That's what I'm trying to get you. So England said,
yeah,
"No, we're not. We're not submitting to your bullshit. We're out of here." Because that euro thing is a whole. It's all about control. That the
yeah,
merger. They put Greece into debt. Like I talked about this the other day. Greece was one of the best. They got like 10 million people, small country. Most of them are getting old. You know, a lot of old people retirement. They got pensions. They had no debt. Okay, they were the only country in a plus. They had like $135 billion GDP because they import a lot of like oil and grit, and they were kicking ass as far as they. You know, people didn't have credit cards in Greece like a lot of people. They're old school, and that was the perfect opportunity for the EU. They were like, we got to get this country in because we could put them in debt and control them, take their shit, because that's what they do too. They want to take resources, they make deals. So the chief advisor of Greece, the financial guy, went to these meetings with all these EU people. And they said, well, what was the biggest problem with the bailout? He said the biggest problem with the bailout was they were giving us too much money that we didn't need. And he was like, I kept telling him, we don't need all this money. You know, they were offering, let's say, 200 billion when they only needed 50, right? So they kept telling him, either you take all of it or you get nothing. You either play by our rules or get the fuck out of here. And eventually he had to sign off and take the 200 billion, let's say they gave them to put Greece in debt because they know they can never pay the money back. And that's what happened. And then they started pumping credit into Greece with credit cards, with the banks. And they just brought that country to bankruptcy real quick.
And that's what Russia doesn't want either, because he don't want to like he is dealing with most of the European countries, but he wants to have the independency of having actually control of its currency in the country.
Yeah.
I see Russia doesn't want to turn into another Greece or Italy. You know, that he wants to stay still relevant. And I mean, in my opinion, there's still I see almost countries half and half. Like there's not crazy amount of Putin support, but there's still a lot of people who do support Putin because he did a lot of good too in Russia and trying to progress their economy further.
He
So
threw out
economic
all
standpoint,
he threw out those central banks.
yeah,
And
yeah,
gold to back his money up with gold.
yeah.
Now,
And China also bought a lot of gold too. Russia, China, and a couple other countries. You know, I heard like maybe 2 years ago that they were buying a lot of gold.
and you know who don't want that, right?
United States.
Yeah, because our dollar really can't be backed by gold because, you know, you got these evil, corrupt people that own the Federal Reserve because the government doesn't own it. So their party train is coming to an end because a lot of these other countries, you know, said, hey, you know what? Fuck this. We're not going to play by their rules anymore. We're going to have our own currency backed by our gold. And the U.S. does not want that. You know, these oligarchs, all these rich, evil, corrupt countries, you know, Germany's one of them, America, you know, these central banks are still controlling their countries, you know, and, you know, it's the
biggest
Rothschild families, you know.
one of the biggest thing is too also is the petrodollar, which you in the world, U.S. petro and the dollar is obviously dominating, right? But Russia also supplies petroleum, and what Gaddafi was trying to do before they took him out, you know, was also, you know, acquire the resources of all of Africa. I'm trying to make it as a continent, almost similar to U.S., right? So that was a threat because obviously they have a lot of oil. They can have a dominance because of oil throughout the world. And Russia also, in a way, wants to accomplish that. So there would be competition. But in the end, you know, the U.S. doesn't like competition. And I think that's also one of the biggest reasons of taking Ukraine, because there is a lot of Russia. I think Russia, if they don't get Ukraine, they'll be done. Then he's gonna have to bend over and take on you know either join the other parties or you know just devalue their currency further on until there's nothing left.
Hey, Mike, you look like Gandalf with your whole setup there.
That's what I'm going for, bro. I'm going for the Gandalf.
You got the Gandalf pipe, you know. He's got his EMF cloak on. He looks like a crossbreed between Gandalf and Assassin's Creed.
You ready to go, bro? You
know,
ready to go?
And he's got his like background going on over there, relaxing.
Mike was like, when the power went off, he was like ready to fucking what the fuck is gonna happen?
By the way, everybody out here, drop your links in the chat. You know, if you got a site, Mike, drop your link. I actually don't understand. I keep getting subscribers, and then I keep losing
Your
subscribers.
pops yesterday you had the show scheduled, but you were on a Doc Holidays channel, and there was people commenting on your I guess waiting for you
We
for
tried
your
to tell
Oh,
scheduled
you.
show.
here's what happened, by the way. So I put a show up, right? I was going to go live. But recently, I haven't had a lot of people participating. So I took it off StreamYard. I put it down, not realizing that YouTube still shows it like it's a live stream coming. And then
Yeah.
later on, I realized it and I went into YouTube and took it down. Now I know that you have to take it down on YouTube also, because I just jumped on Docs because I was in the mood of like, I really didn't want to do a show last night, but I put it on because nobody had one that I knew that I felt. So I like Doc's show. It gets a little crazy sometimes, but so I canceled mine because he was on. And I was like, a lot of people I know go on his show that come on mine. So there's no sense of fighting each other. What's up with Primal Man, Woody, though? You know Primal, like he hasn't done a show in a while.
Yeah, they're taking a break, Gonzo and Primal from streaming, and also I don't know when they'll come back, but they just decided to take a break.
Yo, they should leave their wives and marry each other.
But doing YouTube does get after a while, it does start to hurt your brain. Like I take off sometimes and I'll go watch movies and shit just to like escape the reality of all the bullshit that annoys me. It's too much.
Yeah. I think it's a good idea to leave like a little video. Hey, I'll be out for a month or 2 months or whatever. Just for the channel's sake, and just so people who are your subscribers, they know what's going on. Instead of just leaving like that. I would do that if I had a channel.
I think YouTube's going to go a little downhill once all these mandates start getting released. Because people are going to start going out again and doing shit.
Yeah.
YouTube took off when everybody was locked in their house.
Yeah, I gotta check out Telegram too, because Telegram is a pretty good community too. You could stream on it and stuff. Element is Telegram and Element are kind of similar to Discord, because Discord is just nuking people for whatever reason. So I made another account, and that was again nuked.
Yeah, what's
And they
going on
wanted
with
my
this?
personal info.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Discord, but all of a
Yeah,
sudden,
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, not just me, a bunch of other guys too that I know that were nuked off a Discord. So you just don't know. You could, even if you're not saying something crazy, or you're not fed posting or whatever. I don't do them, and I'm I talk to you guys. I talk to this on Discord just like I would talk to anybody that I see face to face. But what is it?
It's the servers that you decide to be in, and it's who those servers allowed to be in them servers.
Yeah, that's one part. But if anybody says anything bad and they just decide to nuke the server, then your account could be nuked too. Because there was a couple servers that was nuked when I was on them, and they just disappeared. But I wasn't affected, so you just don't know what they'll do. Either they'll disable everybody's account, or just a few people. That's the thing. I mean, Discord is also very PC. This it just takes one person.
And they don't just nuke you. You have to actually be participating in shit. And the problem is people say crazy shit on Discord, and then they forget that they said it, and then they get nuked for that.
Like
Right.
actually, people say real crazy shit on Discord. Like they want to
No,
kill somebody.
people do. I seen it, but I know I don't say crazy shit at all. I know that for sure. But they still got, because if I didn't, I would be like, yeah, I was spurging out or whatever. But I don't fucking spurg out ever. So but they still got rid of my account.
It's all right. You know what I'm saying? You can't really use it as a means of communication like that. We definitely need to figure out something better. What are you guys saying? Telegram is where it's at now?
Telegram is very legit, just like BitChute, but the BitChute streaming and the loading of the site is just bad, man. BitChute was the original one for freedom of speech, but they're based in UK. So that is also on a slippery slope. MGTOW TV is also very similar to YouTube, that guy is also, freedom of, speech, and obviously if people are, they don't just nuke your channel or whatever for just one person or one stupid, whoever's posting. So and MGTOW TV, Odyssey is also a good community. Odyssey has grown crazy though. Odyssey has a lot, and Telegram is been around for a while, but I heard it's just a lot of suspicious Fed activities over there too. So it's just I'm pretty sure there's a lot of traps to get guys in there. There was a report in Australia of this kid being actually mentally disabled, and obviously he did some spark post or whatever, and a governmental agent, pushed him further to say more crazy stuff, right? And that's somebody who's mentally not okay, and then they arrested him. So it was an interview by the mother. So, and also one more case was when there was a group a group of guys that kidnapped the I think what do you, the Michigan governor Gretchen something. I think it was Michigan or Illinois. I think it was Michigan governor, and it was pushed by the main guy who was a Fed, and convincing them and kind of going along with the plan, but later it came out that it was persuaded by the agent, to do crazy acts like that. So you just don't know who to even go with and trust, and in the end, not do crazy stuff and not do violent acts or say things, I think is the best thing. And I, like I said, I treat everything like I'm face to face, or you're in the court. I think that's what I do, so I know I didn't say anything bad or wrong, but my account was still deleted. So again, you just don't know.
Of course, we don't know. We're not part of the club.
We're gonna have to make our own shit, bro.
But I think YouTube is gonna, once this all, once somebody really starts to challenge YouTube, as far as YouTube is a lot more easier to do things. I've tried Odyssey and it was more complicated to post. I just found it way more complicated. But once they start making these other platforms user friendly and able to handle big uploads, like YouTube, has so many servers that they can. I think YouTube's going to get beat up bad. I mean, most of the people in America, just the patriots especially, just want to get away from YouTube, just to put them out of business almost. I think they're going to pay the price down the road.
Well, the thing is, right now it's almost like a triangular that the audience is not there, and then the advertisers are not there, and then because everybody knows YouTube, is not reliable, but YouTube has the audience. The advertisement that brings in most of the money is also waiting for another platform to pop up, and then also fans are also waiting for another platform to pop up. So the best ones we have right now, I think we should support them the best we can, because it's like doing a little more work, but you're supporting another party that's on competition, and the only way they're going to grow is if we support those other parties instead of just staying on YouTube. One more lefty person that's kind of okay on some of the points is Jimmy Dore. If you guys ever heard of Jimmy Dore, he was on Young Turks before, and what he does is just he has the stream just like a link, and then he forwards it to his site, and he doesn't stream it on YouTube. It's just like a music playing and his show going on. Basically, it's nothing going on YouTube. It's just you click on the thing, and it just streams on YouTube with the music playing, and you go on the link and you click on to go to his site. Because he just
I've done that with
advertises on YouTube.
I did that with my old site. What happened was, don't get me started, don't get Pop started site. They gave me all those strikes against me, so I was down to like one more strike. They were going to dissolve my channel. So what I did is I took all my videos down, so they couldn't give me a strike, because they gave me a strike from like a video that was 2 months on YouTube, and then all of a sudden I got a strike against me, right? So I took them all down, and I put videos on there now that says, "Hey everyone, this is Pops. Come to You Can't Fool Pops," and I put the link there because that's what I could try to start doing with Odyssey. That would be a good idea too, to start doing
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I seen your videos. I see, because I still get notification from the old
Yeah,
channel, so
because
I see the message.
YouTube, one thing they're on a mission of, they don't want people getting monetized where they got to pay them.
Yeah,
So as you grow, they're going to try to keep you down as much as they can, because they're making money off of you without giving you money. And
yeah.
that's what their real goal is, to keep as many people not monetized, so they don't have to pay you anything.
I do think there's a solution to this, that YouTube has a subscription. You pay that, and then you get ad free content. I think that's a really good model to sustain a website. That have Locals is doing that. Locals is another site that is like a close community. If there was like a subscription, hey, we need to have a general subscription to pay for the servers, to pay to maintain the site, and then they could have established site where it's freedom of speech. People say and do whatever they want, and people would just pay. I think even $10. Imagine, I think 41 million is the traffic or the accounts of Odyssey. If they had a simple plan, something like that, that hey, you just pay $2, $3, I'm pretty sure they could profit with just a little subscription, right? Like have 41 million pay $1, two. It could be even low as $1. They're making 41 million dollars in a month, in a way, even if it's $1, even if it's 50 cents, right? Something so reasonable that it can help maintain the site, and then you basically have a big community, and it could have anything, any functions as Discord. It could have you could have videos on it or stream on it. I think that I think is the only solution, honestly. But then you go to payment processors, which is the big problem, and people like Trump and this other billionaire who was pretty relevant too. He's not around no more. Mike Lindell. He like guys like this could easily try to establish something like payment processors like a Visa or Mastercard, because Dick Masterson, he's also one of the guys that try to establish that, but he said it's going to take like $3 or $4 million, even more, to establish your own banking and a payment processor. Which I don't see any of the conservative or any elites doing that, because that will solve a lot of problem, right? That if you go by the amendments, you're like, hey, this is it's freedom of speech, unless anything it's illegal. Like I think it's pretty reasonable, but nobody who has any money or is relevant is trying to do that. That is the biggest problem right now for payment processing, which everybody has, because if they don't like you being funded, then they won't. And you can't even have your apps, or you can't like on Google Play and Apple, which is one of the biggest markets to have your product out there. You can't even do that, but at least have a pro payment processing system where they have to take it. And once it gets big enough, then Apple and Google Play have to listen to your company, right? Once your payment processors are big enough, once you're like, hey, we want to app established, why wouldn't they listen to you paying it? Unless they have, unless they're being paid out by the banks or getting incentives to not go with that third party payment processor, then it's different. But this is, I see, as the biggest problem of not having a free for everybody to use payment processing system. You know what I mean? I wish I had the money. I would have done it. This is such a $1 billion idea that I don't even know, like, why isn't anybody doing that?
Because they won't allow it. That's why.
Well, that's the thing. You have enough money, then how can they not allow it? You're a part. You're a citizen.
I'll tell you how. Because somebody comes and knocks on your door and tells you if you proceed, you will be killed. That's how. What do you think? You think people don't get whacked? You don't think we're dealing with a mafia here? Do you really think we're dealing with people that let people push them around? No.
But Pops, if you have a third party system, third party payment processor developed, then I don't think government should come in and would do anything,
Forget about the IRS. We're not talking about IRS. I'm talking about
no, I know.
CIA coming and knocking on your door.
But that's the reason. If they do that for you establishing a third party processing system, right? If you have the capability and the finance to do that, And if you do that, and if then there's government agents that will come to your door for you to take it down, then it's actually a big problem.
But it's probably
Because to me,
happened already. It's probably happened already. Remember, a couple of companies were trying to compete with Twitter, and these guys all of a sudden vanished or they get bought out. I mean, there's a lot of shit going on that you just have no knowledge of behind the. I always say.
no, I understand. I understand. I can only speak on things that I know. You know what I mean? Like I don't know obviously what's not going on. What I do know is that you need a couple of millis, to establish an independent payment processor
What's a
that
couple
you
of
don't
million?
rely on.
Nothing.
Uh,
To
so
Trump,
yeah,
let's say
exactly.
Trump. Let's say Trump. Trump has enough money; he could build his own Twitter, right, and blow up
Yeah.
big time. He didn't need nobody. He was talking about doing it, but he never did it. Trump's got enough money to have his own payment process. And look, if there was money to be made, which there is, but you can
A lot of money.
you can do it and get away with it, it would have been done already.
Yeah.
These
See,
guys
it's
have the money. It's not about the money. It's about the power and the threat and everything else that goes along with it. You cannot believe for a second that nobody can compete with these assholes because they can.
I'm just thinking has the observable reality that I know of, that if we can get away from Visa and Mastercard and the banks, establish a independent, let's say a bank that processes, right, like you can pay $5, $10. I would pay that amount, right, to get let's say credit card or however you want to do your transactions. Just one bank established anywhere in the US that can take payments independently, that's not influenced by the culture or whatever, right? Just a small bank established with that amount, and a totally independent, away from all the Mastercard payment processing, or anything else. If that could be established, then I would say, on freedom of speech.
That's
You're not
wishful.
going to be taken
Oh,
away
Woody,
because you have bad thinking or whatever.
that's wishful thinking, Woody. That's what I'm trying to tell you. That's
Well,
all
if
I'm
I
saying.
had the money, I
Look,
would have definitely
listen,
try to establish that and see what happens.
I got the
Because
solutions to a
yeah,
lot of things, but that doesn't mean they can't happen.
no, I get what you're saying. I don't know what will be the consequences, right? Obviously, I don't know. I'm just thinking, has a legal way, has something that's in the Constitution. That's what I'm going off of. That, as far as I see, nothing bad. Obviously, I don't know what would happen if I had the money and I would try to do something like that.
There's too many monopolies out there. You got to understand, like,
Yeah.
even if somebody did start to put a dent into them, they would buy them out and dissolve them.
If something like that established, it would be a huge debt, because I know there's probably half the country that's willing to get off of these payment processes and have an independent, a new
But,
constitutionally based
but,
payment processing system.
but here's what they would do. They would do something like this. Half of America jumps on board of other payment processes, and what they'll do is they'll actually crush that place. They'll hack into them, and everybody will lose their money and not trust it anymore. And they'll go, see, you didn't trust Visa or MasterCard, so you wanted to jump
So
the ship. But guess what? You just lost all your money.
So I agree, and I'm not a computer, or network genius, right now. I do plan on to be in the future, right? And it takes so much work and knowing how this works, because Amazon, I don't think as of now has got it hacked into yet, right? And there's several companies that haven't hacked into yet. So
No,
if you could
Amazon's
learn
gotten
from
hacked
them,
into already plenty of times.
really.
Not maybe their mainframe, but they get hacked into all the time. I had problems with Amazon, people stealing my identity out of Amazon and all kinds of shit. I've had it already.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, it's such a big company that maybe you heard the case. That's what I'm saying. Like, I'll go off of your word, but that's the thing, that there's few companies that haven't been hacked into yet. Look, even Pentagon have been hacked into by teenagers. That's a fact.
well, that's what they
So
claim. I don't believe it.
there was a bunch of articles. It's not like I heard it one time, right? I heard it. I heard and read about it several times. And that's when I was going through. That was a phase I was going through books and magazines. So I did see that. Now I don't know how true that is, but supposedly, there's teens that were able to hack into Amazon. I don't know what happened to them after. but they were able to, you know, as much as I know.
Well, I come to the conclusion of one thing, Woody, and I used to try to think like you're thinking a little bit, like for solutions, and here's the
Yeah,
conclusion I've come to. We, the people, have no fucking power whatsoever. Zero. They, when I say they, the top oligarchs, the top, politicians, all the club, they have all the power, and they show you they have the power. And the only way you get anything is because they say you can have it. And when we start to realize that we are powerless and we cannot organize and fight them because people refuse to organize, there are no fucking unions in this country because of it. That's just the start of the bullshit that we have no representation, no way to fight these people. I've come to the conclusion that they do what they want. They do what they want. They could do any fucking thing. None of them are in jail that belong in jail. And once in a while, they throw us a bone because somebody wasn't playing the game and they put them in jail to appease us. They want you to put that face diaper on tomorrow. It'll go on. They want to pull back and say, all of a sudden they're lifting mandates. It's because they chose to do it. Not because we won. They chose to let us have it. Okay? They want to show us we are in fucking charge, period. We took Washington, we took governments, we took the planet, and you, the sheep, can't do shit. And when you come to that conclusion, you'll start to realize that everything we think we could do to help ain't going to happen. That's all I'm trying to tell you. We have this much power. People think we have power. And power is in the people. Power is in the numbers. No, fucking power is in the money. Okay? They control the police department. They control the fucking military. You see, cops will round up and lock up their fucking mother to save their jobs. So it's all bullshit, smoke and mirrors. And when you come to the conclusion that they are in charge, you'll be able to sleep a little better. Because you're only getting that face diaper removed because they said you could remove it. And they will make you put it back on down the road again to show they love it. They love the power, Mo. They get off on this shit. And one other thing you got to realize, Satan is not going to lose to mankind. He's only one thing that can make Satan lose, and that's him. Satan don't lose. Only he could stop him. Nobody else. You think we can stop Satan? You think you got enough power to stop that guy? Or that entity, whatever you want to call it? Nobody got that power. Only the Almighty does. So until we get to that part, but look, I'm with you. I thought like you last year. And then I came to the conclusion. I just keep looking at it and looking at it and looking at it and going, we got no fucking power. The people used to have a little bit of power and they had the illusion. They made us believe we had the power. The only way we would really have power if we had real fair elections in this country. And we're never going to have it. Because even Republican, Democrat, they put two people up there. They control them, both of them.
I think that's why. I think it was Andrew Jackson. That's why he wrote down in the constitutional papers, that we need a revolution every 20 years. Yeah, and I think you told me, and then I heard it from other places too. I think it was Andrew Jackson, and I think they were brilliant men.
It was Thomas Jefferson who said it.
Thomas Jefferson, okay.
Yeah, we need a revolution.
The forefathers probably had the vision of the next probably 500 years, because they were brilliant men, and and they were wealthy too, but they also were the only ones to fight in a war, in a revolution. After that, I don't think any other president was involved in any type of war other than being a leader or general, but they were the only ones that fight and established. But hey, Pops, let me get off. Good to see you, Mike and Pops.
Woody, our forefathers were part of the club in England, okay? So when they came here, they knew all the tricks and all the games. So when they founded this country, They put all this stuff to protect us, all these different
Right,
mechanisms.
right.
And
Yeah,
it didn't
yeah.
matter. We still got corrupted.
No, you're
Shame
right.
on
That
us.
because that's how you would know what to do, and
Right.
write it down for that to take an effect. So yeah, I didn't think about it like that, but yeah, you're right. So
Who
they knew
makes the best?
what would go
Right.
on.
Who makes the best detective? Let's say to investigate, let's say car thieves. Right. Who would be the best
Yeah,
detective? A car thief would be the best
right, right.
detective to investigate the car thief. So these guys were all, criminals back in England. They were in on it, and then when they came here,
But they also had lot of knowledge too, because
yeah,
obviously when you're wealthy, back in the days, if you knew how to read, that was a sign of wealth because you had the time and you had the luxury to have all this knowledge.
yes.
So it makes sense. Yeah.
Woody, you
Hey,
make
pops.
perfect sense, by the way, everything you were saying. I'm just trying to get to the
Oh, no,
point
no, no,
where
pops.
we got no
I totally
fucking power,
understand.
man. There's no power. I wish everything you said would happen.
Well, the thing is, I only have a sliver of hope. You would say I'm not too hopeful.
I got a sniver of hope too. I have to have
Yeah,
that. Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate you though.
Take care. I just wanted to come in, pick a few points, and I gotta go. I gotta return some videotape. So take care, guys.
Yep. You too, Woody. Thank you. So anyway, let's see. Let's play a video for like 2 minutes. Everybody can get a little break if you got to go to the bathroom, or I'll play this video. I kind of like it. I've been liking it for a while now. David Icke video, and here it is.
If you're not controversial in a world that's utterly insane, then it's time to find a mirror and ask why. If a world that's insane doesn't see you as insane, you should find a mirror and ask why. The idea is to show people that they don't need to follow anyone, they need to follow themselves and become their own center of constructing their perception. What you can do is help that process by the information you put out there. Renegade mind, what is that? Well, you can have a critically thinking mind, and you can put dots together and you can see something and you can see what's happening. But a critically thinking mind that can see it, or at least some of it, won't necessarily do anything about it. It might still conform in fear of not conforming. A renegade mind will never do that. A renegade mind is a critically thinking mind, a constantly questioning mind, a not taking anything on face value mind without checking it out, especially if it comes from authority. It won't be intimidated into cooperating with tyranny, because the renegade mind has self-respect. Self-respect is the state of being that has ended every single tyranny in human history, because it's self-respect that says, no, I'm not cooperating. My self-respect won't allow it. It's all a psychological operation. And they want your self-respect. A renegade mind will never give it to them. But they want your self-respect because they know that once your self-respect has been handed over, there's nothing left. What's left with you then is submission. That's all that's left. And this is why, in the psychological game, they put monumental morons, people like Biden, people like Johnson, people like Daniel Andrews in Victoria, Australia, and other leaders in Australia. They want you to see it. And they want you to see all the contradictions in what these morons are telling you to do. They want you to see them, because if you can see that a moron is telling you to do something, and you can see that what they're telling you to do has no basis in common sense or science, but you still do it, they've got your self-respect. And all that's left is submission. And a renegade mind will never hand over its self-respect. Never. I'll die first. And I willingly die first. And they can't intimidate me because I'm unintimidatable, because I'm not frightened to death. That's the renegade mind. If you don't see what's going on and refuse to cooperate with it, by very little time from now, you, your kids and grandkids are going to be living in a global fascist dictatorship of total 24-hour surveillance control. If you don't want that to happen, get off your frickin' ass.
So there you go. How great was that? Got to get that renegade mind, people. It's the only way. There is no options. Unfortunately, we're not going to have people with renegade minds anymore. Let me get some light in here. Make it a little better. There you go. But this is what it's all about. Let's see who's gonna...
I just watched you gain like 3 subs since I've been on this show, and I've watched it go down to 100. So I don't know what the hell's going on right now, but they're playing around.
Well, they've been doing this to me for a couple of weeks now. They don't want me to grow for some reason. I'm not saying this because it's me. It's the message I bring. I've seen here. I'll give you a great example. I'm telling you. I made a show. I took it off because
everybody smash that subscribe and like button right now. They're trying to shadow ban Pops over here, right? It's ridiculous.
How about this? I made a video and I talked about Fox News, and I said 2 things on that. Okay, about their guy in Ukraine had this stupid blue helmet on his head, and he looked like an idiot. And then I talked about the 3 people in New York that do like stuff for Fox. Like there's 3 of them, a girl in the middle and 2 guys. And they were smiling, talking about war. And I went, look at these assholes smiling when they should be serious. And look at this asshole with this blue helmet. The next day, the blue helmet disappeared from the guy. And the people in the show, the next day, they did them again. They were all serious, looking like, sad that there's a war going on. So obviously, the little guy, like me, they're watching. This is what I was trying to get to people. They're watching Pops. How sick is that? You got nothing better to do. But I think the reason why is they want to see the average guy. They want to see what the average brain is thinking. I'm average, but I'm way outside the box. So I don't know what they're looking for. Or they're trying to figure out if we can figure out what they're doing.
Yeah, but they don't know you're outside the box. They think you're just, the average Joe going on the internet. You know what I'm saying?
But yet the next day they responded to my comments. How fucking crazy is that? Fox News all of a sudden the next day was actually the opposite of everything I said. I was going off on Fox, going, they're disgraceful.
Matrix.
They should be ashamed of themselves. Here's what they should really do. They should hire Pops. Because if you want to bullshit someone, hire the bullshitter, And I don't try to bullshit anyone. I don't even know if I could work for them because they would probably be telling me to say shit that I couldn't say to hurt people. See, I'm a people guy, I can't hurt the people. I believe that all these people in the media that are doing stuff, thinking, well, it's my job and I got to lie to people. They're hurting people. And they're
I don't think you're a bullshitter. I think you're a ball buster. There's a difference.
Well, I could be when I was young, I was a good bullshitter, But what I'm saying is
You were never a liar.
No.
You know what I'm saying? You could just talk for days about things.
Right. So, but I see between the lies and the bullshit, and I couldn't lie to people. I think all these journalists, a lot of them, when Judgment Day comes, they're going to be held accountable with a heavy hand. Because if you can lie to people and cause people to die over your lies, that's just like murdering somebody. You go tell people this is okay to get it. It's okay to eat hamburgers, and actually hamburgers are killing people. You're going to be accountable. You're a murderer. And these media people are going to be held accountable, maybe not by man, but by him. So good luck to you. Try to give your bullshit excuse to the Almighty.
You didn't know there's 2 sets of rules, bro? There's a set of rules we got to follow, and then there's a set of rules that they can follow.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? There's 2 sets of rules.
But I'm talking about the average journalist that's up there lying just to save their bullshit $100,000 a year job or whatever, or the news anchor that's making $500,000 a year lying through his teeth because he wants to be rich. But yet you're killing people with your bullshit. And You'll be
That's what I
accountable.
just was saying. Look, they worrying about the average Joe sitting on Discord, and they want to put the guy in jail because he says he wants to go and do something to somebody, right? But then you got these people out here advocating, mass genocide, and that's okay.
Well,
Nothing wrong with that. Just don't go on Discord and talk about some nonsense to your buddies, because we'll fucking put you in Guantanamo Bay.
Well, that's because they're showing you one thing, and I told Woody this. I don't know if you heard me. We, the people, have no fucking power. Wake up, realize. And the only way we're going to gain power is we have to organize. And we, as a race, cannot organize for some reason.
People want to have power on a large scale. And what you got to understand is we do have power. Here's the power we have. Every individual, right, has the power to control their own 360-degree environment.
Yep.
Right? This is what I think the Masons think about with the checkerboard, right? If you're a piece on the board, right, you can only control the fucking square in front of you because we pawns, right? Control the fuck out of that one square. Yep. You know what I'm saying? Get your guns ready. You know what I'm saying? And when the shit does hit the fan, just control what's in your environment. And that's all we could really do. Unless we're going to start building massive secret organizations for the next couple 100 years and hope that it pans out, we ain't going to be able to compete with them. We can only control our area.
I think you're 100% on point with that. But I think the biggest thing that we have to do is almost like that video I just put on. We all, as one person, I can say no. Just me. I can't speak for you and say you say no. But I can say no. So if enough of us kept saying no, where there'd be like a domino effect, then 20 of us are saying no, and 50 of us are saying no, and thousands are saying. And when we all start saying no, 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 they're going to pull back. And then eventually we could say, no, we're organizing our elections.
Here's what I noticed, Pops. I was telling people, right, since 2003 that this shit was coming, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll just use my mom as an example.
I could swear to that because you were telling me that in 2003.
So I could use my mom as an example that I've told her since 2003, right? And until she really started to see it happening in front of her face, until it actually hit the news where the election's rigged and all this crazy shit, right? That was when she started to believe it. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter how much truth you put in front of somebody until they see it. And you're not going to be the catalyst that causes them to see it anyway. Mm-hmm. The only thing you're going to be able to do is say, I told you so. We can't save everybody. That's just a reality.
I can only maybe save a handful of people, and then hopefully those handful of people save another handful. And it's a chain reaction.
All you got to do is plant seeds and hope they grow. Right. Don't expect to see a plant pop out the ground as soon as you put the seed in the ground. That's the reality.
I mean, I'm watching I just clicked on Microsoft News.
Baby.
So Microsoft News is on a mission, Now they're trying to they're doing NATO countries are responding. They're making this Ukraine thing. They're blowing it up. Well, look at this. So we got NATO countries pouring weapons into Ukraine with Russia. It looks like they're sending food in these things, though. But, they're trying to show us that they're trying. And they're blowing this war up. I mean, to the point. I mean, look at what they did with this plague. They blew it up. Could you imagine what they could do with this war now? They're going to blow this thing up into this is World War III right now going on, right? This little conflict is the end of the world. They're going to blow this shit up. They're not going to let this thing go. This is called fear porn. They love it. They live off of fear porn. You think they're gonna this is the distraction, always distractions.
Yo, Pops, I'm telling you, bro, on some real shit, you really need to look into getting a pipe. This shit is amazing.
I am. I'll have a Gandalf pipe. So.
Yo, this puts cigarettes to shame, and you don't have to inhale it. So when you just want to smoke,
yeah,
you don't necessarily like you could even smoke when you don't even want nicotine. Yeah, you just want to smoke.
You got to send me the link. I got to buy that pipe that you got because I know that company makes a good pipe.
Bro.
Yeah, I'm going to order one.
20 bones.
You got to get one made out of wood, like the wooden type.
This is wood.
Yeah.
All
You
the
can't-
pipes have plastic stems on them.
Yeah, but you can't get the ones made in China.
No, I got a website. It's called E8 Carries. They're out of America and they make all their pipes. They're an actual smoke shop.
Yeah.
Don't get it off Amazon or nothing like that. They be selling you poison.
The Ukrainian leader who is pushing Silicon Valley to stand up to Russia. We need Silicon Valley to stand up to Russia. See? This is what now all of a sudden, Silicon Valley became a power. Are they like a world power, Silicon Valley? I mean, really? This is what we put power in these idiots' hands.
Come on, bro. You know who owns all these tech companies and who runs them?
Of course.
They used to be run by Silicon Valley. Silicon Valley's just a farm league that creates all this shit, and then it gets bought when it gets popular.
Mm-hmm.
All the alphabet agencies own that shit, bro.
Saying Russia shuts its stock market for a third day. Its government readies $10 billion to buy up plunging assets. So, Russia's not stupid. They're gonna take care of what they got to take care of. Russian EV charges hacked, screen reads, glory to Ukraine. I mean, they are really doing a great job of making Ukraine the real, the real underdog here of everything. I mean, I think Ukraine, I said this before. Remember I told you Ukraine is one of the strongest hubs for the cabal. A lot of shit was going on in Ukraine. That's why Biden's son was there. They were all making money. There was a lot of shit going on in Ukraine. And that's why they're really protecting Ukraine, because there's a lot of shit they don't want to get out.
Did you see what Ukraine's doing? They were hacking the broadcast stations in Russia and putting on their own shit. It was great. They had like Jesus on there, bro. They were wilding out.
Oh, they're doing some great, but where do you think they're really getting that technology from?
And Russia was hacking Ukrainian soldiers' phones and telling them, like, in text messages, kill your commanding officer. You know what I'm saying? Like, put down your weapons. Like, they were sending them all kinds of crazy text messages. They were finding people who were soldiers and sending their mom text messages like, your son is dead. You know what I'm saying? And they were just playing all kinds of mind control warfare, bro. Yeah.
And right now, Putin is probably the most famous man in the world. I mean, Trump was, right? Now Putin took the spotlight. Everybody's Putin. They're showing pictures of Putin with movie stars from like, 10, 15 years ago. Putin goes to Hollywood. They're showing here's a picture with him with Jack Nicholson. Putin's becoming here. Let's see all those movie stars. So we got Seagal. We got McCartney. We got DiCaprio. Who else we got? The Queen. Who is that? Is that Naomi Campbell? She gained a lot of weight, but I recognize that. The Prince. This lady is, who's this? Megyn Kelly. Who's this guy? Oliver Stone, the producer of movies. Who else? Larry King. The guy from France, I think that's a French guy. Who else is this? Martin Lauer, Russian leader. Let's see who else. Oh, look at that. Conor McGregor with Putin. Who else? Jean-Claude Van Damme.
That belongs.
Prime Minister Tony Blair. Who else is he? I mean, come on. He's with all kinds of people. This guy, he's part of their club. Let's face reality. This guy knows what they do and how they move. Putin knows the game. He's part of that. That's why I'm wondering, is this all
I gotta show you one thing before I run, all right? I want to show you the Putin time traveler pictures real quick.
Oh, go ahead. Put it up. Yeah, I seen this too.
They're saying that he's a time traveler, bro.
Yeah. I believe it. I mean, I seen this too. I mean, the guy in like 1941 really looks like him. The guy in 1920, I mean, they look like clones of him. The other guys, I'm not sure, but these couple of dudes, boy, they look just like him.
Yeah, there's a little bit to be determined about who he really is. We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, is he a fallen angel that doesn't die? We don't know.
We don't know.
And we'll probably never know, you know. That's the way it is. But
Yo,
you
Pop,
go,
thanks for having me. I just wanted to let you know what I mean? I got to run. I got some shit
yeah,
to take care of.
no problem. I'm
About to get
gonna.
my day going, but
I
you
may
already
I may close down and go back up later, or I'll stay on for a little while longer. Let me see.
I would just run it all day and go on a mean rant.
I've been on a rant for 3.5 hours. My mouth's getting dry here.
I feel you, bro. You got to
You know?
run more. You got to run more like things and talk about them.
Yeah, I got to run like a video or something like to get a break once in a while.
You got to run a little video.
You know, people put on music and stuff sometimes.
Mims is doing a Woman of the Bible tonight. I don't know if you're interested in that, but we got to do a little bit of that tonight.
Yeah, I try to stay away from the woman discussions.
Oh, we're just going into the women of the Bible.
Oh,
just
the women.
Like she's trying to break out, like, people don't know too much about the women of the Bible, what they did, so she's trying to break out some of that information.
Well, that is true, but, you know, I don't know if they hid a lot of that stuff from us, but there are women in the Bible, and they don't really talk too much about them ever.
But they're in there, bro. Like, I think she's
Yeah.
going into the book of Esther right now.
That's
and
good.
it's real good stuff. Vigo says she'll be there, Mims.
Well, that's an interesting show for women, especially, you know, to see that, you know, women were in the Bible.
Hey, yo, shout out to the guy in the background, bro.
Yeah, you could drop Mimsy's link, too, in here if you want.
Oh, they already know where it's at, bro. We'll
All
drop
right.
it. I'll drop it in there, though. Thanks for having me, Pops. I'm going to go get
Yep.
my day going. You already
All right.
know. Good
chop
stuff as
some wood.
always.
All right.
Keep grinding, bro. Don't let them deter you.
Yeah, they're fucking with me now. I keep growing and shrinking at the same time. So, not a big deal anyway. Look, you know, I don't expect to be Joe Rogan anyway. Even though if I was Joe Rogan's league, I mean, they probably would have had me killed already because I wouldn't be able to control myself. I like some of the stuff Rogan has done, but he does everything very carefully. He's very careful of what he says and how he does it. I've actually watched Joe Rogan, and I've seen him actually stop talking and think. Like, just go, basically thinking about what he's going to say before he says it. That's a smart man does that, if he's hiding shit, or he's kind of compromised a little bit somehow. I think he's just basically compromised about money. He's kind of like doesn't want to lose the money he's been making. And I kind of don't blame him, but, there comes a point, all your money is not going to be worth anything if we keep letting these people get away with what they're getting away with. So, Mr. Rogan, you got 150, 200, 300 million, and then your children live in some type of tyranny, and then your grandchildren are going to live in maybe a real, tyrannical world. So, you'll do okay, but your children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren will be living in a living hell. And you had the chance to maybe you're going to lose your fortune, but you had the chance to help the cause big. If you're concerned about your money all the time, and this is even from Jesus said, you can't enter the gates. You got to give up everything. He wants to see you give up everything you have almost and have faith in him. He doesn't care about money. Money, you can't build a fortune in heaven. Okay. The Egyptians thought they could build fortunes after they died by going, their grave with all kinds of gold and stuff in their coffins, but it doesn't work that way, And what do we got? Thanks for the morning stream, Pops. You're welcome, Vigo. I hope I could help you, I hope I entertained you at least. I'm not the bearer of good news most of the time, but I'm the bearer of reality, and I'm still trying to figure out the matrix. It's complicated. This thing is the next curveball into the picture. I think we're going to know a lot more about really where Putin stands down the road and where this new world order is standing. We're going to learn as we go. But I think they know, even the new world order knows a lot of people are hip to it, and we're all on their ass. We're watching them. You know, we're watching every move they make now, which we should have been doing years ago. Like even with the voting in America, we always took it for granted that we had free elections, and you know, it was all on the up and up level. But this shit's been going on for a long time, but we never paid attention to it. Now we're starting to pay attention. You know, we're watching. Oh, why'd they stop it? Why'd they do this? Why? Well, what are these machines about? What's this mail-in shit? You know, I never thought mail-in voting mattered. Now it does. You realize it matters. Yep. Thank you, JB. And yeah, I love your informative you are. Well, I try. Sometimes I'm wrong, but at least you get a different view. You know, you get a different outlook of the media, because the media is just hitting us with everything. But I try to go on the right side and the left side of the media, and you know, this way you'll get both views. And you try to find. I'm trying to still find an unbiased media. You know, like where they don't favor either side, and you're going to get more. I guess more straight, real forward news. And I don't see that, you know. I don't see it anymore. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm looking at something, trying to get on a news site, and they're telling me I got an ad blocker. Of course I got an ad blocker. I don't want to see all your freaking ads. It's all bullshit, you know, with all these ads that they're showing us on this shit, you know. And, you know. All right, let me just see now. All right, so I had to give them permission to put ads up. Amazing. All right, drive to the movement. Reclaim Wisconsin's electoral votes. Look at this. Here we go. Let's put this up. So, reclaim. Look at that. Counties demanding reclaim. I don't know. I think all this stuff is all bullshit anyway. Nothing ever gets done, you know. No matter what you do or what you say, they catch these people basically committing the crime, and nothing happens, you know. Nothing happens. Da-da-da. Try to get sexy for my fans. No, I'm only kidding. All right, so here we got exclusive coverage here. Listen to it. Look at this one. We got a hairdresser who falsely accused Eric Greitens in bogus case brought by Soros prosecutor could face felony charges. So they want to prosecute people for any little thing. A source familiar with the criminal investigation into the corrupt attempt to prosecute MAGA Navy SEAL and Missouri Governor Eric Greitens says the woman who falsely accused him could face felony charges for lying under oath. So, I don't know. I mean, seems like if you're on the wrong side of the side, you know, if you're on the right side, they're going to condemn you for anything. And if you're on their side, you could get away with almost anything. That's the way it looks like it's going, right? I mean, you know, is this all entertainment? I mean, why are we being entertained? Yeah. So, Wisconsin Republican leaders call for mercy meeting with all county GOP leaders following an exclusive report by Justin Gayman call for decertification. Really? Come on now. You know nothing's going to happen. It's all bullshit, smoke and mirrors. You know, maybe they do it to really annoy us. I look at these things and I go, yeah, okay, Arizona, that thing happened how long ago? Nothing happened. So it's so obvious what happened. You know, today they're saying, some of the newspapers are saying a weak, forgettable State of the Union won't help his abysmal poll numbers. That means nobody gives a shit about his State of the Union. His poll numbers are still going down. And government harassment, Liz Cheney, January 6th committee calls for OAN's Christina Bob and Amistad's Phil Klein will tide turn on these things. So they're trying to harass anybody on the basic patriot side of America. And that's the way it is. You got to watch the War Room with Bannon. There's a lot of good stuff on there going down. Saying Moderna CEO admits possible. You're going to have to look at this yourself. I'll just add it on the stream. I don't know what's what. Don't know, but go check it out. Can only give you information. I don't know what's true, what's not anymore. Here. Look at this. So this is what I was talking about, this Pelosi. Look at this crazy lady. I mean, it's saying, what is this? Nancy Pelosi stood up and cheered when Biden talked about soldiers breathing in toxic smoke from the burn pits. I mean, I don't know if you've seen it, but she was literally doing this, going like, what kind of signal was that? Who was that signal to? I'm still trying to figure out what that was all about, So now they're saying a news channel had an honest mistake. Joe Biden's face appears in a live TV report of an elderly man accused of touching a young girl. And they have the video. So they're saying that this happened and it was an accident. So I don't know. I mean, there's a video here. Let's see this video. Well, you have to go on and look for the video. It's on YouTube. It's on YouTube. Here, I mean, did you see that? I mean, did you people see that? I don't even know if you heard it, but like, how does a news channel make this mistake? I mean, how does that happen? How does that happen? That's what I like to know. How does a news channel make a mistake like that? Is that even possible? That they're not like getting sued or something? It's crazy how that could actually pop up. And they said it was an accident. Come on now. Somebody in that news station did that shit on purpose, Saying, well, the economic sanctions on Russia backfire. So, as much as we think, they got a lot of deals going on with India and China. I don't think Russia, America is not as relevant as people think anymore in Europe. Europe's real evil empire, if you ask me. So that's the way I think. They're a definite evil empire. But there's so much shit going on, huh? I never knew that with that video with him. I mean, that somebody in that news channel did that shit on purpose. I mean, there's no in between. Let's go back here. I bet you, if I go on Microsoft News again, I bet you they have a whole nother story about what's going on in Ukraine. I mean, like every 5 minutes, they're putting some other new shit on. Yeah, here it is. Another new headline. Casualties, siege tactics. And they're showing you fire engines and stuff, They'll show you, they got stuff there to stop the invaders, like at the beachfronts of Normandy. Yeah, hold on. Let's see if we could do that. got firemen putting out a fire. Let's fast forward a little bit. So, you know, they're trying their best to make us feel sympathy and all kinds of stuff. And I'm not saying we shouldn't. But is this all by design? That is my big question. You know, is it all by design? That is the question. Let me see if I have any. What are we saying? Did you watch the State of the Union? I missed it. I didn't see it yet. I'm gonna watch it. I watched little clips of it. I just can't even stomach looking at Pelosi in the background with Harris. It's like the three people that I can't even stand looking at. They're all together in one little picture. It's very hard for me to watch the State of the Union. I want to just jump through the screen sometimes when I'm watching it. It is just, if you had to put some real evil people in a room together, definitely they did that. Who wants to see? Let's see what we got. Do we got anything good? Oh, I got this. I could show you what the country may look like soon. And hold on. Let me show you this. I don't know if anybody's seen this. I'm going to try to get it in my... right, and let's see if I have it. Let me see. All right, hold on. I'm going to put this in. Hold up. I got something really good for you guys. It's called The Gray State. It's a trailer. And basically, what this is kind of maybe this could happen to you in the future. You know, it happens where they're doing all this stuff. Now, the guy that was going to make this movie called The Gray State, he just out of nowhere, him and his family were killed in a home invasion. You know, when he was in the middle of making this movie. So it just so happened to be coincidence that him and his whole family were murdered in their home. Supposedly they were being robbed or home invasion or something. So these are all coincidences, you know. I will play this for you so you could kind of see. It's really some, you know, this guy was going to make a movie of what could happen in America, and here we go.
What is Gray State?
Gray State is less a movie than it is a warning. We do not live in a dictatorship, but we do live in a police state. What we're going to see is the unveiling of this gray state foisted upon America. Americans believe that they can't do anything. And day by day, they're becoming correct. It's a game of numbers, and we're losing.
So there you go. I got another one. Let me find the other one. That one wasn't the one I wanted to show you. I wanted to show you the trailer. And let me see. I have it somewhere. Let me look for it. And where are you? Dun, 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 dun. And I'm looking. Okay, I'm looking for it. I got so many videos and file stuff. It's crazy. Got stuff on everything. Sometimes I can't even. Anyway, if you Google it, you probably will find it. It's called Gray State. I'm going to try to find it. I have it somewhere. The trail is really good. It's like 3 minutes of, it's kind of action too, a lot of action. Let's see. No, that's not it. And I think I'm out of luck today. I can't find stuff that I'm looking for. And videos. Do. So, anybody have any questions while I'm looking around? Let's see. I'm looking for, let me see if I can find it on even YouTube, and then I'll just download it. And Gray State. And trailer. I don't know how I lost it, because I had the thing. And let's see which one it is. There it is. That's the one I wanted. The concept. So, I'm going to download it on YouTube, and I'll play it for you. And let me get the... kind of hard to... Here we go. There it is. Oh, no. That's not the one. Yeah, they make everything difficult lately. YouTube has made life complicated. You know, they basically hide stuff. I think personally, they're hiding me, and I'm a little pea in a pod. I can't understand why I'm constantly, I'll have 110 subscribers, and then the next day I got 99, and then the next day I'll have 110 subscribers, and the next day I got 98. So I've heard that they basically take subscribers away from people on purpose. You know, they don't want nobody. They don't want me growing, that's for sure. If I start getting a couple of thousand subscribers, I may get a knock on my front door. I mean, they're already nervous about somebody like me that got nobody. They keep playing games with me, giving me strikes for telling me a religious video was medical disinformation. What else could you do? It's crazy. Crazy. That's what I think it is. I think it's crazy what they're doing. So, let's see. I think I got it. I just got to download it. Take me a moment, folks. And I'm looking for, where are you? Things disappear too, all of a sudden. All right. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Let's see where it is. I'm trying to find it now. It's like, I don't know. They have hidden stuff all the time. Oh, just vanished again. Everything is vanishing. And is it still loading? And there we go. Let's try one more time. So let me see if there's any questions, and I'll address those and download. Where is it? Download, overwrite, and let's see. So, alrighty, where is everybody? Remind me later. I'm talking out loud. Don't pay no mind to me. This one. Let's see. All right. So there it is. I have it. Now I have to just see where it is. And show in folder. Okay. Now what I have to do. See, you got to know some tricks too, because they start hitting you with copyright bullshit. They hit you with, even though the copywriter doesn't care anything. Like if you're trying to get a message out there, that, like me, if somebody took my video and put it on their channel, I could give two shits, but they'll try to tell you it's copyrights and all this shit. I think half these people don't even care. Like some of these musicians, you're playing their song or whatever, part of their song in your video or something. I think they don't care. I mean, it helps their record sales or whatever you want to say, their digital sales. But yet they actually make believe like people actually, are actually, care, which is bullshit. If you're helping somebody make money, I don't think they care, So this is what we have to live through, all lies, 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 and more lies and more lies. So that's basically what we got to live through in this world. How much, thou shalt not lie does not exist, man. It just doesn't exist. In today's society, everything's about lying. There's no truth anymore out there. Very little of it, anyway. I'm getting this video ready, so just give it a moment. I'm going to put on the gray state for you. You can actually see the real. No. Okay, so now I got to download it. I did that. Got to know some tricks here so they don't try to avoid these copyright bullshits, which they try to always hit you with, no matter what you put on. This is the way they roll. They always do this shit to you. And there are some tricks to avoid it. So, any other questions from anybody? Let's see. And there we go. Join my panel. And, a lot of people just tuned in. Here, look at this real quick. Boom. Those 8 triangles are biolabs that are in the Ukraine. Supposedly, America has involvement with them. They say it's American employees, and I don't know if it's true, not true. But nobody talks about biolabs, So this is what's going on. And here it is. Here's Gray State. This is the movie, the highlight reel I was looking for. You could pay attention and listen to this one.
Last night I dreamt about how things were. And then I woke up here.
So there you go. Something to think about, right? The video was pretty, kind of showing you, hey, this could happen here. You know, that guy that was going to make that movie, it would have been a pretty cool movie to come out now, right? That guy and his family was supposedly murdered in their home or something, some kind of like home invasion or robbery. When he was in the middle of making this movie, and some guy tried to finish it, but they never did it correct. But you know, that would have been a great movie that would have came out now, man. Basically showing you what the New World Order wants to do. I mean, shit, that'd be a blockbuster right now. That would be something like everybody would run to the theater to see, you know. But I don't know if they will let that go out there. They don't want you to, you know, even though they don't care anymore. They're almost throwing it in your face. Yep, well, it's going to be a new world order, people. And guess what? You can't stop it. So I don't really even think they care anymore. I think they're just doing it in our face and saying, what are you going to do? It's like, you know, it's like you facing a guy that's like 20 feet tall looking at you, a bully. And he's like, so what you going to do, buddy? You know? It's like me looking at a 3-year-old, you know? Wonder how you can't do nothing. So we're in that situation right now. You know, so just wanted to share that part with you. What else we got? Let's see, anything interesting. I'm starting to get bored here. I'm trying to do a marathon stream, but it's getting a little, I need a little break myself. My mouth's starting to hurt from talking so much. Let me see if I got any good videos I can play for people. And there we go. All righty then. Does anybody have any questions? Because let's see if I got any inspirational videos. You know, I got one here. What is this one? All right, here's a good one. Let's see if I can get it there. If I Were the Devil. Pretty cool video. So if I were the devil, I don't know if anybody's ever seen that. If I Were the Devil, Paul Harvey, a guy, kind of wrote this whole thing about if he was the devil, he more or less wouldn't stop what he's doing, because the devil's pretty much kicking butt right now, right? He's got shit going down. Let's see, Paul Harvey, If I Were the Devil. All right, I gotta first fix it, and then I'll put it in there. So I got a video coming called If I Were the Devil. So stay tuned to see that. And there you go. Let's do that. I gotta make a copy of it. So anybody in the audience, you got any opinions of what's going on out there? Let me know. I'd like to hear it. In one moment, we'll be getting to your video. All right, let's get rid of this. Let's see. We got 8 people here. Wow. All right, we're going to play a video called, it's actually 2 minutes and like 50 seconds long. And let me just get it loaded up here. It's called If I Were the Devil. Let me just, I have to get it loaded into the StreamYard. So, where are you? And there it is. Okay. It's loading. We'll be playing it momentarily. And let's see what we got. And it's loading. So you want to know if I were the devil, what I would do? So here we go. And it's If I Were the Devil.
Hello, Americans. I'm Paul Harvey. If I were the devil. If I were the Prince of Darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness. And I'd have 1/3 of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree. The So I set about, however necessary, to take over the United States.
President Kennedy has been seriously wounded by this shooting.
I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of the serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve. Do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old, I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flame.
The President of the United States is racist.
If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions, just let those run wild. Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion. I would lure priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who wanted until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. I would caution against extremes.
I'm here to warn people. You keep telling me to shut up. This isn't a game.
In hard work, in patriotism, in moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure. In other words, if I were the devil, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing.
So there you go. If I were the devil. Pretty cool, huh? Paul Harvey said that stuff. He basically, I think InfoWars made all them clips and stuff. Give them credit. They did a great job with it. But Paul Harvey said this shit in 1953. So was he a prophet? Because basically everything in there is kind of happening now, isn't it? You know, if I were the devil, I do this. If I were the devil, I do that. If I were the devil. So it's pretty cool. What he's saying, it's actually going down right now. I mean, so how did he know all this shit was going to happen? Because this guy's seen the plan. That's how. You know, you can look at it, go online, Google, if I were the devil, Paul Harvey transcript, and look at what he's saying. I mean, because you may have missed out on what he was saying, but like, yo, that's some scary shit. What he's claiming, and he wrote this a long time ago, you know. So, just looking for something. I want to see something here. All right, so transcript. Oh, it's from 1965. He said this. It's I think they're saying so. You know, I get things. If you look at the transcript, man, it's scary. It basically is kind of showing you what's going on right now. Pretty wild stuff, you know. If none of you seen that video, I hope you enjoyed that one, because that one's a winner. When I seen that one, I actually was like, whoa, this is pretty cool. You know. You see if I got any more surprise videos for you. Something to wake you up. See, I'm giving you all my my gems here, as you want to call it. I got so much stuff. It's crazy. I get a headache. People read books, tons of books. I've read books in my life, but you know what? I could watch videos and get a lot more in. Books after a while start hurting your eyes. And, I just ain't into reading books like what you could watch. I could watch 5 documentaries on stuff and doesn't bother me at all. But I can't read 5 books in a day, that's for sure. All right. So let's see what else we're going to get into. About flat Earth, man. Anybody got some ideas with flat Earth and supposedly this spear that we got traveling through the universe at, spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and traveling towards the sun at I don't know, some crazy speeds of 60,000 miles an hour or something. I mean, are we supposed to buy into this NASA or bullshit? Most people have. I was taught in school the world was round, spinning around on that globe. And, to this day, people still think that's exactly what it is. I've never been up in space, so I can't say it. I don't think NASA has ever been up there either. Everything's CGI. You could watch videos you could go on YouTube. I don't know why they haven't taken this shit down, but they leave it up. I don't know, to rub it in your face. And you have NASA astronauts in supposedly the space center that's up there saying we can't leave Earth's atmosphere. We're not able to do that anymore. We lost the technology. And then I got people, I had to show a little bit on this. They come on and they're making excuses like, oh, well, we did really lose the technology. And they burnt the technology on purpose. This is what they claim. One guy was claiming, well, we had the technology, but Russia didn't. So what we did is we burnt all the technology so nobody could use this technology ever for security reasons. You really think America would have an up and up hand on technology and destroy it so nobody would get a hold of it? Or wouldn't they secure it and keep it for their own use? I mean, come on now. I don't know why people make excuses for everything. We can't get to the moon because we can't live. We can't get to the moon anymore, right? Supposedly, I don't know what that's all about. But the moon is actually under the firmament, so we can get there. But I don't think it's actually a planet. It's a little something different. Maybe it's some kind of I don't know. The moon actually creates cold light, like the sun creates hot light. So. Do we really believe that the sun is 60 million miles away from the planet and we can actually see it? Can our eyes actually see 60 million miles? I don't care how big the sun is. It could be 3 times the size of the Earth. How about 10 times the size of the Earth? So you're telling me our eyes can actually see something from 60 million miles? I mean, or... Here, let me look at the Earth's distance from the sun. Let me just Google this. Earth's distance from the sun. Let's see how many miles. I got to see it. All right. 93 million miles. People, understand this. Our whole planet is like what? How many thousand miles is the planet Earth? I mean, Earth is how many miles? Let's see. Earth is how big? Let's see how big the planet is. All right. So the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles, and the diameter is 7,918. All right. I mean, your human eyes can't even see, I don't know, a few thousand miles, if you ask me. I mean, no matter how big. So you're telling me something 93 million miles away, because the sun's a lot closer. That's the point I'm trying to get to. Something 93 million miles away from the planet, and our eyes can actually see that far. I find that highly impossible. I don't care if the sun is 10 times the size of the Earth. How big is the sun compared to the Earth? Let's see. So it's saying that this is what they're claiming. The Earth, the sun is 432,000 miles big. So it's 100 times the size of the planet. And let's see how big the moon is. Let's see how big the moon is. How big is the moon? Let's go with the moon. Moon's only 1,000 miles big, so it's way smaller than the Earth, right? So, how far is the moon from us? How far is the moon? They got to make the moon closer, or else their theory doesn't work, right? All right, so the moon is 238,855 miles, but the sun is 93 million miles, okay? So this makes perfect sense, right? All right, so you got something 1/6 of the size of Earth, okay? Think about this. And it's 1,000 miles only big, okay? But it is 238,000 miles from Earth, and we can actually see it. Our eyes can see that far. Really? Come on now. I almost want to say, come on, guy. You got anything better you can bullshit me with? Just like the sun? Yo, I can't even imagine what fucking 93 million miles is. That's how insane it is. And my eyes can actually see that far. Like, I don't care how big the object is. How can my eyes see 93 million miles? Million! Shit. That's like, how many Earths is that? If you flattened out the Earth and made it flat, okay? The Earth is, how big is the Earth? It's crazy. So how many Earths is that? Millions of Earths? Like, that would be like 3 million Earths flattened out. Like, we could see that far. No way. Listen, use logic. Think about that. Put that in your head. I don't even want to go into the rest of the flat Earth and the round Earth bullshit, but just think about that one thing. You're telling me my eyes can see something 93 million miles away from me. I don't even think we could see the moon. That's only 238,000 miles. But let's go 93 million miles. How far is that? Like, is that past Pluto? Like, oh, whatever they consider that a star now. Like, how far is that? Like, that's crazy. Yeah. So they're claiming the sun is 93 million miles, and the moon's only 238,000 miles. I mean, so like, how come I can't see like the other planets? You know, how come I can't see Venus, which isn't as far as the sun? And how come I can't see Jupiter? How come I can't see Mars and Pluto? And how come I can't see anything but the moon and the sun? How is that possible? How far is Mars from Earth? Orbital period, radius, orbital distance, 141 million miles. And so let's look at the close. Like, Mars is 141 million miles. I can't see Mars. How come? Oh, well, they're making them even farther. I don't know. It's crazy. 483 million miles. I don't know. They're geniuses, and when they design all these theories, but I cannot, for the sake of me, think that my eyes, no matter how big the object is, it could be 10 times the size of the sun. I don't think my eyes can see 93 million miles. I don't think that's possible, that my eyes can see anything 93 million miles away. All right. Now, I'm not going to say that heat can't get here, but 93 million miles away and the sun's still heating up the planet Earth. Like, shit, how powerful is the sun then? Like, is it like, it's crazy. And it looks like it's so much closer to us, even the moon. Does the moon really look like it's 238,000 miles away? I mean, shit, you look at a plane up near the clouds and the moon looks like it's a little past it. Like, you know, maybe another 10,000 miles. I think this shit's a lot closer than we think, you know? That's just a theory, but if you really think about it, I don't believe my eyes could see 93 million miles away. I don't care how big the object is. You know? Yeah, Microsoft again. like I told you, every 10 minutes they keep changing. They keep putting more narratives up. Let me see if I could separate this again like I had it set up before. And I got to redo everything because it's a pain in the ass to share screen and all this shit. All right, so here we go. Here's Microsoft again. I mean, they just don't stop. They got a narrative and they just want to get it done, no matter what we do. This is it. So let's see what we got. Oh no, that's I don't want the entire screen. Let's get rid of this. Share. No. No. Alrighty. And let's see. Let me remove this stop screen. All right, I'm going to try to see if I can get this shared again. Share screen, da-da-da. Windows. And let's see that, share. All right, here we go. So, I don't know if it's showing up, but yeah. So Russia reportedly forcing teachers to teach the government justification for Ukraine invasion. So they're saying Russia's already starting to teach their children about Ukraine invasion. Really? Is that really happening? Russia trying to justify it already? I guess Microsoft will just... I guess Microsoft's got the inside scoop with everything, huh? They must really... I mean, they're learning shit that I can't believe. U.S. allies weaponizing sanctions to curb Russian aggression. I mean, Microsoft ain't letting loose on this Ukraine thing, man. They're just blasting headline after headline after headline after headline. I mean, shit, they just keep coming out with more shit by the moment. I'm telling you, in another 5 minutes, I'm going to go back to Microsoft and you're going to see another headline, another agenda. Yeah, here's another one they're issuing. Russia holds web rocket launch hostage. Issues conditional demands. You look at the size of those rockets. Yeah, they think they're trying to scare you a little bit with the size of those things, huh? Those things look like they'll cut the planet in half. Let's see what else they got going on. What's this one? It's only going international support. What is this they got showing here? Russian military vehicle seen. So they're showing you their vehicles. Shit, man. You want to know narrative? Just watch Microsoft News, man. You don't even got to turn on the news anymore. They're bringing up Gorbachev. They're talking about the old presidents in Russia. Like, shit, man. Russia's getting more famous by the moment. A blind and U.S. bans giant Russian cargo jets. What else are you guys going to do to Russia? What else can you do? Boy, they're telling Russia, you better play ball. That's what they're telling them, man. You better play ball with us. You don't want to play ball, we will break you. Melinda Gates is coming out. She had an affair. Her husband had an affair. Really? Bill Gates has an affair? Who's going to go with that guy? He has to pay his way to... what woman want to sleep with that man? That man's so evil, it's ridiculous. And he's one of the ugliest creatures. That guy is super ugly. I'm looking at all these headlines here, people, trying to get you some news, some raw news. Roger Stone bodyguard accused of sedition cuts a deal with the feds over Capitol riot. Really? What did they basically bribe him or something? Let's see this one here. Look at this. I don't know. They're showing something on his shirt. So they're saying they had signals, and if anybody would know signs and symbols, it'd definitely be these devil worshippers in Washington, because these people are obsessed with symbols. Hey, hold on. I looked it up. 864,000 miles in diameter, which is 109 times wider than the Earth. Yes, Locke. But can your eyes actually see 93 million miles? I don't give a shit if it's 1,000 times bigger than the Earth. How is that possible? It's, yeah, right. There we go. It's so far we can't fathom it in our tiny little brains. I'll agree with that. I can't even imagine how far 93 million miles is. And you're going to tell me that we can see that far. And that the sun is heating up this planet from 93 million miles away. I mean, wouldn't it hit like, all right, it's 93 million miles away. So wouldn't half the planet at least be in daytime and half at night? Because it doesn't work like that. Like kind of the sun revolves around the Earth, because I know the Earth is kind of like some kind of flat scenario where it's like, I think you cut the Earth in half and then put like a dome over it, a firmament, and that kind of, but like the sun's going around the Earth. I don't think the Earth's going around the sun. You know, if the Earth is spinning and it's going towards the sun, and it's 1,000 miles an hour, and the Earth, wouldn't the sun, wouldn't it change like every hour, like 1,000 miles an hour? Wouldn't we be from, you know, it would be too fast. The daytime and nighttime would change much quicker than we think. So I don't know. It's 24 hours. You're basically going around. I don't know. It's just out of control to even fathom 93 million miles away. I think if it was 93 miles away, the sun would hit half the planet at one time, because it would be spread out so much. What is the light doesn't spread? It just goes direct like a laser beam. It only hits certain parts. Come on. All of America should be covered at the same time with sunlight at the same exact rate. If basically, I mean, you know, this thing's 93 million miles away. It should be able to cover the whole United States at one time. It shouldn't be darker in certain parts of the U.S. It shouldn't. It's almost, I find it highly impossible. But we are supposed to believe it, because they have all kinds of things that they could basically show us to prove that it does happen. They got all kinds of bullshit excuses. So, you know. And what else? Sammy, I'm talking to my dog. Get inside. You're not going out. I know my dog's trying to, I have the door open, and my dog's contemplating if he wants to go outside. I say, go sit down, Sam. Yeah. If you want to see my dog, Sammy, he's on my website. You'll see, like, I made a couple little videos. He's the little cute guy fighting the big dog. Yep. And let's see what else we got. So what else we doing here? How many people we got? We still got 5 people on. Huh, not bad. Trying to do a marathon here. I don't know how long I could go. I'm on 4 hours and 47 minutes. And here we go from the hill. General Petraeus. Putin can't win the Ukraine war. There it is. Oh, boy. Putin can't win the war. Listen, if Russia can't beat Ukraine, then I don't know what to tell you anymore. Now the NHL has a Putin problem. Everybody's got a Putin problem. There it is. Everybody's got a Putin problem. What about tyranny in Australia problem? How come we don't have any of that? I'm not going to downplay this Ukraine thing, because I'm sure it is serious to a lot of people, and I don't like to see innocent people getting killed. I think there's a lot more behind the curtain of this, though. I think there's a lot more justification for it than they're making us believe. I don't think Putin just woke up one day and said, I want to be, I don't know, I want to be Rome, and I just want to be Caesar, and I want to conquer the world, because He's not going to get away with it. There's going to be a lot of pressure on him, but he's willing to take that leap because there had to be a bigger threat than we think from Ukraine to Russia, whether it was they're going to join NATO and surround him, or there's a lot of evil shit going on in Ukraine. I mean, there's a lot of different ways we can look at this. But it seems to be the media is just showing one side of the story. Whether or not Putin, let's just say he is the boogeyman, right? I want to hear his side of the story, and they're not covering it. They're blocking out all Russian media. They'll tell you that's all propaganda, but nothing in the U.S. is propaganda. You know what I mean? Government, man, listen. Our government is the best. They're the best people in the world. I mean, these people are the most trustworthy politicians. All they care about is us, the people. They're here to protect us. Our government is the most unbelievable government in the world. These politicians are the best president we ever had in the world right now is in office. The greatest Congress people are in office right now. I mean, Pelosi, wow, she is the best. These are all the best people. We're so lucky as Americans. Come on now. Give me a break, huh? This is a clown act. Well, we're dealing with clowns and gangsters and pirates. I mean, here's something very cool. I have to look at it. How would you like to pay $500,000 for a jet ski? Here it is. Pretty cool. Jet ski, $500,000. You got $500,000 to throw away? We're worried about putting food on our table, and people are buying jet skis for $500,000. What does that thing do for you? $500,000. Does it give you a massage? Does it turn into a robot and walks on land? Like, what is? How does it cost $500,000? Let me look what this thing does. It's like a Star Wars. It looks like a Star Wars thing. I mean, it's crazy. There's people that are so rich, they got these submarines with freaking pools on them. I mean, like, this is the craziest shit I ever seen. Like, rich people got that rich that they have submarines with, like, floating pools on the top. I mean, like, do really people deserve this type of money that they could have that type of shit? I mean, I don't care how successful you are. Here it is. I got to show you this picture. Hold on. Let me see if I can. I'm actually going to save this image. I got to. All right, here. This is what people do. Look at it. It's got a pool. And it's saying it's part of the Navy. So what do? They come aboard. They come afloat and they tell their sailors, hey, you know what? You can go swimming in the pool today. I mean, they're saying that's a Navy submarine. It looks like a yacht to me. I mean, it looks like there's little boats there that go in it, like jet skis and shit. It will come in with improved stealth mode. Oh, maybe it is a luxury yacht. They're just but no, it's saying one of the stealthiest vessels in the United States fleet. I don't know. All I know is that looks like a billionaire submarine. That's so he could sneak into Epstein's island without getting recognized. That's what I believe that is. Let me take you out on my submarine. Yeah, I got a pool in it and everything. Some crazy shit. You look at this stuff, man, on the news and all the shit that people got, and then people like us, we're fighting just to pay rent for our house, and we're supposed to be, supporting all these big corporations, with our taxes. Crazy shit, man. I'll tell you, you look at the stuff that's going on out there. There's such a division between the rich and the poor now, more than ever in the world's history. And we are basically just sitting there watching it happen right in front of us. All right, so here's one. So now they're saying a Ukrainian newspaper released the information of all 120,000 Russian soldiers. I don't know what their addresses. Like, I don't understand what's going on. Well, with their names, registration numbers, servicemen. I mean, like, Really? They had that information? Ukraine had the information of Russian soldiers? Like, they had their info. How did they get that information? Like, the U.S., I don't even think has that information, but yet the Ukrainians have that information? Really? I'm supposed to believe this? I don't know, people. There's too much shit going on out there. Too much bullshit. If you look at this stuff, you won't sleep. Let's see what else we got to look at. Let's see what more bullshit they can do. By the way, if you notice, the UN does use the flat Earth map. There's a reason for it. I guess the UN likes to say we believe in conspiracy theories, or we just want to show people that we don't believe in conspiracy theories. So we'll make our flag with the flat Earth, to screw with people. Let's see what else we could find that's entertaining. I'm looking. And yeah, I mean, it's getting crazy. Sit here, watch the Super Bowl halftime show, and they're showing you they're all in like these FEMA cubicles. That's what the FEMA camps look like. The cubicles, similar. Were you trying to send us a message at the Super Bowl? This could be you living and you'll be happy living in these things. What is this? Celebrity mansions. Jeff Bezos' mansion looks insane. Let's see if we can find his mansion. They always leave it for the last one. And I don't know. You know what? I don't even want to look at their mansions because I could care less anyway. But Bezos' looks insane. That guy's got more money than we could even imagine, And his company basically, people think he sells products. What Bezos basically is in the transport business. The only reason why he makes any type of profit, I think, is because of the Prime, more than anything else. I think he kind of breaks even with the whole company, and all the money he makes from Prime is basically kind of his. A lot of companies like Costco, I heard, works on very small margins, but that card that you buy for like $50 a year, whatever, at Costco, that's how the company really makes its money. They don't really make too much money with the product, but I don't believe that either in a way, Who knows? All right, so let's see anything else. Closest black hole to Earth is not black hole. It's a vampire star system. What does that mean, a vampire star system? I would like to know. Look at this. I mean, I'm not lying about this. Yeah, black hole, vampire star system. I don't know. What's a vampire star system? Are they really vampires? I think vampires, they weren't true vampires, but then again, it could be like the Fallen. They like to drink blood and things like that. I'm going to drop a link. It looks like we got a lot of people coming in. Many of you guys want to come on, be more than welcome. And let me drop it here. And I'm going to drop it on YouTube also, because I don't know if it shows up when I put it in mine. Let me see. And, let's see what we got going on here. All right, I dropped a link. Anybody wants to jump on here? And do we have any questions out there? Nothing wrong with the Super Bowl halftime. So I don't know, Snuggles. I'm starting to wonder about you. What are you talking about? Nothing wrong. It was like almost a satanic ritual. You ever notice everything's black and white too? That's all Masonic shit. Are these Hollywood stars and all these music videos, are they obsessed with black and white colors and checkerboards? Is that just a coincidence that they're all obsessed with the same scheme of having a black and white checkerboard floor, and everything is black and white? You don't think there's any red flag there? Because Masonic colors are black and white. I mean, they're obsessed with the black and white. You have to understand one thing about these rich, elite devil worshippers and all these Masons. They are obsessed with one thing, obsessed. Well, actually, two things: symbols and rituals. Right? Let me get my fat dog up here. Introduce Sammy to everybody. There he is. It's one of the cutest dogs I've ever seen because he's my dog. But he is fat. He's got a big belly, and he's cute. And he's a good dog. He sits. He'll be quiet. He never barks. So that's Sammy for everybody. And I'll probably get a lot more views because of my dog, because Americans love dogs, We treat dogs better than humans in this country sometimes. I love my dog, and I'll feed my dog good food, but I see people like it's a dog, They treat these dogs, they treat their dogs like humans, It's still a dog no matter what way you do it, I love my dog, but still he's a dog, And say hello, Chubby. There he is. That's my chubby Sammy boy. He's a good dog, though. He's quiet. I got another dog, but he's wild. He's a big black dog. He's cool, but he's crazy. He's a puppy. And here, what is this? Super Bowl halftime was dedicated to Sat worship. Open your eyes, Snuggles. There you go. Tell him, Rabbit. And my eyes are open. I'm driving and typing. Your eyes are open. You should go campaign for the Biden and Harris next campaign. I mean, you'd be a good campaigner. You believe in everything, The halftime show. How about the one last year? And then these. How about the guy that made a video? He was one guy made a video. He was lap dancing the devil. I mean, I forgot that guy's name. That was an insane video. He's giving the devil a lap dance, grinding on him. Here we go. So, your eyes are open, but your head is up your ass deeply. Snuggles, I mean, I don't know if I should agree with that or not. You're kind of like really, are you a deep state troll? Are you really sticking up for these satanic people that how about the statues they put? Let me ask you this, Snuggles. How about these satanic statues they're putting in courthouses? Is that a lie? They aren't really satanic statues. They're just art. What is your belief on that, Snuggles? I would like to know. I know you're driving, and I appreciate you. Hey, I want you on the show every day. I love contradiction. You need that. You need something to say, hey, sometimes you could be right. But so what is your opinion on the satanic statues that they're putting in courthouses? Are they just works of art? Maybe you could give me a comment on that. I'll wait for that one while I'm looking around here for funny shit on the news cycle. Why does the U.S. and export from Russia? Why do they import and export? Because they need it. That's why. Look at this line. Hey. Why does the U.S. import and export from Russia? Because we need the oil, buddy. Because we decided not to be oil independent. And now they're showing like it's the Soviet Union back in the day. They're trying to make Putin out like he's the next Stalin. Here they go. I mean, they're just doing everything they can to, this guy went into a country. Some people did die, but it's not like he's taking people hostage and putting them in camps and killing everybody, and they're making him like he's the like he's Stalin or something, like this guy, they're making him out to be the super duper duper boogeyman, Come on, let's put everything at least in perspective, we need perspective, don't we? I mean, let's stop making something bigger than what it is. And I'm not saying this Ukraine thing ain't big. It's actually could be the start of the end. This could be the start of all things. But we have to stop blowing things out of proportion, because that's when things escalate even worse. Here, here's one. 6 hours ago. Do you really believe this, people? So this guy's saying Russian troops in Ukraine are surrendering, and and sabotaging their own vehicles, Pentagon officials say. Really? I don't know about that. If it's happening, good for them, but really? Then I guess Ukraine has a really good military, like I've been saying, but you don't see them on TV, right? They're hiding in the woods somewhere, and they just come out and do guerrilla warfare, I guess. That's what somebody said. Yeah, that's how you protect your citizens. You go hide in the woods and let the citizens go to the front line to fight, and leave the children in buildings as human shields, and you go hide in the woods and come out guerrilla warfare. I guess that's how you want to fight, right? This is what they're claiming, because I don't see Ukrainian divisions on the ground in these cities protecting their people. But people want to keep making excuses for them. And that's the way it is. And what is this? One guy saying President Joe Biden will likely denounce Vladimir's invasion of Ukraine. I don't know. People are obsessed with this thing now. What I'm surprised is the thing that blows my mind is, all right, so we got a war going on, but yet the stock market is jumping up as war intended. I've known through the history of whenever there's wars, the stock market doesn't go up, Well, and I don't know if you noticed this, but they're constantly showing you this about with cars. I don't know if they're looking to jack this market up to the roof, but they're constantly saying cargo ships transporting cars. This is like the second, third one I've seen already, are sinking to the bottom of the ocean with all these cars in it. Now, really, when you're transporting all these cars, you're going to put it in a shitty container ship that could sink? Really? I don't know. I guess these car companies got so much money, they're willing to take a chance and put them in shitty boats that are going to sink to the bottom of the ocean. This is another, how many more things do you want to jack up the prices on? You want to invent more excuses to jack our prices up? Because that's what they really want to do. Here's another, the Daily Beast. So, I don't know. These trucks look like I don't know. There's a truck that, do vehicles get rusty looking when they get hit with a bomb or a missile? I mean, because I'm looking at this picture, and it's saying Russia's threatening nuclear war as its paratroops descend on Ukraine. So they're showing you a picture here of, I don't know, looks like these were tanks or something moving through, and they look rusted. That's not paint, all right? That looks like rust to me. So I guess when you blow up a tank, whatever, with a missile, a bazooka or something, I guess the tank becomes rusty looking, and old looking. I mean, that must be some new magic they got going on, there's nothing wrong with that picture. I believe it. It's definitely happened. Tanks do get rusty, and when they get destroyed, they turn into rust immediately. Doesn't take time to turn metal into rust. It doesn't take years. It takes seconds. But somebody will come up with an excuse for this. They'll say the tanks are orange colored. They're rusted. I'm looking at them. They look old. Even they look like old models. The turrets are so thin. If you look at the turret on it, it looks like it doesn't even shoot. Yeah, I got to put the picture back up there to show people. It doesn't even look like that thing really is a tank. It shoots stuff. Like, these look like a bunch of old vehicles. They threw them together in like a strip, and they took pictures and made it look like, Russian stuff is getting blown up. I don't know if this is to hype the people up that Russia's getting their ass kicked there. They're showing buildings here. I don't know. I'm just going through some pictures. I'm just looking at Russia threatens nuclear war. They're sticking on this nuclear war fear porn, man. So they're saying NATO's activated its response force. Yeah, what is NATO going to do? I like to know, NATO. Huh. This real clown act, isn't it, people? How many people think this is really clown? Your eyes are on. All right, let's see what we got in chat. Evil Star, I'm just saying, not every rich person is a devil worshipping minion to summon the devil at the halftime. Wasn't? Oh, really? He wasn't? Well, what was he doing? What was what was his name? Eminem trying to do then? What was he doing? Eminem. But it looked like he was trying to summon a devil to me. He was trying to summon something. He's definitely one of them. I mean, that guy. Listen, you these people in the music industry. You want to see Eminem making devil signs and making horn signs and 666 signs over his eyes. So when you become famous, you make signs of the devil, but you're really not a devil worshiper. You just do it because you have to. Like, if I was a singer and I was big and famous and you told me how to do devil signs, I'm not doing them. Period. If I believe in some of them, if they're religious and believe in the Almighty God, they're not going to, betray him and start making devil signs. The only people making devil signs are devil worshippers. There's no in between. You don't make devil signs if you're a good guy and you worship the Almighty God, the Most High. You make devil signs because you worship the devil. You're not trying to be cool. It's not the in thing. Okay? Like all these politicians, I keep saying. You're telling me that these people really aren't devil worshippers, but they're making devil worship signs? I don't know why we're making excuses for them. I mean, why are people sticking up like you're sticking up for Eminem, Snuggles? I get it, right? All right, so why don't you Google Eminem making devil horn signs? Hey, you want me to find them for you? Let's do it. Making devil signs. Let's just Google that. They don't even hide this shit no more, okay? They don't hide it. They're almost saying to you, I worship the devil. Let's see. Images. All right, I got to put his name in there. It's even better. Hold on. E-M-I-N-E-M. All right, I put Eminem by accident. E-M-I-N-E-M. Because I call him Eminem. All right, so which one do you want to look at? Do you want to look when he's in his movie making the devil signs? Which picture do you want to see? Yeah, I'm going to save a couple of them. And let's make a little thing of devil signs from Eminem, making the 3 6s and on his videos. I mean, do I have to show you all this stuff? And let's see. I'll just get 3 of them for now. I don't have to show you 100 of them. But let's see him. See him making some more devil signs. Eminem. Yeah, I guess he's your role model, right? Here we go. Role model. And his music videos. I mean, he did it even when he made the movie about himself. He made the horns. I mean, these people are so brazen. They'll do it like right in your face, even when they make a movie. So here, let me see if I can get this up here. Hold on. Let me put it together. Let's make a little devil sign of there we go. All right, hold on. Let me get a couple more of them, and we'll put them out there for you so we could see. It's just coincidences, man. That's all it is. Everything these people do is a coincidence. Don't believe me. They only make these devil signs because it's just a cool thing to do in Hollywood. And, you make your devil signs and you really don't worship the devil. You actually worship the Most High, and he's going to accept that and forgive you. Okay, buddy, let's tell ourselves another story. All right? Let's understand that these people that make these signs are devil worshippers. Let's go as far as saying 95% of them. Let's give 5% of them that they're just idiots and they're doing it to basically I don't know. They're doing it to basically what? Just to make money. Let's give 5% of it, okay? The other 95%, they worship the devil. Period. All right? That is it. That's the story. He worshipped him. I'm not saying all of that. You brought up the devil worship, we get the hand tie show. And we never see you with the what? Ooh, what? Satan? We never see you with a girl. Who's this? Like, who are you talking about with a girl? What does that got to do with devil signs? Like, and by the way, where the rabbit holes ends is he's got 3 kids and a wife, so you're a little retarded in your brain. But let's just here. Let's go, Snuggles. Do you want to see your hero making devil signs? He's not here it is. 3 6s. The horns. The horns. The 3 6s. 3 6s. Oh, by the way, he doesn't worship the devil. No. That's just a coincidence. It's all coincidences. Don't you understand? Everything is a coincidence. Not the truth that they're devil worshiping bloodsuckers and that we're the idiots. Basically, in this time and age, that we're letting these people get away with being this. 100 years ago, they would burn you at the stake. Well, 150 years ago, let's say. Now, whoa, you're allowed to just say it out loud. I worship the devil, and it's okay. Crazy, isn't it? Crazy, crazy, crazy. So, this is an interesting story. It's about an elephant that dug a hole for 11 hours. Why was he digging the hole? What was he doing? And elephants have been traveling many miles. Something very bad happened. I don't know. It doesn't say why. What was she doing? What is she did? I don't know. Saying an elephant was digging a hole for 11 hours straight. I like elephants, so. I'm retarded, but you think the earth is flat. Well, I don't know if it's flat, and I don't know if it's round, but here's what I can tell you, Snuggles. Here's a Snuggles question. Here's what I can tell you. NASA is a bunch of liars. Was founded by Germans from World War II. All those scientists worked for NASA. America hit it, all right? And they can't leave the Earth's atmosphere. But they told us they landed on the moon and they do all this shit, but they lost the technology. So every picture of the planet is CGI'd. The landmass changes every 5 years. It doubles in size. It shrinks in size. But all of that shit I'm supposed to believe. But I'm not supposed to believe maybe it's possible the earth is the way the Bible describes it. Because obviously you don't read the Bible. You may read Satan's Bible, maybe. It could be possible. You're a Satan worshiper. Hey, that's your own your own religion. That's fine. But the problem is, it doesn't matter if I believe it's round or flat. I have no proof. If you told me right now, I have to make a guess if the earth is flat or round, I'm going to say it's not flat the way you think it is, like a disc or something, but it's definitely not a ball spinning around, all right? That would be my logical guess because there's so much evidence against it. But you want to believe that they didn't hide anything. They're not trying to hide the fact that there is a firmament and basically this planet was made the way the Bible describes it. The Almighty did it, which if you take that out of the story, makes people believe there isn't a God. And what is the devil's basic thing that he wants to accomplish is to make people believe that there is no God, that man invented God instead of God invented man. You understand? That's the plan. So how do you do that? You invent all this shit, They taught flat Earth until 1920. Now, all of a sudden, somebody said, no, it's round. It spins around. All the water stays on it. And all this shit that's illogical. The The Almighty could have created it and made it the way it is, right? Spinning around and doing all this shit, but there's no reason for him to do all that. They want us to believe that we're not the center of the universe, that there's other people out there, aliens and all that. So I don't believe in aliens whatsoever. I believe in this fallen angels. And I think you have to open up your mind and say, well, there's no proof of what the earth looks like because we've never been up there. But they will show you fake CGI videos and movies. And now they're so good at it that the shit looks real. I mean, you watch movies, you think the shit is real. That's how good it is, you know. They show you a movie on Mars, and you think you're on Mars with the CGI stuff, you know. Yeah, we got a rover that got to Mars. Sure. And we control it. It's like, I don't know, what is it, 250 million miles away from the Earth? And we can control that thing with radio signals, they're saying. They keep track. You know, a radio signal, I don't care how fast it is. It would take like a year to get there, maybe a couple of years for that to get there. All of a sudden, it's on a 5-minute delay and we're controlling a rover. Yeah, all right. I believe that. Sure. Okay. I can't get good cell phone reception sometimes when I'm just driving. I hit a dead spot, but yet, you know, and there's thousands of satellites, but you never see a picture of a NASA picture of the Earth with 1,000 million satellites spinning around the planet. I mean, yeah, okay. I believe all that, though. You're right, you know. The Earth is round. There's 100% proof that the Earth is round because they said so. See, that's your problem. You don't do any homework. You just believe in what they tell you. That's why we're in this situation that we're in, because people believe what they've been told. And that's it. And that's all people want to believe. It's a lot simpler to believe in a lie than convince a fool what the truth is. You know, it's so much easier to just believe in lies. I mean, you know, why not? It makes you sleep better at night. Know that, listen, the government does not lie to us. They love us. The devil does not exist. Okay. You know, if you want to believe the Almighty doesn't exist too, and you know, a big boom happened and all these rocks blew up, and then amoebas from the ocean started getting bigger and bigger, and then they started walking on land, and then they became animals, and then they became monkeys, and then they became humans. Yeah, you know, you should believe all that shit. Good luck with that, buddy. You conduct your homework for an old cop being wrong. Nothing wrong with narrator. No. I don't know. Why would you buy me menthols? I can't. I'm talking to my nephew.
You want them?
Well, I hate menthols.
You still smoke them?
Well, buy me a pack of
I don't
regular.
want to smoke them.
Oh. But anyway, what were we talking about? So, assuming how I conduct my homework is an old cop out for being wrong. Well, who says old cops are wrong? I think the old cops are better than the new cops. New cops are crazy. An old cop would kick a kid in the ass and bring him to his house and let his parent beat the shit out of him if he caught him doing something, you know, not crazy wrong, but something wrong. You know, like say he was smoking a joint. He'd bring him home, let his parents kick his ass. Today, that cop will give you tickets and ruin the kid's life, and the kid can never get a decent job again because he got a record. So, who's the better cop? You know, cops today, you know, they're abusing their power. A lot of them, not all cops. There's a lot of good cops out there. Let's not knock all the cops, all right? But there's a lot of cops out there that have got this power kick. They're on some kind of trip, and it's starting to come to an end because of the cameras and stuff. So these cops aren't getting away with as much shit. And I can't hear you, Mims, if you said anything. I mean,
I didn't. I have my mic muted.
Oh, so I think people better start to wake up, you know. So you're having your show tonight on Woman in the Bible. I don't know if she heard me. I said, are you having your show tonight on women in the Bible? I find that very interesting.
I do. I am going to do that today. It's going to be based on Esther. It's every Wednesday. It's Woman of the Bible Wednesday. And it's not very like popular just yet, but we're bringing awareness to the women in the Bible on how amazing they are and how much they have messed up. So that's going to be later.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I've read the Bible and I've seen a woman's name in it once in a while, but I never realized there's a lot more stories to it. So that's something that I'll maybe when I tune into your show, I'll be learning a little bit about.
Last Wednesday, I did a quick little one. It was like 10, 15 minutes maybe of Priscilla and Aquila, who's married, right? It's a husband and wife. And together they were spreading the word of the Almighty as a team. So the 5 or 6 times that they're mentioned in the Bible, they're always mentioned together. And I feel like that's very important.
So, Mims, why do you think women aren't mentioned a lot, though, in the Bible? Like, men are really mentioned mostly, right? I mean, I would say 95% of the times it's a man, not a woman in reference. What do you think that is about?
I think the best way that Mike explains it is that your breed is determined by your father, right? So women in that sense, like since we don't, have the seed, the stories are not always important. And then so it's actually even more important when women are mentioned. I don't know, man. You know what I'm saying? But I know that they're there and we're going to find them and we're going to talk about them.
Well, I know there's something to that story because here's an example. Like, in the Bible, a man, has more than one wife, but like women are not allowed to have more than one husband. Now, the reason being, from what I understand, is let's think about this. So there's 2 men living with one woman, and they're having sex. Now that woman gets pregnant. Whose baby is it? Now, before DNA, you can never tell. Now we can, but still, whose baby would that be? But if you have 2 women with one man, there's no doubt that that baby's father is that one man. So that's kind of where I'm looking at it in that aspect, which makes perfect sense to me, right? I mean,
I absolutely agree.
Yeah, I mean, before DNA, there was no way to turn, technology. There was no way. Like, say, let's go 100 years. I don't even think in the 50s they could, but let's say 100 years ago, from that time till all the way to the beginning of man, there was no way to determine whose baby that was. So that's, I guess, a big key.
It just doesn't make any sense why women want more than one man. I understand personally, I understand why we need more than one woman in the household. But I don't, there's absolutely no reason. Also, it's against the Almighty's laws to have, multiple husbands and whatnot. Like there's only one. But
so why do you feel that you need more than one woman in a household?
For me personally, Mike hit it on the head the other day, and he said that I'm spreading myself too thin. I've got too many things to do, and I just can't do them all at my maximum potential and capacity, and I am failing in a lot of my duties that I have to be doing. And so I do know that if I were to bring in a second wife, right? Hang on, mommy. One moment. I do know that if I had a second wife, I would have us help with the kids. We would have more children, so he would be able to further produce more seed and more children, which is a beautiful thing. And we would just be able to get everything done. You know what I'm saying? I can't expect Mike to pick up my slack where I am lacking. I need someone else, and together we can do all the things.
I'll agree with that. But would another woman in the picture having more kids, wouldn't more kids be more work too?
No, I don't think so, because if I've got my 3 kids plus my house plus the work, because we're homesteading, so we have the homesteading work. You're welcome, honey. And then the laundry, and then everything else that we have going on. Sometimes I have to be out of the house. So if I got to go get water or something, in the times where our water's frozen and I have to go get water, who's going to watch my kids? Mike's got to do that. He can't go out chopping wood, bringing down the water stuff. All the wood stuff. If I'm down there doing, you know what I'm saying? It's just, we don't have enough. I need an extra set of womanly hands to be able to grind out on my womanly duties with me.
An extra set of eyes. I got it. Yeah, you do
Eyes,
need that.
hands, love. Sometimes if I'm let's be serious. If I'm on my time of the month and
Yep.
Mike and I can't be doing our thing and he's got urges, we've got the backup wife. You know what I'm saying? Not the backup wife because that's not right. But you know, we've got someone else to handle all of his needs as well as all of my needs as well as all of her needs. We've got this.
Well, I'll have to say, in my opinion, at least 50% of men in America would sign up for that. But it'd be expensive. But 2 wives, I think a lot of men wouldn't mind. But they all lie and they lie to themselves and they tell the woman, "No, I love you only." But deep down, men are dirty dogs. You know, and sometimes just having 2 wives is healthier too, I guess, sexually. You know, for a man. I think a lot of men would agree, but they're not going to tell their wife that.
I think that a lot of men have an issue with the women because the women are out there not being submissive to the men. So the women are out there like, well, that's my husband and I'm not sharing my husband with any other wife. You know what I'm saying? And that's just jealousy. That's just pure wants and needs, you know, and that's not right. I know that if I just keep my own personal feelings in my pocket, the logical decision is to bring in a second one. That's all.
I agree with you. It's just kind of, in general, it's not a popular idea in this country, especially.
I agree.
You know, American women are very independent on top of everything else compared to other countries. So, you know, even if let's say we had proof that it really is better, um, women in this country wouldn't allow it. They just don't want that. Their jealousy or whatever it may be. They just want the power also. But I think you got a better chance of allowing women to have 2 husbands than you got of a husband allowing 2 women in this country. That
I
would be
agree.
more accepted. It's like a cougar, right? So an older woman basically can have a younger man, and it's like it's cool. It's like, oh, she's a cougar. But if a man has a younger wife, oh, he's a pedophile. You know, like I'm talking like, let's say there's a 50-year-old woman with a 21-year-old boy. She's a cougar. But if you got a 50-year-old man with a 21-year-old woman, he's a pedophile. Even though he's not a pedophile, but they'll make it like that, you know. And this is the problem, I think, in America. Men have basically stopped sticking up for themselves with bullshit. And I'm not a male chauvinist. I believe in equality, but this isn't equality anymore in this country. Men are getting their ass kicked, you know.
I'm not entirely sure I even believe in equality anymore because like logically, right, coming from a strong independent woman such as myself, because I can bang it out like the rest of the guys out there, you know. And Pops knows more than anybody, bro. I got my steel toe boots on. I'm gonna go out there and I'm gonna bang shit out the way I got to. But realistically, I shouldn't have to. I should be able to embrace my womanhood and be subservient to my husband and do my job and hold myself in a way that is, I suppose, the way that the Almighty wants, which, you know, if we read the book, which is also why I wanted to
I
bring
just
out
gotta
the
look
women
for
of the
Sam.
Bible. Do what you do. So thank you, Woody. For all of those that don't know, I am pro polygamy, and I've made several streams of them on my channel, just kind of explaining why I feel it's best for this household.
Well, when I say equality, I don't mean in the family unit. I just kind of mean like women and men should be like, let's say we're both applying for a job. We should be treated equally. I don't think a man should get the job because he's a man. Now, if he's more qualified because he's a man, for example, I think men police officers are more qualified than a woman police officer because physical, you know, or firemen, even better example, because if you told any woman your baby's dying in the building and there's a 150-pound man and a 150-pound woman to go in that building and save your child, they're all going to pick the man. All right, 99% of them, because they know the man is physically stronger. So, but as far as in the family unit, I don't believe in a total equality. I mean, a man should treat his wife like a queen, but he's still the king of the castle. He makes the final decision for the family unit. The Almighty God put that structure. It was him, his son, man, and then woman, and then children. And that's another problem we have in America. That's the biggest problem is children all of a sudden are becoming like equals to their parents. When did this shit occur? Because to me, children have no say. They have no opinions when they're children. When you're a man or a woman, you want to give an. You're a child. You don't have a right to an opinion. When you speak to your parents, I give them. It's not fair, and this all this bullshit. That should not even be a conversation. Kids should not have an opinion of what's right or wrong to what their parents are doing. Shut your mouth and listen to your parents. That's it. Final word. And that's a big problem in this country. And who made that happen? The government. And who made the government make that happen? The devil. He wants that. Family unit. Broken. You know?
So we were watching Indiana Jones last night with the kids, right? And there was I wasn't watching it, but if anybody who's seen Indiana Jones, Raiders of the Lost Ark, there's a woman, right? And this woman, apparently she's like a tough woman, and she's like beating these guys in the drinking contest and like them beating them up and shit. And Mike's like, yo, Mims, you would love this lady.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, nah, you know, I'm like, that's false reality. So yes, I probably would. But yes, women want to be all tough and want to be all, you know, kicking it with the men, shooting the shit with them, just being equal until they get dropped into a pit of snakes. And now that same woman is climbing all over Indiana Jones because she don't want to mess around. So yeah, women have their roles, women have their jobs, men have their roles, men have their jobs. And now let's say, because you were talking about like the police force and the firemen, I'm a strictly against women being in the military. I don't think you should be in the military fighting. I think if you want to be a nurse, I think if you want to be like a mechanic, I think if you want to be, you know, something like that, that's fine. But I don't think that you should be going out and doing the battling, because for one, we've got the time of the month that messes everything up. For two, when we come home for break and we meet up with our husbands and we do the damn thing, that's it. We're out of commission for the next however extended amount of time, because babies, hormones, we're not all together right there, bro. Postpartum depression, we're crazy. We don't need to be anywhere near a gun. We don't need to be anywhere near conflict. We need to be taking care of the men. We need to be healing wounds. We need to be spreading love. You know, we need to be speaking in wise words and in words of love and in spreading the words of the Almighty. We don't need to be out there battling the same battles that the men do. Just like the men don't need to be doing the same jobs that the women do. Mm-hmm. Yes, there's male doctors. Yes, there's male nurses, but that's fine. But men, go do you, bro. And women, understand, you know, what we really were here for. And it's okay. It's okay to be the man's help. It's a beautiful thing. And it actually takes a lot of strength to be subservient to your husband. It takes a lot, even more strength to control these mouths of ours. This mouth of mine, I keep saying it, it's a big problem, and I'm working on it. But if we can compose ourselves and actually embrace womanhood, life would be a lot better.
Well, let's face reality. Divorce rates almost didn't. There was no even such thing back in the old days. I mean, it didn't exist. A woman were more subservient to their husbands because that was the way the Bible taught it, and people were more religious, and women didn't bother them. They loved being a woman. They loved being a mother. They loved staying home. They loved cooking for their family. They loved doing all that stuff. Now, today, women basically want to be the man also in their own way. They want to go to work, and they don't want to cook, and they don't want to come home and do womanly things. They want the man to do it with them or hire somebody to do it. This is the way of the world. This is the new generation. We have to understand where we are as a human species, how we've evolved. The devil's plan was to evolve it this way. And I see Snuggles here saying kids can have opinions. And I read your whole sentence, and I agree with that. I never said children shouldn't have opinions, because that's creativity. Just not in adult things. I should have maybe specified it, but that's what I meant. Kind of the way I was talking is when kids talk back to their parents and say, "Hey, that's not fair." I like, for example, I should be able to stay up till 10 o'clock at night. I don't have to. First of all, I shouldn't have to sit there and explain it to my child why, but I will. To make them feel better. Like, look, you got to go to bed at 10 o'clock because you need your sleep and you're growing, and give them a whole spiel. But definitely it's adult stuff, but, and also children should definitely have opinions when it comes to like certain things. Like they're watching a movie, right? And a kid says, "Dad, I think that's funny," and they have an opinion. Well, I like that. Yeah, that's being a kid. That's being a human. We need to be creative. I don't want my kid to be a zombie. I want my kid to be creative. But unfortunately, we're teaching our kids to worry more about adult things than to be a child. So they're not developing. When I was a kid, I was constantly doing child things, and I was developing, making stuff. I take a shoebox and make it a fort and put my army men in it. And like I was always creating shit. Today, these kids don't create anything really, other than going on video games, So this is where we are in our generation. So, and I agree too. At least we're on the same page of something, Snuggles. But yeah, this is the devil's plan as far as liberating women to the degree of even in the military now. I think they wanted to pass a law that a woman could get drafted. I mean, realistically, the woman really want to, the average woman, does she really want to get drafted and go in the military? I don't think so. There are women that join the military, and those are these, super women. They want to be like the guy, and they're pumped up, they're tomboys or whatever you want to call them. There are women out there like that, and that's fine. I still don't think they should be in the military on the front lines. You do need women in the military for certain things, but women are competing with men all the time. I think, why? I don't know. I guess that's Satan's plan. We are not equal in physical. Mentally, I don't know. To me, smartest, you can't show me who the smartest women are in the world compared to the smartest men. They're just the way it is. I don't know. Are men smarter than women, average IQ? I don't know. I have no scientific proof for that. I don't know that. But all I know is if you look at all the great scientists and great writers in general, there's always a woman or two that sneak through the cracks. I'm not going to disagree, but they're men. Even all your great chefs that you see on TV, all right? Once in a while, there's a woman that's a great cook, but they're mostly men. And this isn't male chauvinist. This is reality. We have to come to reality at some point. We can't keep lying to ourselves about men and women.
Yo, real talk then. If men are such great cooks, why ain't men cooking in the house, bro? Like, bro, when Pops was here in my house, he was cooking dinner all the time. And like, bro, this man's right here is a master of whipping up with the quickness in with minimal ingredients, the most amazing dishes. Okay? And that was one thing that I did not have to worry about when Pops was here, was I didn't have to worry about dinner, which is a huge struggle for me always. Still, now that you're gone, I'm back to what am I going to cook for dinner? Thank the Almighty that now Mike is on this whole just steak. He's just eating steaks. It's so easy.
Yep.
But I'm back. So I don't know on that sense, but in the sense of like the smartest men and women, I think that back in the day, women were just so like they weren't allowed to do things, like we weren't allowed to get publicized, and we weren't allowed to do these things, and that's why all of the smartest women and the most intellectual women were just kind of brushed under the rug. Now, I will say that men and women are not mentally equal, and that is just the way that the Almighty made it. Men are logical and women are emotional, and unfortunately these emotions mess with our logic. That's not to say that men are not emotional. I've seen the most logical men bust out with rage and wrath and illogical thinking. It happens. But in a in a moment of an emergency, I know that I will be able to depend more on my husband's logical thinking, right? In all of his big brainness versus my emotional, frantic, anxiety ridden self. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And so, thank you, mommy. My daughter made me a foldie. I want everybody to see. Okay. That's love. But yes, that's how I feel on the whole mental. Men and women are not equal in the mental.
Well, certain mental aspects, yes. I think women do. They're not as calm and cool in a violent situation as a man, too. Bullets are flying. I think men react different than women. Um, it's just the natural order of things. I think a woman will panic quicker than a man. Not that a man won't panic either, but I think it'll be quicker for a woman to panic. And we got a question. Can young women in the States be drafted? I don't believe so. I think they were trying to pass that law. I don't think it went through. I'm not positive. I would have to look into it, but I'm pretty sure no, not yet. They're looking to do it. But it's a lot of propaganda that they have done, and they still keep pushing women on even superheroes now. If you watch, and I think it's pretty cool sometimes. I watch these women kick ass on the shows, but it's really not. I don't believe it's practical as much as they make it look. They show some women on these shows, man, these superheroes that do some incredible shit, and I'm like, I don't even think a man can do that. Forget about a woman, but they're building up the ego of women to the point where, I think women are at the level that they're almost, I don't know how to say it. They're the alphas in the relationships now. Men are becoming more feminized in this country, especially. They're feeding them soybean, which makes your estrogen levels go up, and they're putting all these feminine clothes and making men accept all this all these different things with, I don't even get into all of it, but you kind of know what I mean. They're just doing a lot of shit out there. I mean, they'll even just put stupid stuff like this out here. I'll show you an example. Just propaganda. Now, what do most people see when you look at this picture? And let's make it big. So, what do we see here? Can you hear me, Mims? So, we see women, right, working, right? And they're saying that this was how American women were depicted on military and employment recruiting posters during World War II. Now, they're showing women putting these bolts in, and they're showing men also. But why would they put men on it? They didn't. Somebody drew this up, and it's full of shit. I like to see the original. So here's the key. People don't see what I see. See? I see the man on his knee, bending down, and the woman standing on top, above him, like she is superior. These are mental things that I see that people don't. Maybe I'm crazy, but this is what I see. I see the man bending the knee, down on his knee, okay, submitting, and the woman feeling like she's superior. Now, you may not look at it like that, but I look at this in these crazy ways that people don't see the agendas. I would love to see the original poster to see if this is exactly how they drew it. I don't even think there were men in this poster. If they're drawing how military women were employed, why would they put men in the poster? I think they redid that poster. And this is what their agenda is, to just keep pushing the agenda to the point. Now, these were acting like women, though, see? But in today's world, they'll show you a poster with a woman doing like G.I. Joe shit, So
isn't that where that lady with the bandana and the muscle? What's that lady? Anybody know what I'm talking about?
G.I. Jane?
I don't know. She's like a poster lady. She's got like
Yeah.
a bandana where it's like tied up here, and she's like super strong.
I don't know. Did I show her before?
No, I didn't see her.
Hey, listen, women were, without a doubt, our main reason why we won the war, because you have to understand, the men were fighting the war, right? Now, who was home back home to make all the stuff in these. Who do you think was really making the tanks and the bombs and the bullets? It was more women than men. Way more women were in the factories. So we have to give definitely thanks to them, but nobody's ever denying that fact. You watch some movies. Like I watched this movie called it's a TV series, right? So what it is, it's called what's the name of it? Hold on, let me think of the name. It's a Turkish movie, and it's about like these tribes, right? Back in the day, and it's like in Trugal Bay or something. I forgot the other one. So they show you when the men are going to war, the women are making the bows, they're making the arrows, they're making the armor. I mean, without the women, this shit, the women were doing a lot, pulling, making all the like medical kits for the men. They were making the food preparation. So the women were kicking in to the war, just like happened in World War II. Women kicked in big time. Without them, shit wouldn't have got done either. So you needed both sides of the coin, and nobody doesn't not want to give them credit for it. But they make it sound like in this country, especially, men don't give women credit for a lot of things. Sammy, where are you?
Yo, Pops, do you want me to be scrolling through your?
Yeah, you can take over
chat?
for a minute. I got to go look for my dog.
All right. I'm just going to go ahead and scroll through the chat here. So here we have, can young women in the States be drafted? Slow Burner does believe that it passed. I'll have to look into that because I don't know. Slow Burner thinks that Pops has his ear pierced. Mike says he does not. So I'm not sure if he does or doesn't. I'm going to go ahead and bring Slow Burner up. What is up, dude?
What's up? I think we have someone in the chat calling me a simp, so I came up to have a chat with them.
Hold up. Who's calling you a simp? See?
Where your rabbit hole ends.
Oh, that's my love.
No, he's got issues.
That's my love. Why do you see men and women working as equals?
Why do I?
Yeah.
Well, did Pops not just say it? The men were at war. What were the women doing? They were the ones making the tanks, making the planes, making the bullets. I work on a construction site. I see women all over the fucking site.
But does that make them equal?
So what? Well, no, hold on. I want to know why this fucking goof is calling me a simp.
Whoa.
Why don't you come up here, you piece of fucking shit?
Why don't you try to be respectful?
No. Hey, he's the one that started with the name calling. So here I am to back myself up. Come on up, fuckface.
But that doesn't mean that you have to be disrespectful, especially.
But he was the one. Excuse me. He's the one that started the disrespectful, calling me a simp. I didn't start it. I'm here to fucking finish it. That's what I'm here for.
All right.
Come on up, you little bitch boy.
I don't think that you have to actually lower yourself to a person's
what happened?
chaos.
What happened?
He's very offended at being called a simp.
Who called him a simp?
Mike did.
Come on up, bitch boy. Come on up, you little fuck. Come on up, you fucking bitch.
You're very aggressive.
Why would he call him
Yeah,
a
you ain't seen nothing yet.
Yo, you a fucking simp, bro.
What's a simp?
He's a
who you calling a simp? You fucking puke.
He's simping for women out here, bro.
Oh,
what you got between your legs, slow burner? You got a vagine, bro?
Why is he? He's not.
I got what?
You got a vagine?
Dude, are you a fucking retard or what?
Who you standing up?
What the fuck is your problem, fuckhead?
Wait a minute.
Hey,
hold on. So I was talking about women, how they did a lot of work and stuff, but nobody gives them credit. But I never said women are equal to men in like physical things. So I don't know where you guys are going with this shit. But like, what are we talking about? Like, I'm a little confused here. I stepped out for a minute and this shit got out of control. So I don't.
I said that women are equal. I work on a construction site. I see women all over the construction site. Like we just said, the women were at home making the fucking tanks, making the bullets, doing the fucking shit.
But I don't know.
So why does this guy come up and call me a fucking simp out of nowhere? You don't even know me, you fucking Mike the cunt, you fucking goof.
Why are you acting like a woman? Your emotions took hold of you, bro?
But how is he acting like a woman?
Because he's emotional. Look at him. He can't handle his cool. He got called a simp and he's all pissed off now like a woman acting cunty.
I don't know. Let's let him talk now because I got to like mute you to get you this talk. Go ahead. You're on, Werner. I think there's a little bit misunderstanding here. I don't think Slow Burn.
No, I think this guy's an ignorant piece of shit that needs to be taught a fucking lesson.
And Mike, I think you just didn't understand what he was talking about.
Hey, yo, if you want to try to beat a guy to teach me that lesson, we could throw it. I'll put you in.
Don't fucking go there, man. I'm 240 pounds of dancing dynamite. Who the fuck do you think you're fucking with?
I'll stick that dynamite up your ass.
You ain't sticking nothing, you little punk. You're a fucking YouTube wannabe. Fuck.
Look how angry you are over being called a simp. Maybe I struck.
Yeah, because who likes to be called a simp? Do you like being called a simp? I don't. I don't like being called anything except a good guy. Especially by fucks that don't even know me, you fucking puke.
I know what I got between my legs. Big balls. What you got?
You got...
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained?
You got nothing, Mike. You're a fucking douchebag.
I don't understand.
What does that make you?
I don't understand.
What does that make me? That makes me someone that's standing up for myself, you fucking goof.
You've been standing up for women, not yourself. You better run the tape.
I stand up for both races, you fuck.
Women's a race now?
Motherfucker.
Women is a race?
Women is a human. What the fuck are you talking about?
You just said you're standing up for both races as if women are a race.
All right, well, I meant both fucking male and female. Like, you're a fucking asshole, man. Why you come out of here? I don't even know me and you're calling me names. What the fuck is your beef?
Why are you simping for women saying that they're equal? They're not. That's a fact.
And how are they not?
It's very simple. They're not equal, period.
How? How?
All right, let's start with physical strength, right? On average,
see some of these women out here that
strong enough to
you
carry
don't
a
see some
man?
of these women that work out and that would kick your fucking face in, man.
But we do have to use majority, like Slow Burn. I get what you're saying.
Okay, well, the majority don't put the effort in. Okay, I get that. But once they do put the effort in, it's very well fucking reachable.
If we had 100, wait a minute, if we have 100 men that worked out and 100 women that worked out, how many of them women are going to be stronger than the 100 men compared to the one? I mean, there is a physical difference.
Break it down.
I mean, there has to be some things that women probably do better than men too. I don't know what they are, but there has to be some shit.
Let's go to PMS, right? Women have their period once a month, and they get all irrational with their emotions. So how are we equal?
Yeah, women also give birth.
Right. How are we equal? They get crippled with childs inside of their stomach. We don't get crippled.
Wow, you're stuck in the fucking like 70s or something.
I'm stuck in reality. You're stuck in the new social justice warrior snowflake safe zone.
Oh my god, listen to this fucking goof.
Well,
I can't put my hands around your fucking neck, so there's no sense in me talking to you.
You're so offended at the fact that I said women aren't equal.
No, I'm offended that you called me a fucking simp without even knowing.
Why are you simping?
You fucking diddler.
I wouldn't call you a simp.
You fucking pedophile. Hey, I'll call you a pedophile. How you like that?
Bro, you're an idiot.
No, you're a goof. You're a fucking straight up goof.
Well, what have you said that's true so far?
What does it matter? I'm here defending myself, goofball.
You're talking nonsense. Defending women. And
what's the problem with defending women? Is that a problem?
I can see why, because you act like a woman. You got emotions and you can't even control yourself.
Buddy, I'll wipe your fucking ass all over the fucking schoolyard, buddy. I don't know who the fuck you think you're talking to, man.
Well, you obviously don't know who the fuck I am, or you wouldn't be talking
I
like
can
that
tell
either.
that you're a fucking puke who's just looking for trouble, calling people out that you don't know. Hey, fuckface.
I stand for the truth, slow burner. You know what I'm saying?
You don't stand for shit. You're a punk. You're probably in a wheelchair, you fuck.
I'm in a wheelchair now. Now I'm in a wheelchair. Where's your face at?
Oh, I'm right here, dude. I'm on live every fucking night. You don't see me?
I see a rainbow pit bull. Does that mean you like a gay pride tough guy or something? What does that mean?
Oh yeah, that's what it is. No, it's because I have a pit bull. Fuck, see?
Why is it a rainbow pit bull?
Fuck you.
Oh, all right. Chill out, boomer.
Anyway,
don't come up here calling me a fucking simp, punk.
You're a simp ass boomer.
You're a fucking douche-ass goof. That's what you are.
Why don't you go back to your generation where men were men and they weren't simps?
What the fuck are you talking about? So, oh man,
in your generation,
we got a winner here. We got a winner here. We got a winner. You don't think women can do anything? Is that it? Except for strength? Is that the only thing that we're? That
I said we're not equal.
Difference?
I said we're not equal, and that's a fact. Name the top.
So women can't do anything that men do. Is that what you're saying?
Name the top scientists. Name the top chefs. Name the top everything. Name the top mathematicians. Name the top athletes. Go ahead. Can men compete with women? No, we're not equal. It's a fucking fact. And you just can't handle it because you've been brainwashed by this society that wants you to be a bitch. And you playing right into it. Hopefully I strike a nerve.
No,
and I cause you to become a man.
I think you're an ignorant fucking
You was born a man, right? What happened? You were born a man, right?
Yeah, I am a man, yeah.
Well, what happened?
I look after my household.
Why are you acting like a woman?
I'm not acting like a woman. All I'm saying is women's got equal rights that men got. That's what I'm trying to say.
They have equal rights, but we are not equals. That's what I'm saying. I never said nothing about rights.
No, they're equal, man.
In what way are we equal? If you could show me why we're equal.
Hey, real quick, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude and interrupt, but as a woman, right here, as a woman, may I just put in my 2 cents that I do not believe that women are equal. Just because we are capable does not make us equal. And that is my own personal opinion. You can take it or leave it for what it is, but women are not equal to men. Just because we're capable of doing the same things that men can do doesn't make us equal to them in any way. The Almighty did not make man and woman at the same time and made us equal. He specifically made man. He took woman out of the man, and he made us to be the help of the man, because man cannot do it all alone, but he needs help. And this is why we are here. And just because women are capable of doing these things does not mean that we are equal in any of these things. And I just wanted to put my 2 cents on that. And thank you, Slow Burner, for coming up and, you know, supporting Pops and whatnot, because in the end, this is about Pops. Mike is Pops' son. He is my husband, so he's not gay. He's not in a wheelchair. This, you know, we're not trying to shit on anybody, but personally, I don't think that you should be
this your son, Pops?
Yeah, I don't think you should be so sensitive on the word simp.
Listen, I've yelled at him worse than
Hey,
you.
I don't think you should be calling fucking strangers simp that you don't know. That's what I think.
Well, quit acting like a bitch.
Mike, wait a minute.
You're a fucking little cock-sucking motherfucker.
Mike, listen, you got to understand, you don't know Slow Burners, so you're saying shit, and I get what you're saying. You're calling him out on bullshit. And if you knew the guy, you wouldn't say he's a simp. He's not a simp at all. But I don't know where he's coming from yet. So let's listen to what he's trying to explain to us, because I'm a little confused. I am. I'll be honest, because women are not equal to men in almost anything. They should be treated equal, though. I don't disagree with that.
Saying, you know, I work on a construction site. I see women there all the fucking time.
But
I got no problems with that.
I got no problem with either. But can the women do the
These
exact?
women they wouldn't be there if they couldn't do what they're supposed to do.
Oh,
you think they would? They wouldn't be there. I promise you that.
Well,
the union would hire another fucking guy. If the girl can't handle her fucking work, she'd go.
All right. So here, let's get into a situation. You, as a father, have a building burning, and your child's on the 3rd floor, and you got a choice.
Yeah, I'm not going to send my wife in to go get him. Obviously, I'm going in to get him.
Well, why? If there's no, I'm talking about professional firemen. There's a professional firewoman and a professional fireman. They're the exact same weight. They're 150 pounds. Who are you sending in to go get your kid, the woman or the man?
I think they both go. I think they back up each other.
But you have to choose one. You're not giving an answer, Slow. You know you picked the man. Come on.
Yeah, I'm sure I would. The men are obviously stronger. I get it. But, I mean, women can still do what a man can do.
Up to a point. I'm not disagreeing, but there's a limit. Just like, look what's going on in the Olympics and on schools with this. Men want to be women now. They're breaking all their records. They're shattering everything. There's a reason. We were made physically stronger. It's just the way things are. We have more muscle mass. I can't disagree with that. But what you're trying to say is women are capable. Yes, they are. They're capable of doing construction work, just like I said. The women were making all the tanks. The women were making all the bullets, most of the stuff. There were men in those factories too, but mostly women. We have to give them credit for the war effort too. But they weren't on the battle lines fighting the fight. That's, to me, that's a man's job. I would rather have men fighting a war than a woman fighting a war for me. I'm not saying a woman couldn't protect herself. A woman could shoot me with a gun, no problem. But I'll still choose an army made out of men than an army made out of women. Because I think women panic a little more. I had experiences as a police officer that I was working with female cops, and they panicked. And it's just nature. God made us different. I think women do have a different fear factor than men. Would you agree that women do get... you think the women are as tough as men as far as even facing fear? I mean, there are exceptions.
I think if they've been through it, if they experience it enough with anything like fucking training, it comes with training, That's what I think.
So nothing's left in nature then. I mean, even in the animal world, that nature, female and males, there's a whole different dominance, right?
Oh, I don't know. Those females can protect their fucking babies pretty fucking good.
Actually, they can, but still, the male lion, push comes to shove, will kick the shit out of the female lion, not the woman protecting a cub. But
I think that was a bad example. The women, the female lions, the lionesses, are absolutely subservient to the male lions.
What do you mean?
Think so?
Absolutely. The male lion, they're the sole purpose of the lion.
Well, a male lion goes around a female. Sorry, I'll let you.
It's to go and hunt for the pride and to go and birth the children of the male lions. And when that male lion gets taken out by another male lion, and that new male lion comes in and fucks up all the baby lions from that past lion, he's gonna come and he's gonna fuck every single baby, every single mama lion, to claim every single mama lion, and she's gonna go and be subservient right to that new husband. Yes, she is. And that doesn't mean that they're equal. That means that the woman is capable, right? So listen, because I was hearing you. Obviously, I've got you all over the place here. I too have steel toe boots. Okay, and I go out and I do the shit, and I go out and I help my husband with the wood, and I go out there and I ask Pops and I shovel the car out of the snow. And I go out there and I do the damn thing. That doesn't mean that I'm equal to my husband. That doesn't mean that I can go out there and chop the wood that he can. That doesn't mean I can go and bring down the trees that he can.
But you can. You really want to? You can. Yeah, you can.
Just because I'm
just because you
capable.
think you can't. You're capable.
No. I know that I am capable, but I also know where my place is, and I also know that does not make me equal.
See, women are a lot different these days, man. They don't know where their place is.
I agree.
They want to be there. They want to be the person doing the job.
Welcome to Mimsy Limbs' world, where women are going to be put back into their place, all right? Because that's where we belong, according to the Almighty. So, I appreciate you, Slow Burner.
Yeah, you too.
Slow Burner, you believe in the Bible?
Do I believe? I don't read the Bible.
All right, well, that explains a little bit. But if you read the Bible, you would understand there's a hierarchy put in place by the Almighty Creator of all living things. I didn't make this up. You know what I'm saying? This is the hierarchy he put in place. And women is under the man. Women make bad decisions out of emotions. We can see that.
So this is a book that was written how long ago? And you think that still stands today?
It's a book that was written that is literally narrating your reality. So that's why I believe that it's the truth. Because everything you see in it is coming true in prophecy. Even though it was written thousands of years ago.
Actually, I'll give you a better example, Slow Burner. I'll give you a real easy one. Go to the most expensive restaurants on this planet, and you will not find waitresses. You'll only find waiters. Okay, I'm talking your white glove, upper echelon 5-star restaurants, like where the Kennedys go eat and Trump goes to eat. And the main reason is women once a month are emotional more than men, like they're on their menstrual cycle, and they are scared if I own that restaurant that woman may do something and I'll lose a customer. And you could don't believe me, go look into it and you will see. And there's a reason behind it. It's just emotions. Men only, I'm a waiter in a restaurant. I'm never like for a week and a month going to be a different person than I am the other 3 weeks. I'm going to be that same guy. And I'm going to want to make that money and hustle. And where a woman waitress is emotional once a month, there are women at a different level. Some women don't get as emotional, but there's that chance. So if you own one of the most exclusive restaurants and you got billionaires and millionaires coming in your restaurant, spending crazy money, do you want to take a chance of losing customers?
I see women that are CEOs of some of the biggest companies in the world.
I'm not
running the shit. I'm
not disagreeing, but that don't mean that they're
all I'm saying is women are capable. Maybe they're not equal. Maybe you're right. Maybe they're not equal in strength, but they are capable.
I respect you and I appreciate
100% they are capable. Let's get that out of the way. 100%.
I will agree with you. They're capable.
And I don't think women have gotten as much credit as they deserved in the past. But now it's flipping the other way around. Now they're taking vengeance out. That's the problem. They're getting pissed off of all the shit that was done. And, it's got to come to a part where, how about this? Do you
put up or shut up, right?
Daddy, go get the dogs. They're right outside. A woman, do you believe a woman should get a job over a man just because she's a woman? Like they have to hire a certain amount of women in these companies now. It's like...
Yeah, I know. Same. It's been like that for a long time. Black people, they have had to hire non-white people, black people, Hispanic, whatever, just to fucking say that they're not racist.
But I'm trying to say, sometimes they get jobs because they lower the standards. To be a police officer in New York, the standards 100 years ago were much higher than the standards now. They lowered the standards so the woman could pass the physical. I've seen women out there, they look like models in NYPD. I mean, these girls are gorgeous. Drop dead dimes with petite bodies, 105 pounds. I don't think they can lift more than 50 pounds, and they're cops with guns. And I'll tell you, I work with girl cops. And if you told me I have a choice, do I want to work with her or him? I'm taking him because my life's on the line for me to go home with my family. And I know he can handle a fight in general better than she could. Now, if she's a trained martial artist and I have all that background on her, maybe, I'll take her. But we're talking about the average person. Because most of us are average.
I was just coming at it from a scientific standpoint that physiologically, you know what I'm saying, there is no way, shape, or form that we're equal. Men do create more muscle mass, and they don't have to do the same. Like, if you put them the same exercise, same diet, men produce more muscle mass. Female bodies are just completely different. They look the same, but they're not built the same. You know what I'm saying? That female has to produce blood every month. She's bleeding for 7 days. She has to reproduce that blood, takes away from her energy. There's a certain amount of things that testosterone does to you that makes you a different person. You know what I'm saying? Two people get into a fight. A woman doesn't have that tenacity. I'll bite somebody's throat out. You know what I'm saying? Women will try to claw your eyes out. They don't have the same type of tenacity. It's because they lack testosterone. Now, there's men that don't have the testosterone either, and you'll see they act more like women. You know what I'm saying? We've been sabotaged as a society, and this is a big problem. We got plastic in our diets. We got plastic all around us. When we absorb this plastic, it acts like estrogen in your body. This was done on purpose, slow burner. You know what I'm saying? They want to make us more subservient. They don't want us to be tough and strong and fight back. They've feminized on all the men. You know what I'm saying? And this is all part of Satanism. This all circles back. Satanism, satanic people, they worship the feminine energy. They give in the woman the power. Satan wants to give the woman the power over the man to turn the creation of the Almighty upside down. And you look at any household where the woman runs the show, that house is upside down. And kids is doing whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? The husband don't even look like a man. He's just walking around like a money-making cow that she just milked at the end of the month. You know what I'm saying? Slap him in the face. Go do the dishes, bitch. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
I don't agree with that.
Let's look at statistics, though, of divorce. Now, the family unit in the 50s compared to the family unit of today. Divorce rate is double what it was in the 50s. The kids are on way more drugs than they've ever been compared to the 50s. Children are rebelling against their parents way more than in the 50s. Let's just compare it. Let's call it what it is. Why?
Yeah, because there's much more opportunity these days. That's why.
Well, the women weren't in the workforce. They were raising the family.
What do you mean they weren't in the workforce? World War I, World War II, where were they? They're working.
After World War II, most women did not go back into the workforce. A small percentage did. You can look this all up. A small percentage did go back in the workforce. But the majority of the workforce was still men. And women stood at home and raised their family. And those families were much healthier than the families of today. The families of today are not healthy. Most of them end up in broken marriages.
They're eating out of fucking boxes every night. Of course they're not healthy because today both parents usually have to work to be able to afford this fucking lifestyle.
I don't disagree, but that doesn't make it right. And on top of it, when I meant healthy, I meant mentally healthy too. Do you know who the number one user of antidepressants is? The woman today, not the man. Do you know why? Because they're overloaded. A woman today has to come home and is expected to do her womanly duties, take care of her family, wash the clean the house, do all the woman stuff, and then go to work on top of it. When a man comes home, he don't want to do the woman stuff, and this is where the fight goes. He don't want to cook. He don't want to clean. He still thinks you're the wife and I'm the man. And there's where we get the problem because the woman is overworked today. The woman's overworked.
I think men today you see a lot more men helping out around the house and women going to work that have big jobs, making big money.
Yes, but in general, the average Joe, I got a lot of friends. They're average Joes, you know. They ain't going home doing the work. They ain't going to go do. They don't even know how to cook. They're not going to clean. And you can't raise your child properly in daycare. Okay, you can't do it. It's not possible for your child to be kind of grow up in a normal relationship in daycare. Because who's their mommy and daddy then? The daycare lady? You know, do you want your children to be raised by some woman in daycare's values? Maybe you'll teach your kid that it's okay to be a girl if he's a boy. Do you want that? I don't.
No, of course not.
This is what's going on. Not everywhere, but it's, you know, there's too much divorce in this society, and the family unit has been broken up on purpose. Wouldn't you rather go back to a one-income society where the society depended on one income? Now we're dependent on two incomes because that woman went and they put the woman in the workforce to double the supply and demand, right? When you got more workers than you need, guess what happens? Their wages stay stagnant. I did a whole video on this. We've been wage stagnant for the past like 40 years. Our basically wages have stayed the same according to inflation. They've just stood level. We're not allowed to get ahead anymore. And that's the way the corporations want it because their bottom line is what's important. They're making record profits every year. And the hourly production rate percentage is going up and up and up every year. What I mean by that is I've had jobs where you feel like you're multitasking. They're making you do two jobs. They're paying you one salary. Now they got I'll give you an example. A Dollar General cashiers now ringing people up, and then in between customers, when they're not in the store, they're out there packing shelves. So they're utilizing us for every bit of sweat they could get. And this is productivity compared to salary has gone up, 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 up. It's got to the point where I think people are almost doing two jobs. I used to laugh. I seen a TV series called Living Color, and it was the funniest shit. So the guy was the pilot. He was the stewardess in the plane. He was the guy who checked you in. Like, he did all this shit. He'd be like, yeah, he'd check in, then he'd get on. He was the stewardess, and he was the... That's kind of what corporations want to do. They want to get us multitask. They want to multitask us till we pass out on the ground, you know? That's their goal. Get as much as they can out of us, our blood. Suck us dry. That's corporate America for you, you know? But I guess you two guys were burnt out after your brawl. Slow burner. Thanks for
Mike
coming
is
on.
Mike is working on getting Giuseppe down for a nap because he's gonna take a sow.
Yeah, Mike's got to try not to call people names. You can get to the point. Tell the person your opinion. You don't have to call people. He got pissed off anyway, Mike.
It happened the second you stepped away too. I was like, "Oh look,
yeah,
cool.
I was like,
Slow
what the
burner's
fuck
coming
happened?
up."
I just walked
And
away, and then
he comes up and he's bugging out. But it's all
Slow
good.
burners are really good. He's real good people. Slow burner.
I like Slow Burner. I follow him. I'm always trying to hop onto his streams, but I'm never on, at the time. So it just that's why I was like, yeah, I'll let Slow Burner on. I'm like, cool. And then, hey, but it's all right. It happens. Sometimes we got to hash shit out. It's all good.
It's no problem. I don't mind a little controversy. Just the, getting into the real screaming bit was like, I'll kick your ass and all this bullshit. Like, I don't, look, matter how tough you are, it doesn't matter how tough you are. We're on video here, and you can't touch this. That's what, you can't. What are you gonna do? Come through the screen and hit me? Are you gonna come find out where I live? Come on, So it happened to me a few times. You get crazy, you lose it. You want to jump through the screen and choke the guy. I think Slow Burner was at that point. Mike can push buttons.
We've all gotten to that point.
My son is a professional at it, man. Listen, my son, even if he's right or wrong, doesn't matter. He can push your buttons and get you so hostile. He's done it to me, man. That's why I was laughing. I felt like I was Slow Burner. And I've gone through this with him, with my son. My son isn't a professional button pusher. I'm a professional ball buster, but my son's a professional button pusher. I've literally wanted to choke my son out a few times. So I understand Slow Burner sometimes the way he was losing it, but hey, it's only a show. Who gives a shit,
Mike can be very frustrating with his words, and he is working on his delivery.
Yes.
It's a work in progress because delivery is everything. So, we're not perfect people.
No, and my son can be very arrogant too, on top of everything.
All of these things are works in progress.
Yeah, because I really have to say, I've never seen Slow Burner get that crazy. So Mike must have pushed the button that I've never seen him get like that. He's always pretty much calm dude and he has a good show. I wish he would have left his link.
Oh, well, if you guys just look up Slow Burner, exactly how his name is up here. Where is he? Right here. If you just look him up right there, Slow Burner, you'll find him. He does like a people's hour every day.
And Michael's link
at like 5:30.
Is my son's link is more religious, so.
Yes, Mike, where the rabbit hole ends. He does music. He's been putting his music out again, and just like the truth of the scripture. We dig deeper, into the truth. Can't take the Bible for face value, so he brings out the truth on the names. And he made an amazing firmament video because you were talking about the flat Earth earlier. So he made an amazing firmament video the other day.
We're like a dynamic trio family YouTubers. If you want like woman's point of views, Mims hosts a show and she gets women that are, more aggressive and not as submissive, and she's, trying to follow the Bible, but she's very a woman of the, 2000s. I mean, I met Mims when she was like, the average a woman of today that are very liberated. And then if you want religious content with a lot of facts and receipts, my son tries to do that, but he can be the devil also. He's walked with the evil and the devil, so I think that's what makes him such a good religious person, because he's walked the other side. He's been on that other side. And then if you want, you're like, I don't know what you want to call me, that street guy that'll tell you to go F yourself right to your face and is not going to kind of bullshit around the bullshit. That's me. I'm going to try my best to get to the point. I try to make things simple. My son, he was doing scientific, and I was using examples like, well, tell me if there's two firemen going in a fire, one's a woman, one's a man, they weigh the same, who you picking? Everybody's going to pick the guy. Unless you're crazy, unless you're a liar. I don't know one woman, no matter how liberated she is going to want to pick the woman because she cares about her kid being alive. So when the push comes to shove, there are certain things that I feel men are superior. And that's just physical, mentally. I don't know. Mentally, there's no proof of that yet. Like Mims brought up a great point. Women weren't published as much about books and things they wrote, which kind of makes sense then. Maybe there were great women minds back in the day, but they just were never published. Or maybe they weren't taught, so they can never become that level of intelligence, that made good sense to me. It made me think and go, maybe. But when it comes to certain things, emotions and physical, men are superior, but that doesn't mean women, like Slow Burner was bringing up a point, like that doesn't mean women can't do it. Yeah, we're not saying that, but they can't do it as well on the average. There's always women that can outdo a man sometimes. There's women in that MMA that'll kick my ass. But if you took 100 women randomly, maybe 10 women could kick my ass. If you took 100 men randomly, maybe 50 could kick my ass. So this is the point. Or maybe 20 could kick my ass. I don't know. I don't know how tough those 100 guys are. But at least, definitely you're outweighed.
I think that the strongest misconception is that is the idea that just because a woman has to be submissive doesn't make her strong. It has nothing to do with the other. They're not synonymous. Yes, we are strong. We have to be strong emotional, or else we're gonna break down like little snowflakes at everything. We can't be crying about all things. We're a disaster in the emotional section. We have to be logical if we want to have these logical conversations with other men, with our husbands who can't handle our emotions, right? They just block it out. We have to evolve, and it takes strength as a woman to be able to remold ourselves constantly to be whatever it is that we need to be. If today it calls for me to put on my steel toe boots because Mike's not feeling good, and I got to go out and find whatever wood I can, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to do what I can, but that doesn't mean that I can do all things that he can. That doesn't mean that I am weak either. I am super strong, not just in muscles. I try to be as strong as I can. And for me to deal with my Brunos in my head who are telling me, nah, I don't have to be submissive. I got to shut them Brunos up, because I know that if I can overcome my personal issues, which I just made a stream about it the other day, I'm having a hard time, bro. It's straight facts. But that doesn't mean that I have to not do what I got to do. I just got to keep calm, close my mouth, and do my job. Because if I don't do that, then I'm going to be the stick in the machine, and all of the cogs are not going to be able to function properly. You know what I'm saying? I can't be the stick in the cogs. I have to be part of the cogs, and we're all going to function together. Now, in other households, maybe this is not the way. Everybody has their own thing in their household. In this household, we have a structure and a hierarchy. It's Almighty, Messiah, husband, mom, kids. That's the way it is. And if it all works well, and if I'm not going to be the stick in the cog, everything's been working out wonderfully. But I have to be able to mold and reshape myself, which is a gift that the Almighty has given all women. This is why we are capable, because we can do it.
Let's go into sports with women and men, right? Look, the owner of the NFL wishes, they pray that a woman would come that could actually compete in the NFL and actually play. Because imagine one woman that could go into the NFL and compete with men, what that would do for the NFL. It would blow it up more. You would have more women watching football, baseball. If there was one woman that could actually play Major League Baseball, she would have been there already. And the only reason why she's not is because the best of the best in baseball are men, and there's no woman that can compete at that level. If it was possible, it would have happened already. Because could you imagine? Now, they made a show with a woman that actually went up and played professional baseball, and she blew up. Nike was in the, she became a superstar. If there was a woman that could even be in the major leagues and compete at that level, she would have been there already. So there is definitely a difference between men and women, just like the NBA. We have NBA Women's League, and you don't see one of those women ever getting drafted There's no rule that says the NBA can't have women, okay? So let's get this straight. So why isn't not one of those women ended up on an NBA basketball team? The reason is they can't compete, okay? It's not about women are not great athletes. Yes, there are some great women athletes, plenty of them. I enjoy actually watching certain women's sports more than like certain, like I like watching women tennis. I think it's awesome.
I was going to mention the women tennis. See, I'm not familiar with that, but I think them ladies is savage.
Right, but yet none of them can compete against a man tennis player.
See, I wasn't sure because like I don't watch it, but
it's never happened.
All right. Oh,
so
that would be amazing.
Now, don't get me wrong. Maybe you get the best female tennis player and put against an average tennis player. He's not really up there. Yeah, she could beat him, but you get the best man tennis player against the best woman tennis player. There's no comparison. The man wins. Why is that? It's just physical body. The Almighty made us different. That's all. I'm glad he did. I'm glad women don't look like men. Like, I'm glad women don't have bodies like men. I don't like to look at a woman with no butt and no chest. You know? So thank the Almighty for making women so beautiful. Because, we look at men. I think we're ugly compared to women. I mean, they're the beautiful creation. He gave them the beauty. He gave us, whatever, the strength or whatever it is. But thank the Almighty for that. I ain't got no problem with that. So we have to stop bullshitting ourselves and come to reality. And the reality is we were made different than women. That's all. Let's just say different. You don't want to use the word superior because it makes you feel bad. Okay, so we're made different. And what's the difference? We're stronger, for sure. I can't say we're smarter because there's plenty of smart women out there. We're less emotional. Even though men are starting to become Karens too in this society, and women are starting to become the opposite. They're more tough. I see like the protest. I see the women fighting like men now in the school board meetings and stuff, and the men are like in the background. They don't want to do shit. It's starting to flip. I don't know how this is happening, but they're putting too much estrogen in our food. But men are becoming like Karens. Not all men. There's still some alphas. I thank the Almighty. There's still some alpha males out there, but like there's a lot less of us now. That's actually to an alpha's advantage now. There's less competition, If I was born in today's society, in these day and age, I'd be even better. In my day, it was harder to compete. There were too many alphas, There's a lot more alphas then than there are now. Now there's so many men, they act like women. They dress. I hate when I see men dress like women. Like they go to the gym. Even these guys that are supposed to be alphas are dressing with these tight pants on, like girly type shit going on. What's wrong with you? I don't know, man. Crazy.
I think from my own personal experience, being a woman who, in my past, I was super tomboy. And I love my big baggy pants. I love them. I love my steel toe boots.
Mm-hmm.
But I cannot deny that the difference between me wearing in clothing what I like to wear versus like a nice dress. It doesn't even have to be like a gorgeous dress, just like a dress or a skirt and a nice shirt, a pair of sandals. You know what I'm saying? It makes a big effect. It makes a big difference, not only in how we are seen, which is important, unfortunately. It is important for us to be presented in a way, right?
Yeah.
If we are to be taken seriously, which is something that all women want. Let's be real. All women want to be taken seriously. And we can't do that if we don't present ourselves properly. So depending on what you want to go for, figure that out. And then that will lead you to however it is that you want to present yourself. That's, I suppose, the best thing the best advice I can give on that.
See, I'm telling you, people, YouTube, I don't know what it is. They must have me on some kind of lock, and they're like, okay, we got to watch like the Average Man show. And I've been talking about Ukraine all morning. I haven't seen a picture of their army yet. I haven't even seen any of their vehicles. Now, all of a sudden, you go on, and here you go. I mean, this is the first picture I've seen of even their vehicles, and I'll show you. They must be paying attention to what I say. Because here we go. And let's see if we could show this. No, that's not the picture. Let me remove that and let me stop this screen. Okay, let me try this again. Because this is a little tricky sometimes. Okay, so here we go. There we go. Yeah, so if you pay attention to the corner, you see that right picture there and the right side? Those are Ukrainian vehicles driving through the streets. Now they're showing you their army a little bit. You know, they're trying to show you that they exist. Because I was like, where are the Ukrainian military? I don't see them. I never see a picture of them. Like, what, are they hiding in the jungle up there? Or what's going on? So I think things are starting to change. There it is. There's a better picture. But this is what they're doing. And so I told you, at Microsoft, every 5 minutes is changing their stuff. They're doing now cash-strapped Ukraine is using war bonds to keep on fighting. I mean, they're making these guys like the real Rocky. You know, they're making them into Rocky. Dun, dun, dun. I'm surprised they don't play Eye of the Tiger in this. Dun, dun. They're really making them the underdog. Justice Department launches special unit to enforce Russia sanctions. Really? I guess when we got to go buy oil, we'll see. We'll see if they enforce Russia sanctions. That means your gas price may be $10 a gallon before you know it. That's what's going on, people. Now they're saying there's countries that can convince Putin to stop. What country is going to tell Russia to allow NATO to surround them with armies and let all these countries into NATO? I would like to know this because I think they're all talking out of their ass. Stop writing headlines. You know, now they're saying here, another one. This is something interesting. They're saying Russian soldiers are holding up grenades to Ukrainians, threatening to raise the city. So they're showing you this, and they're showing, is that guy really a Russian soldier? Who knows? But they're saying that. So Russian soldiers are walking around holding up hand grenades? Really? Where's that Russian soldier's gun? Where's his helmet? Where's his equipment? So what did he decide? To go in there with no weapon and hold up 2 hand grenades? See, you got to look at the big picture, people. You got to look through their bullshit. Here you got a Russian soldier, not armed, but yet he has 2 hand grenades in his hand. So what was his plan? I'm going to go into the town and tell them I'm going to blow up the town. So this is what you have to see through the lies. You have to realize, like, that he's a Russian soldier, but he has no gear on. So who knows? Maybe they'll tell you he was a Russian nurse posing as a soldier. I don't know what excuse they could come up with anymore, how much bullshit propaganda they could keep putting out there. But in another 5 minutes, I'll show you another 3 pages of propaganda of, you know, this is perfect. Microsoft's making my day today. Yeah, they're making, now they're showing an unusual romance with Steven Seagal. And I already showed you that, all the pictures of Putin with different stars. He was sitting in the Laker seats with, Putin was sitting with Jack Nicholson. So, you know. NATO commander, Putin, who humiliated in Ukraine. This is what they're saying. Yeah, goes Trump, big lie. Now they're blaming Trump. Russia's UN ambassador echoes Trump's big lie as Putin faces global condemnation for invading Ukraine. So what are they? They're trying to blame Trump for Putin going in now? Is this the new angle that they're at? This seems like this is their new angle. They're developing every angle they can. So, do you see the bullshit out there? It's just so much. How much can a brain handle? How much can a human being handle? With lie after lie after lie after lie after lie after lie after lie. I'm getting to the point where I really, Maybe I should just stop watching the news totally, stop acknowledging anything that's going on, because it's up to around 95% lies right now. So what is the truth? That's what I like to know. What a sin that we've gotten to this point.
I think it's funny how they put an article, depending on like what social little party you're in, right? So you like Trump, they're gonna mention Trump in this. You like Putin, they're gonna make Putin hang out with like the cool people. You don't like Putin, we're gonna like throw some shit on there about Putin. So they're hitting literally every target market that they want to get all of the responses.
Look at this one. Now, this is New Jersey where I'm at, right? So when did this ever happen? Sending a message to Russia. Newark in New Jersey. Council votes to revoke licenses of Lukoil gas stations, which are like, I guess they're Russian franchises or whatever. So now you're going after gas stations in America, okay? And they're kind of saying that they are. Let's see what they're kind of saying. What Lukoil really is. They're franchises. Suspend the license of Lukoil gas stations, convenience stores Wednesday, using franchises of American subsidiary of Moscow-based oil company. So these are franchises that probably Americans owned them. And there's convenient marts on them, which have nothing to do with Russia. They're selling food. But because it's called Lukoil, they're trying to make a statement. Really. Could you imagine in Russia, they started doing this to every one of the corporate, McDonald's, you're not allowed to sell hamburgers no more. You get out. You know, like, are we stooping so low we're playing child games now? These are child games. We're suspending gas stations in America because they have affiliation with Russia. Like, it really, is this what's going on now? Even these little city councils in Newark are basically pulling shit off now. Like, everybody's getting involved. Every little part of America now is going to get involved with all the bullshit politics. Why don't you leave it to the big guys and mind your own business, you little guys? Because the little guys are trying to be the big guys now. They're trying to make statements. Everybody, pretty soon you'll see athletes making statements, or maybe they'll be maybe if you're a Russian NBA hockey player, you got to leave the NHL soon. You know, what's next? Cancel culture. It's all about this cancel culture shit. You know, this is an example, and maybe at a corporate level, but it's still an example. I'm waiting to see them tell, well, you're from Russia and you're in the NHL, you're not allowed to play in here no more. I mean, I could see that happening. This is what America wants to be. They want to be the cancel culture. You know, good job, America. Good job. But it's not the Americans. So let's get this shit straight. All right. Americans in general are good people, not this crazy agendas of cancel culture. They're more or less patriots. They love their country in general. Look, if you're an American, I don't tell you to love your government when it's doing stuff like this to you. But if you're an American and you don't love this country itself, I was born here. I lived here. I grew up here when it was a great country. And it still could be a great country. But if you don't like it, get the fuck out. Leave. Go to another country. You don't like it here. Leave. It's simple. If I had somewhere else I could go that was better than here, and there probably is under the situation we're under now, maybe there is a few places a little better. But in general, I'm not going to sit there and you know, say my country's horrible and America is no good and all this shit, you know, because when it comes to shove, American people are good people also, you know. We're not bad people. We don't want wars. I'm sure the Russian people don't want wars. I'm sure the Ukrainian people don't want wars. But these are basically oligarchs and rich and elites calling the shots throughout the world. They created all this stuff, you know. I'm sure World War I, World War II, nobody wanted it. The average guy didn't want to go to war. But you know, these leaders that are basically, it's tyranny, forced us into a lot of this shit, you know, tricked us into it too. You know, so this is what's going on. America's on this big thing of cancel culture, man. This is their new weapon. You don't agree with what we agree with, you're canceled, you know? How do you... So if I own a gas station that basically is a Russian franchise, and something happens with Russia, now I get canceled. I got to close my gas station down. You want to take my licenses away? I'm an American, though. You know, I bought this thing. I own a convenient mart on that gas station. I can't sell food anymore because the name is Lukoil. I mean, really? So should all the countries in the world do that to America? Because I would tell you right now, most of the franchises of fast food throughout the world are all American-based companies, right? McDonald's, Burger King, Wendy's, these are all originated here. Taco. So should all those countries cancel American culture when we do something that they don't agree with? Would that work? Would this work throughout the world? Should we hurt the regular people, the small, like this guy that owns this Lukoil gas station? Should we put that guy in the street because his gas station is a franchise of Russia? I mean, Lukoil, or how about the guy that owns the convenient mart? Because usually the owners of the delis and gas stations are different than the owners of the gas station, believe it or not. So should that guy be out of business too? Should the Russia Tea House in New York City close down because it says Russia on it? I mean, are we going to the extreme of stupidity? Because this is where the fuck we're at in this world. And especially in America, these politicians are pulling all this bullshit, okay? Why don't we cancel them? How about cancel you? All you politicians. We should fucking cancel you, but we can't. Because you guys are hiding behind the brick wall in Washington. You're behind the fence, okay? Because you, as soon as people protest, you want to consider them terrorists. Okay? Because we're not happy the way you're treating us. But you want to cancel everybody but yourselves. Pelosi should cancel herself. That's what she should do. She should say, I'm an asshole and I'm canceling myself. That's what she should do. Okay? But none of this shit is happening. When are we going to start canceling them? Okay? And how do you cancel them? Don't buy their shit. Stop buying all these people's records and stop supporting all this shit. Start canceling them, people. We need to start canceling. You want to play this game? Let's play a game because there's way more of us than there is of them. They need us more than we need them. We don't need them. They're making us think we need them. Okay? We don't need these rich oligarchs running our country. Actually, if you got the smartest people in America to run the country, none of those assholes up there would be there because none of them are the smartest people, okay? Why do we got idiots running our country when we have people that are way smarter? People that can economically run our country better. People that could logistically run our country better. Military-wise, we have people that are way smarter than half these people that they've gotten power now. Why is it that they're not being canceled? I tell you why. They're in control. And you're not part of the club. But yet we're letting them cancel everything. You know, cancel all this bullshit. Total crock of shit. Cancel culture at its finest. Here it is. Pretty soon they'll be canceling Pops, you know. He don't agree with what we say. He's canceled. Maybe, what are you going to do? Label me a terrorist? I mean, is that what's next? Because they want to pass laws to do shit like that. They want us all to shut up. Well, I can't especially shut up when it comes to Satan worship. I'll have to be honest. You could shut me up on some things if I had to, but you ain't shutting me. I don't care what you do to me. I ain't agreeing with Satan worship. Period. You worship the devil. I don't even want to be in the same piece of land near you. I want to put you on an island somewhere. Okay? And let you just rot away there. I don't have to kill anybody or nothing like crazy. That's the Almighty's job. He'll do that. But I'm on an island. Why do they have to be even in the same, I don't know, hemisphere as me? I don't want to be near these people. Actually, should build a base on the moon. Send all the devil worshippers up there. Go ahead, live up there. I don't care what they say. I will never stop talking about these evil demons that are running shit right now, because they're evil. You don't have to believe in the devil, but you definitely got to know that even people themselves are demons by nature, okay? When you're willing to kill people for your greed of money, you're a demon, all right? I'll tell you, boy, this show brings the best out in me, huh? You should be paying for this entertainment. You can't get this anywhere else. How many people could show me a show that has a Pops on it going crazy? Nobody. Only who, like maybe there's Alex Jones, but I'm like the New York version of Alex Jones. Alex Jones, I like him. He's crazy. But he speaks the truth. He shows you all the receipts, and still people don't want to believe him because his delivery is crazy. And that's why I think they don't mind Alex Jones being there. See, because Alex Jones can only get through a certain amount of people. If Alex Jones was super professional, he wouldn't be big. They would have took him out already. They want crazy people in the spotlight. So it's only, there's only a few million people that kind of follow Alex Jones. But if that guy spoke correctly and he was more politically correct in the way he spoke, he'd blow Joe Rogan out of the water. Because Joe Rogan doesn't bring up hardly nothing. Alex Jones is pumping shit into Joe Rogan's head. You understand? He's telling him you got to start to do shit. Okay? That's why Joe Rogan woke the fuck up a little bit. Because of Alex Jones getting in his ear saying, hey, you asshole, if you don't start doing shit, he's telling Joe Rogan, you don't start doing shit, your grandchildren are going to be living under tyranny. So you better wake the fuck up. And Rogan's trying a little bit, but he's still got his hands tied because he's tied into so much money with Spotify. So he's still acting like, to me, a coward. I'll be honest. I think he's cowardly.
He's still like playing the part.
Yeah, he's made a few little things here and there that made me say, hey, he's trying a little bit. He's doing more than other celebrities are doing. I mean, all the celebrities are all shut the fuck up. Do you see any of these movie stars that aren't to the far left standing up? They're not standing up. They're just sitting back minding their own business because they're still scared shit. They're scared shit of what's going to happen if they open their mouth. They don't want to be canceled. Everything's about they make an example too. You're a big superstar and you open your mouth, man, they'll rip you so bad that all the other stars will be scared shit to open their mouth. It's all about control. They control so much shit, it's ridiculous, But this shit just annoyed me. What happened in Jersey now? They're revoking licenses of gasoline stations because it's Luke oil. Come on. I don't see Russia doing that shit, but I guess they're going to start doing it now. So if you own a McDonald's in Russia, you're screwed. They're going to start canceling American culture in Russia, But they didn't do it. So who's playing kiddie games? It's like we're playing little kiddie games. I'm going to get you. I'm going to do this. Hey, you really want to do something? Send some fucking troops there if you're really so concerned. All right? Obviously, the U.S. isn't really concerned. It's about time they're actually sitting out one, which is good in a way. I mean, we've always been fighting fights for everybody. Why don't we just mind our own business and worry about our own country first? I mean, I don't say that if somebody's committing genocide and just, killing people, that the United States shouldn't get involved in that, because that's something godly, go protect people that are getting, But Putin isn't just going there rounding people up and killing them and sticking them in a hole, like they did in, I think it was Yugoslavia or something. There was that leader that was just killing, massacring Muslims or something. And it was crazy. I mean, he's not doing crazy stuff. I mean, this is a war. I understand it, but that's Ukraine's fault, putting people in the front line. I don't know why they're putting people in the front line. Don't understand it still. Yeah, we should cancel. When are we going to cancel out? Why can't we cancel our politicians? That's what I want to know. I want to cancel you. You're canceled. All these up there. The whole Congress canceled. The whole Senate canceled. Let's cancel everybody. Let's start from scratch, because that's what we really need to do. They all need to be canceled, because I don't see really any of them stepping up for us. Okay. Now Who knows what they're doing now with these mandates? They're loosening their grip around our neck for what? A moment in time? How long is that going to last? We'll see. Yeah. There's another. I mean, it don't stop. Look, 5 minutes. Look. I mean, they're coming out with UN vote on Ukraine sends loud and clear message to Russia. So, yeah, the UN. Like, so the UN, what are you? We're supposed to love the UN that basically is the mafia of the world? Like, because that's kind of what they guys do over there. They don't talk about, they talk about stuff to destroy us, not to help us. And they word everything so great in the UN that they'll make the New World Order look like it's a dream. You know? Netflix reportedly pauses Russian productions amid Ukraine invasion. Here you go. Now Netflix is getting in on it, you know? This is all your cancel culture. There it is.
I don't know if people know this or not, but you can literally find any show or movie on the internet without having to like actually pay for streaming. Cancel them.
Absolutely. Look, they're not stopping. They're coming at them with every little bullshit thing they can do with their cancel culture bullshit. They're trying to teach everybody a lesson here. Mess with us and you're canceled. All right, there. What do you want to? Do you want to economically put Russia into a hole where they're going to have no choice? Because do you want to start World War III? Because I don't think you guys. I don't see. You think if Trump was there and Trump got in a plane and flew down to Ukraine to meet Putin or whatever, you don't think Putin would meet? Do you see any of these political leaders even going to meet Putin? Do you see them trying to do anything? No, they're all talking shit. That's all they're doing. They're talking their shit. It's like they want a war. If you didn't want a war, you'd be down there trying to make a deal. Okay? Stop with the bullshit. Putin faces global condemnation for invading Ukraine. Of course. He's not going along with the New World Order, supposedly. I don't know. Or he's part of the New World Order starting the war. It's one or the other. 430 billion wipeout. Russian stocks crashed 98% on London indexes. So they're really sending a message to Putin, huh? I think really Putin is, I mean, the way I'm looking at this, they want to bankrupt Russia. Basically, that's what they're doing. I mean, what else could they possibly be doing? You know. So I get it, but do you want to corner a pit bull in the corner? You want to put a pit bull to the corner? I mean,
I don't know. We saw what happened the last time we did a slow burn. It just popped right up with that pit bull.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't want to corner them.
Do you want to put Russia in a corner where they have no choice to do what they got to do? Because I think that's what they're trying to do. I don't see them really trying to work it out. You know, they don't want to hear his side. They basically just want to know, are you going to obey us, the New World Order? Because we're your boss. We're the New World Order. So you corner them too much. And I don't think China's going to go against them either, because China's next, man. China's going for that Taiwan soon. Don't say you didn't hear it first at Pops. Because that may be the next thing that we'll be worrying about. Maybe they're trying to do this to scare China, too, to say, haha, if you do this, we're going to do all this to you, too. Netflix. How about we all fucking cancel Netflix? How about we all do that? Because they're a devil-worshipping company. Putting pedophile cuties on, trying to make us accept that until everybody started canceling. How about this? We cancel Netflix. Let's cancel it. Why don't Americans all wake up tomorrow and cancel their fucking subscription in Netflix? How about we do that? Think that'll send a message that you and your cancel culture bullshit's got to stop? One thing has nothing to do with the other, okay? They're creating that they want to control every little bit of our existence, or whoever messes with them's existence, all right? Now, if this shit was World War III and it was like, you know, Germany back in the day, I get it. Like, you know, You know, if it was like Charlie Chaplin, you know, putting people in camps and killing them and all this shit that they were, you know, who knows even if this shit, half of it was true. We don't even know. The victors write the history books. Some people claim it wasn't half as bad as they said it was. But I ain't going to be the one to say that because they probably, I think, you know, during those days, I know there was a Holocaust and everything, and that was terrible. And, but we're not at that level. And yet they want to just like cut Russia off of everything with their stupid cancel culture. I don't think Russia gives a shit anyway. I mean, I'm sure they can, you know, get their own things going. I mean, shit, you could go on the internet in Russia and go on so many websites and get Netflix's programming anyway. So, what did Netflix do? I mean, why is it now everybody is like, it's almost like they're pro-war. Like they want blood. You know, we want cancel culture. We want sanction culture. We want blood, but yet we're still buying oil from them. Are we going to stop buying oil from them? Because if we're doing all this shit, but we're still buying oil from Russia, then what are we, hypocrites? Is this all a bullshit game to make people see that this cancel culture shit even goes to a whole country? You know, let's cancel the whole country now. Not even let's cancel a specific person. It's let's cancel the whole country. You know, if that was the case, half the world would cancel America. You know, let's face reality. America, we've done a lot of shit that a lot of people didn't agree with. We could have been just or not just, but it doesn't matter. We basically have our business in everybody else's business, right? We police in the world. So how come we're not getting canceled? Because you know why? Because we're doing all the fucking canceling. Can't mess with this place. This is Satan's playground. Don't mess with it. You know, when they say God bless America, well, the word God is pagan. So people have to understand when you really dig deep, when you go down some crazy rabbit holes, you will realize that the word God is a pagan name, okay? It's a pagan title, actually. And you got to go deep down a rabbit hole to get this shit. Basically, so when you say God bless America, are you talking about Satan? Because maybe you're talking about Satan. You're not really talking about God, which is really his title, okay, is the Almighty or El Shaddai, I think. I don't know if that's a name or title, but I know his title is definitely the Almighty or he's the Most High. I mean, you want to call him by his title correctly. But we use the word God because we brought up using the word God. And we all say, well, he knows it's him. He knows I'm talking to him. But it's really not true. Okay? The reason why Moses asked the burning bush, what is your name? And he said, I am that I am, right? Whatever he asked him, Moses asked because there was a reason. Because people were worshiping pagan gods and they had names. So just saying the word God, he wasn't satisfied with that, Moses. Because he knew that when he came down that mountain saying, well, his name is God, if you were saying God, which God are you calling upon? Because there were pagan gods, right? So he asked them, what is your name? Because Moses knew the importance of the Almighty's name. And the Almighty is just a title, by the way, and so is, you know, God. You know, they use that as like a title. They took God's name out of the Bible and put God, Lord. They did all kinds of crazy stuff. But we have to realize that the United States of America, when we say one God, which God are they talking about? You know, on our money, in God we trust. Which God are they talking about? Are they talking about Lucifer? In God we trust, in Lucifer we trust? Because if you ask me, money is the evil of the world, right? What's more evil than money? Money makes brother go against brother. Money makes people kill each other. Money, over money, paper. You know, it's always been that way. It's been that way for a long time. So, welcome to the dark side. May the force be with you. Breakfast and lunch with Papa Dirty Italy. Yep. You got breakfast, you got lunch. I need to be paid for this entertainment. I did a marathon today. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go, but man.
Pops, you should create a PayPal or a Cash App, okay?
Yeah.
And then you should be like, if y'all wanna, buy me a cup of coffee, send me a Cash App. I really think that you might actually benefit from one of those.
Yeah, and I want to have that Cash App. Listen to this idea. I seen it on a show yesterday.
You know what?
You could pay $5 and I'll throw people off the show for you.
Oh, I think we're gonna do some. I think Mike and I are gonna do something for you, something real special. I got you.
Do you have a wrench to my show? Make me a Cash App.
I do, and I'm gonna hook you up. I got you. I'll be right.
If I can make enough little bit of money, I won't even go to work. I'll just do YouTube for everybody all day.
Imagine that, people. If you guys had Pops morning, noon, and night, overnight marathons with Pops, bro, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you could always jump on, jump off, jump on again. I'll stay on this show for 12 hours talking about all the bullshit that they're doing. Sometimes, though, I'm going to start talking about other things, too, movies and things, I'm a big movie buff, so I could sit here and talk about maybe 10, 20 movies from the old, in the 50s that you never probably
You should have
seen.
a Pops trivia night.
Yeah, I'm going to have that's a good idea.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah. I'm going to do that because I could talk about a lot of different movies that you people have never seen, never even heard of. I'll give you an example. How many people out there like Braveheart, the movie? Well, if you like Braveheart, the movie, maybe you've never seen the movie called, and this is back now, they made a TV series recently about it, but it's shit. It sucked. Maybe you've never seen the movie called El Cid with Charlton Heston. Awesome movie. In that league of Braveheart, a little different. Sophia Loren's in there, beautiful woman from the old back. It's in color, too. It's not even in black and white. There's so many great movies. How many people have seen Gentleman Jim with Errol Flynn? It's about a family. This is when boxing was actually fought in clubs. It wasn't fought like professional boxing. So all these rich aristocrats had like these boxing clubs, and that's when the boxing actually started out, and then they became a heavyweight champion, but boxing originated from that. And this guy, Gentleman Jim, which is Errol Flynn, played there was a family, the O'Sullivans, and what they used to do is every time they had a dispute, there was like three brothers, and they had an argument, they would go in the barn and fight, like box. And these brothers became all good fighters, but the baby brother became the best fighter because he was constantly fighting his big brothers. And they'd be like, the whole neighborhood used to come watch. They'd be like, the O'Sullivans are at it again. And the whole family go in the barn and they start boxing, and the whole neighborhood was there watching. It was like entertainment, right? And then he ends up becoming like the world champion because this guy was fighting every day. He's fighting his brothers in the barn. So, Gentleman Jim, it's called. Not Jack, Gentleman Jim. It's with Errol Flynn. Definitely, I recommend that movie. I will do a movie trivia. That's going to be next. I'm going to get highlights of all these movies and do a movie of trivia. That's a good idea because I seen more movies than probably 99% of the people on this planet. Maybe 99.5. I think I've seen more movies than them. People, when VHS tapes came out, people used to come over my house and go, holy shit, how many tapes you got? My den, it was like my man cave. I had a 72-inch TV. We're talking about let me see. My son was about 3, so we're talking like 1993, 1994. I had a 72-inch rear projection TV that was very clear. It was like a $3,000 or $4,000 television, and they didn't make really 72-inch back then. It was like a movie theater. And I had thousands of VHS tapes. It would look like you went to Blockbuster Video. You could come to my house and rent them instead. Then the DVDs came out. I had a couple of thousand DVDs. Now you just download them off the internet onto a little zip drive. Can't beat that, right? But, yeah, I'm going to do a show like that. What else we got going on? Let's check it out. See if they changed already. Look, Microsoft. There we go. Let's see what they have now. Let's see what they want to, let's see when they're going to give up on their agenda of damnation. See more stuff again. Some Russian oligarchs now, speaking out, cautiously oppose the war. So they're making like these Russian oligarchs talking out, which I find very hard to believe. Maybe a couple of them are, but in general, most of those Russian oligarchs live in Russia, so I don't think they're going to do something. EA Sports removing Russian presence from FIFA and NHL games. See? What did I tell you 5 minutes ago? They're going to hit sports. Cancel culture. Crypto prices jump as the Russia-Ukraine war escalates. All right. All right, so that was the new one. Let's see what's next. 5 minutes from now, I'll click on it and they'll have another bullshit. Nassau and Russia seem to be barreling toward a messy breakup. Boy, they're really going all out for the kill here, huh? Now the Pentagon saying some Russian troops are surrendering. I don't know. Come on, guy. You think Putin would be putting up with that shit? White House discouraging Americans from fighting in Ukraine. What the hell does that mean? All right, so the White House is discouraging Americans from traveling to Ukraine and joining the fight against Russian invasion, despite Ukraine President Vladimir call for Ukrainians have shown their courage. So I don't understand. The White House is making sanctions, but regular United States people, they don't want to travel there and help fight the fight. Does that make any sense at all? I don't think so. But so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to end this broadcast, and maybe I'll come back on later. It's 7 hours, so I'm kind of like, I got to go eat some honey for my throat because my voice is starting to hurt. And I will see, before I end, we'll end this on a good note. And let's see. This is basically one of my favorite songs because I just, you all know I hate evil, right? So let's see. Let's find something. Hold up. Let me see. Where is it? I'm just looking real quickly. Here it is. Here. It's just a 1 minute just to end the show on a good note of I hate evil.
I'm declaring war on Khazarian overlords. Know the soul you can't infect with the magic your dad's taught. I'm calling on you, Father, to free our people from bondage and breaking up the spells that the demons have placed upon us. Jesus Christ, open up our eyes into the light so we may look within and see the kingdom there inside. Wake up, oh man of God, you've been locked up in the matrix. You're all zombies dead walking, but your autopsy's delayed. While pro-choice offices offer your offspring as offerings to the altar of all as they get off in coffins. High on rape, hate, and hemophilia make me nauseous. So I said honor to the God whose image I am made. Praise to the Most High. Yeshua is the way. Bless His word in every street. From every speaker hear His name. Let it burn upon their heads. How many demons can you slay?
So that's a 30-second clip. Says it all for me. Hate the demons and love the Almighty. Does it get any better than that? I don't think so. Anyway, may the Almighty bless you and your family, and Pops out.